On certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Good morning, welcome to Sewing Street. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1, and visualize live.
We're here. Good morning. Bruce and Breathe. I feel like we've literally had 2 hours of running around like headless chickens, because we've got a massive show today. I'm so excited to be with you. It's Monday morning. For one, brand new fabrics, brand new project. Stuart Hillard is here with Indian Summer, his latest fabric launch with Lewis and Irene, and it is going to be absolutely amazing. Now, I hate to tell you this, but you've got to wait until 10 o'clock. In fact, actually, I say that if you do want to get ahead, if you know this is the fabric collection that you want and you're thinking, I don't even need to have a closer look, get it on pre-order. You can start looking on pre-order on the website, which I'll show you how to do, but it's Indian Summer, Lewis and Irene, Stuart Hillard collab, and it is so exciting. Here's a little bit of a sneak peek. Those of you that follow social media, follow Stuart on socials, then you will have seen glimpses of this fabulous new range. They are stunning prints, the most gorgeous colourways as well. Now there's one mega bundle, there's 3 quilt kit colourway options. There is a new pattern, and there is a lot to talk about in that 10 a.m. hour. Stuart is going to be with us. We are so excited, so excited. In fact, please don't wait to get that mega bundle. Just start shopping ahead if I were you, because yeah, we've put together as many as we possibly can. But we have not done a collection, a brand new collection since Hajime, which was months and months and months and months and months ago. Like literally last year. This is Indian Summer. It is beautiful. So I will tell you about the rest of the day, because as I said, we have been, Bruce in particular, has been a little swan today. He's been gliding around the studio looking completely calm and collected, and underneath the water, we've been going, you know, like crazy, because we've got so much to show you today. So, in fact, I'm going to do this a little bit backwards. Normally, I'd go straight to early bird, but let me show you the menu, because there's loads of exciting things. It isn't just all about the Indian Summer launch, which is at 10 o'clock. I know a lot of people have been talking about it. We're really, really excited. Stuart is going to be live from 10. We also have the TV launch of the amazing 20th anniversary edition of the Ultimate Sashiko Source Book. It's a book that we all know and love. Susan Briscoe herself is here. She is already in the building, waiting to launch this. I'm so excited because it's got now 100 designs in here with 12 new, brand new, additional Sashiko designs and instructions for beautiful quilted wall hanging. I mean, just look at that. It's amazing. Now, worldwide, it's limited edition as there are only 5,000 copies printed, and that's it. It won't be reprinted. So if you are a collector of Susan Briscoe, if you are a collector of Sashiko, of books, if you have never tried it before, it's a great workbook as well. It's a life-like workbook, and it's got so many designs, all you will ever need to know about that amazing hand sewing technique that is Sashiko. We'll be learning more about it with Susan and bringing you her 20th edition. It actually isn't officially launched until next Saturday, so we're so lucky to be able to have this on your screens today with Susan. Obviously, we've known her for so long, so we have that great connection with her that she's chosen to bring it here. But worldwide, only 5,000. So I'm not just talking here at Sewing Street, I'm talking literally everywhere. If you want one, today's the day to get it. Today is the day to get it. So we're really excited to have Susan here, along with lots of other goodies like the card deck, the threads, the panels. We've got so much to bring you with Susan. So it's going to be a really busy day. We also have, coming up in the show, a Stylecraft showcase with Stuart Hillard crocheting. Yes, you heard it here first. Stuart Hillard's going to be trying his hand at crochet, which I know how crafty and creative he is. And he's ever so modest because he says he's not a crocheter, and he's come in and he's got the most fabulous projects to demonstrate for you, as well as Knit Pro tools. So we've got gorgeous projects coming your way at 12 o'clock with Stuart as well. First hour, early bird. Are you ready? Now, I'm not going to lie, truth be told, it's Monday morning. We wanted to do something that was going to get us all excited and all of us buying. So, one of the most loved, one of the most used products here in the studio is 505 spray. This is your temporary adhesive, which is colourless, it's odourless, it's free of any toxic, what's the word? Non-toxic, that's the word. And it is the absolute market leader. Whenever we talk about the Odif 505 spray, it's going to save you so much time if you're a thread baster normally of a massive quilt, or if you just are doing smaller projects, that using it for applique or cushion fronts, if you're using it that you want to just temporarily hold a layer of wadding in your fabric together, this is what you could be using. Also, you can use it with paper, other creative crafts as well. Now, elsewhere, I found this is generally about £9. £8.99 is where majority of the high street shops, the online retailers sell this for. So £9, £8.99, fab price already. So at £7.99, we're already a pound lower. You're always going to use it, always worth stocking up, but let's do a little cheeky discount today. This is where I would obviously say multi-buy. Every little pound counts, eh? If you're multi-buying especially, that's when it adds up. If you normally spend £9 on it, discounted today to just £6.99 as an early bird special. And it is brilliant because it will not gum up your needle. It doesn't leave any sort of residue on your sewing machine when you're quilting, but it's just £6.99, an absolute must. I know so many people who used to be thread basters who were converted by this spray, but also if you usually use, there's different ways of basting, isn't there? There's the banana sort of paperclip pins that you can buy. There are different tools out there, like a micro stitch tool, whereas this is so speedy. Just do it in a well-ventilated area, and it says on the instructions on the back, spray it about 25 centimetres away from your quilt. Normally spray it onto the batting or onto your wadding, and then you can position your quilt on top. And it is repositional, so it's not going to be a complete fix straight away. But I know how many people love it. That's why we've chosen it as today's early bird to start us off this morning, ready for a busy day. If you are planning on making Stuart Hillard's brand new quilt project in the 10 a.m. hour, Or if you're wanting to do a huge Sashiko hand-stitched quilted, hand-stitched project, then this is going to be perfect for that as well. £6.99. Most people, virtually everybody, in fact, 90% of the people who've already got involved have been multi-buying. I am not surprised. Look, it's £1 off today at Sewing Street. Normally, we're at a great price of £7.99, but when it's £1 off, it's worth multi-buying, isn't it? If you know that you're going to use it, if you know that you always spray-based, well, it's on offer. It's not very often that we have it as an early bird, so it's worth stocking up whilst you can at £6.99. So lovely to have your company, though, this Monday morning. Has everybody been eyeing up John Scott's social media of him on that glorious cruise? It looks lovely, doesn't it? And doesn't his bedroom look posh? It's made me really want to go on a cruise. I said, I've texted him this morning and he said he's having a fabulous time, but I said, bring me with you next time. Please pack me in your suitcase because I just want to sit on his balcony. It just looks so lovely, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll be quiet. I'll just sit on the balcony and be quiet. $6.99. If you do want to continue to shop for that, we've got hundreds of these in stock as it stands at the moment. But we are about to hit into double figures. So if you want 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, that's your chance to make the most of it. Now, can I show you how you get ahead today on pre-order? I've mentioned pre-order a few times, especially as we've got the Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook 20th anniversary edition. And we've also got, oh, this is new. Oh, okay, ignore this. Ignore this. By the way, we got Becky back on cameras today, and it is so lovely to have her back in the studio. Michael Wolf isn't very well, so she stepped in this morning, where she should be over on our sister channel, Jewelry Maker, right now, but she's chosen us. She's chosen us. So thank you, Becky, for coming in. But we've not seen her in our studio for what? Did you say 2 years it's been since you've been here? 2 years! Feels like yesterday, doesn't it? So it's so lovely. She's made us coffee and everything this morning. Now, if you go to sewingstreet.com and click Watch Live, this is where you're going to be able to watch us, message us, and shop ahead. There it is. Click on Watch Live. Watch us on the box there. You can send in a message to Hannah, to Stuart, to Susan on the webpage, and you can also scroll down. See all of our extra wide backing fabrics. We've got lots of newness, brand new fabrics, some that have only ever been on air once before, and then if you keep scrolling down, you'll start to get to, there you go, there's the Ultimate Sashiko book, there's the panels, there it is. This is the book that you're looking for with the little gold corner at the top there. 20th anniversary, limited edition, hardcover book, but it is a workbook. It lies flat, which is lovely, isn't it? Really useful. For a hardcover, that's really good, isn't it? It isn't just a coffee table book, it's an actual sort of workbook. Now, if you carry on going down, this is where you'll find the new Stuart Hillard collection. Look at it. Now, we have already applied the discount, so you're getting 1 metre for free. That's 15 fabrics, 7.5 metres. Now, we also have the quilt bundle. So the one that's hanging behind me was in that colourway that you can see on screen right now. We also have the gorgeous mustard ochre colourway, and we've got the pinks. So they come with free instructions as well. If you do want the pattern on its own, the pattern is available as a physical copy. It's brand new. It's not coming today as a PDF. The only way of getting it is in the physical, but it also does come available with free instructions as part of your bundle. Now, all of the fabrics are limited individually because obviously we've maxed out the mega bundle. We know how popular that's going to be. So if you do want any of the fabrics individually, they'll be listed underneath this as well. So that's where you're going to find everything on the web shop. Start going through with your orders. Everything is dropped on price as well. So this hour is all about backing your quilts, unfinished projects. Maybe you've got the Gracie frame. Maybe this is the year that you're thinking, well, actually, I am going to send them off to be long on quilted, or I am going to get my quilts finished. Where are the ones you want to start? We've got the most beautiful rainbow colour. This is stunning. It's Wyndham fabric. It's so fun. It's going to be actually quite difficult to show you this. I'm going to drape it over the front of the desk so you can see just how wide this is. You are getting all of your colours, and it is 108 inches wide. That is 274 centimetres. It's absolutely huge. And bearing in mind, when we're talking about your normal quilting width, you're talking 112 wide, which is about, about this much. You are getting more than double that width. And now, whether you are backing a quilt with this, or maybe you're making, huge floor cushions, maybe you're making a quilted jacket, maybe you're a dressmaker and you want that extra width, or if you just want to use this and cut 2.5-inch strips and make a bargello. I mean, think about how many options you've got, because it goes right from that claret into your bright orange, and it's a seamless blend. So if you're doing projects like, FPP or EPP or any patchwork, you've got so many colours here to add into your stash. Fabulous value for money at £12.99 a half metre. It will be cut off the bolt for you. Only problem is that we're really, really limited. Sorry, that could do with a little press there. That's not a line where it's been stitched. They haven't stitched more on. It is literally just a little crease. You've got your greens into blues, into purples. It's amazing, isn't it? £12.99. There's nothing else quite like this. So if you love that big rainbow colour, think about how many quilts are going to lend themselves to this. I'm thinking now your Tulas or your Caifs or any of your lovely bright summer collection. Instead of having to piece the back, instead of having to root into your stash, trying to work out how much fabric you need for the back of the quilt, this is perfect to just give you a look that's going to look just as beautiful on the back. Also, Hannah and I were talking about whole cloth quilts a week or two ago. We did a whole show on our white on white fabrics. Now, they weren't extra wide, were they? No, they weren't. But how useful, if you are doing, I think that one might be an extra wide, which is interesting. We'll do that one next. But if you are doing free motion quilting, if you've got the Gracie frame, for example, think about the amazing kids play quilt that you're going to be able to make by just using this, your wadding. You could buy this for the front and the back if you want. It doesn't need to just be backing. It's no lesser quality. Don't be put off by the word backing. But we're at just £12.99, which is fabulous for all of your rainbow colours. I just want to make some lovely, I'm thinking like some sort of storage tubs, bean bags, or, oversized things, especially for the children. If you've got kids or grandkids or nieces, nephews, or if you're making any sort of quilts. But Stripology, to know you've always got a solid, you could literally start just subcutting these into your own jelly rolls, into your own 2.5-inch strips, or making yourself 10-inch square layer cake. You've got loads of fabric. In a quilt group, you could all cut 10-inch squares, 5-inch squares from this. Even if you're just getting one unit at ½ metre, how many squares are you going to be able to get out of this? It's brilliant. And then start mixing and matching them with your quilt group or your friends. £12.99 for all of those rainbow colours as well. Just so you know, there's fewer than 10 metres remaining. Once everybody's checked out, that looks like this one's going to have sold out. And it's the first time I'm seeing it. I love an ombre. Ombre. That one's gorgeous, isn't it? Now, shall we do the white on white? Because as I said, we were talking about whole cloth quilts. It is, I'm not sure if it is extra wide, isn't it? SWYH45. Now, I'm just looking. There's no picture on the web. That's probably why you haven't spotted this one yet, because it's literally just landed in. There's nothing else like this. We did a whole white on white show, which was really well received, which I'm so happy about, because when you're talking about neutrals, there is a whole different avenue that we hadn't really explored here of whole cloth quilts or low volume quilts. And if you just start having a look on Pinterest at low volume quilts or, more of your neutral colour palette, this along with maybe I'm thinking some of your creams, I'm just building up here, some creams. Some of you love more sort of modery Three Sister vibes, or just these two together. Not having a solid white means, can you see that? If you come really close, Bruce, you can see this is white on white. It's got the most lovely vine detail running through this, which just means you are going to have a little bit of interest. Instead of using a solid white, you have got a solid bit, a lovely design on there as well. £13.99.5 metre. Just to remind you again, it is, look, 274 centimetres wide. I need to show you how wide this is, just to be able to have something different instead of a solid white. What about for bedding? What about for pillowcases? How about for beautiful dressmaking projects? We've stopped putting in the graphic as much backing. We've just put extra wide because that's what they were sort of first developed for, was the idea of backing a quilt so you don't have to piece the back. But now, extra wide backing, this is so, or extra wide fabric is so useful. What about adding large borders on quilts or cushions? How about using it for beautiful bag making projects, for linings? How about using it just within your patchwork? It's just that subtle detail. I am thinking wedding makes. I think this is absolutely stunning, like table runners for the top table. Oh, gorgeous. You get a lot of value. It is 100% cotton, remember, and this is half a metre, which is 108 inches wide. Now, this is literally just arrived, so there's actually not even an image on the website for this one. So this is what it looks like. It's got that beautiful vine design, but 108 inches wide is a lot of fabric. I did a show with Alistair a few weeks ago of extra wides, and it was so useful to think about how different people are using their extra wide fabrics, whether it be for their dressmaking projects, whether it be for their bag making projects or quilting projects. Seen them for all sorts. Got to be savvy about value, haven't you? More than ever right now. I know everything comes at a cost. Everything is expensive. So when we're talking 100% cotton and you're thinking, actually, I'm getting that extra width. So normally, quilting weight cotton, traditionally, we're talking about what? £9 now, £8.99 a half metre, which is generally 112 wide. You're getting more than double the amount. This is lovely, and it is that gorgeous detail in the background as well. For linings, for straps, perfect. So Stuart and I, last time we were together, we had the most gorgeous collection, which was blue and white V&A collection. This would be perfect with that, perfect. Maybe if you're just getting a couple of those designer moders like French General or your Three Sisters or something, more of those deep reds and those traditional colours, contrast them with this. Red and white quilting, how popular is that? Having this as a background for then you to do an applique scene of flowers with your William Morris prints. How about using it along with your Liberties? It's just adding another dimension, another scale of print. By the way, the ombre is now sold out and it is very, very busy. If you are backing a quilt, I know a lot of people who like to back their quilts with a plain. Delphine, she always says to me, I never ever go too fancy on the back because I want it to be all about the front. And I know we all have different personal preferences. If you just want it to look lovely, crisp, clean, maybe it is for a bed, maybe it is for a spare bedroom, this would be beautiful, absolutely beautiful. If you've got the green machine, you want to make, it's 100% cotton, you want to make some lovely little, you know, bed, like duvet covers, pillowcases with poppers. Perfect. Poppers. That's my action for poppers. Did anyone watch Eurovision? Do you know why that was a seamless blend, by the way? Because that song, that was actually a Swedish song. Originated in Sweden. I found that out by watching one of the semi-finals of Eurovision. Bearing in mind, I am the person who talks about Eurovision all year round. Fell asleep by 7:30. Didn't even start for, I was thinking, right, we can do this. We're on 8th. I will be able to watch it. We're on 8th. I'll at least see UK. No. But I love Eurovision, and I'm so proud of our entry this year. They were amazing, and that's all I have to say about the results. They were amazing, and think they were robbed. But I did think the guy who won was very good. That JJ's singing was very high, wasn't it? So I did catch up the next day. But yeah. Did you not watch Eurovision? Oh, you need to watch it. It's so good. There's nothing else quite like it. It's just, yeah, just crazy. £13.99. Right, there's 20 units in basket. Remember, you can, of course, multi-buy. We will cut this for you bespoke. It's already in the warehouse. So, of course, yeah, you can keep going through for that. Now, I've got a really interesting one. Can I pick another one, or do you want to pick one now? Thank you. I really like this one. This one is BWYH19. Look at this. It's like tie-dye. I want to make a dress for the summer. Oh, it's beautiful. This is really beautiful. It is literally tie-dyed. How cool is this? It's barley sweet sorbet. So it's like your... Is it a barley pop? Is it a similar way? It's, sorry, it could really, really do with an iron, but it's absolutely gorgeous. I would love a summer dress. Summer dress in this. Pyjama bottoms. You know, like we had Natasha here yesterday, didn't we? She made trousers. Do you know like the trousers you're wearing right now, Hannah? Elasticated waist, nice wide, lightweight. These would be absolutely perfect. Or if you've got the bog jacket pattern, this would be lovely for the bog jacket pattern as well. Smaller projects, it's lovely. It's 100% cotton, but look, it is both sides. It's like a batik, really. It's not a batik, though. It's like it's been tie-dyed. It's really cool. $13.99, a half metre. Now, I think this has only been on air once. It'd make a beautiful background for an applique project, or, oh, look, with like fairies or flowers. I'm seeing Delphine do something very arty with this, like some beautiful flowers, and just to have that as a background. Are you thinking quite mystical? Oh, lovely. What about if you've got any Sandy, Millie Chip, any of her memory bears or any bears? You could do some bunnies or bears with this, couldn't you? And you've just got loads of fabric. So for linings, to have a bit of an interesting lining, for bag makers, absolutely perfect. I love that. 274 centimetres wide. There's nothing else quite like it. 108 inches. Why? Can I repeat what Hannah just said? She says, I'm so sorry, I didn't hear what you just said because I had my fingers in my ears. I can just imagine her like this, not listening to you. Oh, she said she had an itchy ear, so she was actually just itching one of her ears. So did Becky need to come in and explain what she just said again? We're okay. That is so beautiful. Yeah, so if you went into the gallery then, Becky, and Hannah was like this, she wasn't ignoring you, she was just itching her ears. Hannah, you're literally like Maisie, my child. She said to me, Mummy, there's something in my ears, got loads of earwax. And I'm like, oh, lovely. She's like, no, look in my ears, what's in there? That's like, Hannah, check her ears, Bruce. $13.99. Oh, Hannah's got her knee brace. You've probably heard about this already, but Hannah's got her knee brace on and Bruce had to help her put her trainers on this morning. Steph's away, so Hannah needed help putting her shoes on this morning. Because she's got to keep it on. Have you got to keep it on literally all the time? You obviously take it off to go in the shower and things like that, shower, but you sleep in it as well. Crazy. Please don't kick me. It's very metally, isn't it? A lot of metal. Right, that one, love it, love it, love it. Let's move on. We've also got some newbies. So I brought out the butterflies a moment ago with your white on white. Now I've got 4 colourways. Look at them. These are amazing. Right, hang on. I'm just thinking these might be good to go with Stuart's Indian Summer collection. Maybe these ones would be beautiful. Your blue and white V&A if you want to back it with this. But butterflies, you can't go wrong. You can't go wrong. Which one's the most popular at the moment? Let's go for blue. Blue, extra wide. Oh, it's so soft as well. Feels very nice. I'm just having a look at this one. It's called Butterfly Whisper. Right, let's have a look. You have got here, oh, so much fabric. 200, I can't even move back. I've just crashed into the television. I'm trying to keep moving back so you can see just how much you're getting, but that is absolutely crazy. $13.99 for the most gorgeous print as well. You can't go wrong. Is this brand new in today? Nobody has even had a look at this. This would be so lovely for dressmakers. Great with your denims. If you want to do sort of patchwork bags with denims, that would look lovely. Just to be able to have it along with any of your blue and white. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we? Flutter by butterflies. 274 centimetres wide. Whether you're backing a quilt, whether you're using it in your patchwork, whether you're fussy cutting these, using them for applique. 100% quilting weight cotton. And once again, we haven't actually put the word backing in the graphics. And I think that's a good shout, because don't just think of this as backing. If you aren't a quilter, bag making. This is brilliant. With your denims, I'm thinking. With denim. For the Tallulah shacket with denim. Oh, it would look gorgeous. Or to do some extra hand embroidery onto. That's just broken my dream. Just doing hand embroidery in my dreams. I also had a really, really bad dream last night that I was singing at a wedding. And I am thinking about this wedding that I'm singing at next weekend. And I had a real nightmare with cueing my music and doing it on my own. And I missed the entrance of the bride. And she was walking down the aisle to no music. And that has obviously never happened, touch wood. It would never happen in real life. Like, I am organised. But I was all in a right faff just minutes before. And she just walked in. I was like, oh, I'm not ready. And I couldn't for some reason get the music cued. And I woke up in a real hot, like, so maybe that's why I went back to sleep and dreamt about hand stitching. I was like, just do something calming. I need something calmer. It's horrible, isn't it, when you wake up from a horrible dream where you think it's really real? It felt so real. $13.99. More stories later. I love these together, by the way. What do you think? The blue and the yellow, the sunshine vibes, summer vibes. Love these. And if you do have any quilts that are unfinished projects, or as we call them flimsies, Janet Clare calls them flimsies. I love this because can you see that it's actually got a shadow in the background as well, so it gives it really great dimension. Looks almost three-dimensional. A lot of people love this Butterfly Whisper. Brand new in today. Multi-buyers are in. We've got the yellow colour way up next. All brand new. That's lovely. Yeah, seriously, get hold of that because it's really nice quality as well. Blue, I think, would work really well alongside the yellow. Look at that. Oh, I love it. See, Moda did a collection of this sort of blue and yellow. I've thought I've seen a collection that's blue and yellow together. They're lovely. Do you? There's the blue on your side graphic. Last few chances on that one. Brand new in today. Oh, the yellow is really limited, by the way. There's only 26 units remaining of the yellow. This is the same width. This is 108 inches wide or 274 centimetres. All of them are extra wide, but look at how many motifs, how many elements. So if you do love, you know, the sort of Delphine applique projects, you've got plenty for linings, lovely for summer dresses maybe. This would be gorgeous as a little girl's summer dress, but then you've got so many extra elements that you're going to be able to use with your leftovers for fussy cutting and making a butterfly cushion would be so pretty. $13.99. Use it alongside the blue though. These colours are great together. $13.99. There are more and more of you joining baskets. Just be aware, majority of people during these extra wide shows, obviously multi-buy. And the early bird today is only $6.99. Get your 505 whilst you're at it as well. Now I've got the greys and beige. Greige. This one is lovely as well. Right, now this for me is your neutral. With William Morris, with Liberty, with the quilts that we've got coming up, it's going to look gorgeous on the back of any quilt. It's your neutral. But what about for bag making projects? I'm thinking this with like a light tan faux leather strap, or for this as your main sort of body of the base with like your PUs, your faux leather PUs would be lovely. Any of Stuart's bag for life patterns. Yeah, you've got to have your neutrals, haven't you? But this is so much more than just having a cream or a beige or a grey solid in your stash. This is going to look really, really lovely for the back of any of your cushions or for borders on quilts, a really big, lovely border on a neutral quilt. And let's face it, if you've got any of your Liberties, if you've got any of your William Morrises, even if you're looking at colourful fabrics, it's still going to work really, really well. Love that one. Brand new in today, out today by the looks of things as well. This has already been selling on pre-order. It's called Pebble, and this is home decor as well, isn't it? This one I think should be, on paper, the most popular, because how useful is that? That is so usable. If you were to get yourself one unit, try it out. If you've never used extra wide backing fabric before, it literally is just more fabric for your money. It's about getting more bang for your buck, isn't it, in these sort of shows? Because this is not more than double the price, is it? You're getting more than double your normal width of fabric. Very clever way of bulk buying. I'm always looking at bulk buying. Me and Hannah, you should see me and Hannah in Costco. But I quite often I am at the point where I'm like, right, there's a lot of this food that is going off, or do I really need all of those earbuds that we bought? Whereas this is actually really usable, really, really usable. £13.99. Do you know what? I didn't ever have those soups, by the way, Hannah. Hannah knew she wouldn't have the soups. I bought them at Christmas because I was saying, right, I'm going to do like a 7 days green soups. Kat did hers and Hannah decided, no, that's not for me. I'm not going to do it. I got on board with it and they tasted so powdery. They would just work very nice. I need Stuart to be able to make me my own soups because did you see his anniversary dinner the other day? Oh, it looked delicious. He's such a fantastic cook. I think as well, Stuart should be launching a cookbook along with his additions of maybe a chapter of his recipes in there. Now that's Pebble. More and more of you are joining for this one. That is one I would seriously be considering because I honestly think that is really useful. Don't let that go under the radar. Hannah's a bit concerned that might be going under the radar a bit. I really like that. Really like that. Okay, now this one. There are certain sayings that I always think, I don't really know what that means, going under the radar. Another one is fill your boots. Who made that up? I wonder where that originates, to fill your boots. I always get sayings wrong, and I think I nearly actually substituted that with another item of clothing, and it didn't sound quite as catchy. Right, this one is the ecru version. Pardon? Remember, Susan's going to be here. Susan Briscoe is live at 9 o'clock this morning with the Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook. If you've got, smaller, I'm thinking hand-stitched pieces. Some of the panels that we've got on the show today are this really lovely cream tone. To then do a really big border around the outside of your Sashiko. Look gorgeous. Gorgeous. There's the book. Just in case you're just tuning in, there's actually only 5,000 worldwide being printed. Because when Susan said, there's only 5,000 limited edition, I thought, this is great. We've got huge availability available at Soho Street. She was like, no. Worldwide. It really is a limited edition print. That's the sampler quilt showing you all of the designs that you can create using the ultimate source, Sashiko source book. Love it. 12 new designs in there, but a real collector's edition. Very excited about that, launching at 9 o'clock. Now this one is going wild in the aisles. This is your accrue version. It is your lovely neutral, dressmakers, bag makers, quilters, soft furnishing, home decor. It's absolutely beautiful for a plique as well. Only £13.99 a half metre. We've got some great paisley prints. I've got a couple of different options for you. This is the greens and this one's with the reds. Once again, for the fronts of quilts, for the backs of quilts, like a big carpet bag. This is basically brand new. Kat and I had it and it was literally on for literally seconds. What about doing like waistcoats, or, you know, if you're making a wrap dress would look lovely, really lovely. Or, you know, your trousers again that you're wearing. Wide leg trousers in these would be really nice. And I love the colours. Love the colours. Okay, I'm just going to throw caution to the wind. I might be completely wrong with this. I just want to see the tone of the ochre that's in Indian Summer, because could you back it with one of these? Do you think that they could mix in or not? Stuart's probably in the office being like, no! But I'm thinking, for the back of a cushion, if you wanted to, you've got in here the reds, the greens, the ochres. Love that pattern. The block print style of the paisley sort of leads you into that sort of path of the Indian Summer. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. That's your paisley with the reds. Shop ahead for Indian Summer. It's already going. We've got mega bundles. We've got quilt kits, 3 colourway quilt kits with free patterns, or the pattern for the quilt that we were showing you earlier. The quilt is available as a pattern on its own as well. £13.99. That's for your paisley print. And it is super, super soft. Really lovely quality quilting weight cotton. Go on. So true. Hi girls, itchy ears are hay fever symptom. It's a type of itch that you have to rub from the outside like fuzzy dog's ears. Hannah was like sticking a finger. You should never put anything in your ears, you know. You should be really, really careful. Hannah was like, my whole finger was in there, Vic. Just rub it from the outside like that, like a fuzzy dog. Like, oh, sorry, not fuzzy dog, fussing a dog's ear. I'll quilted jacket would be nice in the paisley. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Well, didn't we have... Oh, gosh, remind me of her name. The really lovely... she's got a huge following on social media. No. Yeah, lovely lady. She was on literally a couple of days ago and she did a quilted jacket with Bex. I was watching it on her Instagram. She did a quilted jacket. This would be ideal for that. We have it in another colourway. Holly Dennett. Holly. It was on Tuesday the 13th. She did a lovely quilted jacket. This would be perfect. Day before the brace came on, I was just saying. We got it in the green as well. 108 inches wide, 100% cotton. £13.99 a half metre. Absolutely gorgeous print. A good one to actually practice your quilting as well. If you wanted this as the top of your quilt and you wanted to just follow some of these lines and do a bit of free motion, this would be really good, wouldn't it? To just follow which ways you want to go. I love that. With the black background, with your beautiful... Again, those golden tones, the greens. There's like a slatey blue. It will look lovely with silver mink, one of our solids. £13.99 a half metre. Half metres are big. Remember, I want to try and show you how much you're actually getting for £13.99, because it's quite deceiving when you see it all folded up on the desk. But you are getting absolutely... loads of fabric. Oh, so if you are doing dressmaking, obviously you want to try and have that extra width, but it would make a lovely quilted jacket. You're absolutely right. $13.99, so much fabric on there. For half a metre as well, that's just one unit. So if you're trying to get yourself a couple of units of that, you've got plenty to go around for large projects. I am thinking like a nice pair of wide leg trousers or a wrap dress. Gorgeous. Going on holidays, wide leg trousers, just a black top with it, little black cami top. That would look so nice on holiday. Oversized shirt or little strappy top on your holidays. Very nice. $13.99. Can I show you some other ones that were new literally last week that may have gotten overlooked because we only had chance to flash them up. This one was one that was new. We've also got a new colourway of it today. That's never been seen before. Let's start with the black and white. It's called Pickle Dish. Now, Pickle Dish is an actual quilt block. So that looks like that. So if you've got a Pickle Dish quilt or a block, then this would be amazing to back it with. Also great for the front of a quilt that you could literally just quilt. Free motion in different bright colours. That would look lovely. Big quilted weekend bag would look stunning. Or this would look so cool as a quilted jacket. Stunning. The bog jacket, this would look lovely as well. And just with a little nod to the Pickle Dish block as well. That's so cool, isn't it? What's that? Fried pickle? A frickle? No, I've never had a deep fried frickle. That sounded rude, didn't it? My friend's got fish and chip shops, and I went to go and get a fish and chips from her, and she had, you know, they have the pickled eggs and the gherkin, all sorts on the, and so many people. She says that it's a real thing that people have pickled eggs. I've never had one. Oh, it actually makes me feel a little bit sick. Pardon? Have you had one before? He says I love them. Oh no. Fish and chips, pickled egg. You'll eat the pickled egg on the way home. I love pickled onions and pickled cabbage, so I suppose why am I so freaked out by the thought of a big egg sitting there for a long, long time? But yeah, same. I like pickles, I like eggs, but no. I was going to say, yeah, no, not for me either, not for me. But I couldn't believe when she says, oh yeah, we have to literally like restock them everyone loves a pickled egg. Didn't know that was a thing. She also was doing for Easter the deep fat fried Mars bars. And she says they were amazing. They sell pickled eggs behind the bar at your pub. Oh, you've got a really good like locals pub, haven't you? That's like a pub. We used to have like a fish man used to come round the pub with the cockles and mussels and prawns and things. $13.99. Pubs aren't the same nowadays, are they? That's gorgeous. Dressmakers, definitely get some of this. Quilters, bag makers, such a big scale print as well, that even if you wanted to do some really cool monochrome cushions, do love it for bag making. How about using like bright colour threads to do your free motion quilting? That'd be really nice. This one is flying out. It also comes in a pink. I'm excited to see this one because it is brand new. Never been on air before. Still with that pickle dish. Now this one, oh my word. Oh, this is so pretty. Yes. Now I'm thinking home decor. Bag makers, yes, lovely big beach bag for the summer. So your monochrome one would be good for the more winter months, whereas this one's your holidays. I'm thinking like a rope with a rope handle. Love it. Quilted jacket, bog jacket, summer dress. Back of a nursery quilt. Big floor cushions. Gorgeous. £13, 99.5 metre. That's 274 centimetres wide or 108 inches wide. Brand new, never been on air before, and fabulous value for money. When we're talking bang for your buck, the amount of fabric that you get for $13.99 is brilliant. Remember, it is wide. We will also cut it off the bolt for you. So if ever you want multiple units of it all still continually joined up, this is the way to do it. So there are very many stores out there, even the most impressive, amazing quilt stores that I've been to, they just don't have the warehouse facility, obviously, to stock extra wide backing fabric. It wasn't until way into our sort of journey at Sewing Street that we were able to offer more than a couple. I remember when we started, in fact, I was talking to Susan about it because last time I was on air with Susan Briscoe was 5 years ago when we were in our tiny little studio. We just started out. It was, you know, thick in the middle of lockdown. And she came to do one of the launch shows. In fact, actually, it was before lockdown. It was before lockdown. It was one of the first ever shows that we did with her. And we didn't have space to stock all of these different colourways of extra wide backing fabric. I think we had 2 in our warehouse, that was it. So it is a real treat. But it means now you don't have to buy the massive bolts. You could literally have a snippet and use it for any of your projects, for any of your homewares. They'd make beautiful cushions as well. Big borders on quilts as well, ideal. So I've got 2 that are solid colours. Oh, really? Ah, fabulous. Right. Now, we've got 2 colourways. Now, they look like the linen texture ones. Nice. Should we do the charcoal first? So the charcoal, no, is printed. This is a printed, but it looks like a linen texture. It's made to look like a shot cotton, so it is a printed. 100% cotton print, but it looks like a linen. It looks like it's got a texture to it. It looks beautiful. But how useful is this to have that extra width? I normally only ever see the extra wide in patterned fabrics. So it is really, really nice to be able to have your solids as well, I suppose, isn't it? But not having a solid. It's still got texture to it. Quilting weight, 100% cotton, made to look like a woven fabric, basically. That's lovely. It's like when you have, you know, the Macawa do a range of lovely linen texture fabric. It's very similar to that. It's lovely. $13.99. Super, super soft. The width. I say we talk a lot about extra wide backing fabrics. Please do not just think of backing your quilts, because there is so much that you're going to be able to use this for. The value for money. Oh, Ian, just whilst you're here, could you just come and hold this, please? My glamorous assistant has just arrived. How are you?
I'm good, you're right.
I just wanted to show the width of this, and you arrived in the studio exactly the right time.
Perfect.
Because look at how much fabric you're getting for $13.99. Really good value, isn't it?
It's massive.
I'm always talking about getting a lot of bang for your buck, especially in today's world where everything's expensive. This is really good value.
Huge.
And it's that lovely charcoal. It looks like a woven, but it's not. It's printed. Thank you ever so much.
No problem. You could wrap your whole self in that.
Yeah. Thank you. See you later. £13.99 for half a metre. Oh, Ian, would you go via the gallery? Sorry. 274 centimetres wide. That's 108 inches. Linings, backings, dressmaking, projects like backgrounds or applique backgrounds. This is lovely with, I'm thinking cafe even. I'm just looking at these bright colours here. To have it as a background on a quilt. I know John Scott always loves darker backgrounds on quilts, so they really add a great pop of colour. If you've got any lovely bright, maybe the ombre fabric, if you're just getting the ombre and you're getting this as well, this is absolutely perfect to go with those lovely bright colours. Now we also have the grey, so that was your charcoal. We've got the lighter colourway. This has got a slight blue to it. It's really beautiful. 100% cotton, 274 centimetres wide. Loads of people are multi-buying on all sorts. It says here, cotton shot. It's made to look like a cotton shot. You can see that it is a printed fabric, so it's not woven, which I know a lot of people do prefer to work with. It is quilting weight. It's just giving you the look of that cotton shot. £13.99, and that's in your platinum colourway. If you do want multiple units, it will come joined up. If you're adding 2 units to your order, you'll get a whole metre joined up as well, and it's another one that is super, super useful for your stash with your cave, with your liberties. I know that we aren't going to have time to go through everything on the desk this morning because we've got a really jam-packed show today. So what I would advise, if you are thinking, what other extra wide backing fabrics do you have? If you're thinking, yeah, this is actually really good value for money. There are liberties, there are designers, there's other printed cottons that are similar price points as well. We've got neutrals, we've got florals, we've got like mosaic ones. There's ones for every project that you have. We are going to dip our toe into a designer range. This is Cave Facet. It's the only extra wide cave that I've got on the show. But have a look underneath us on the website because you'll find all sorts. So if you've got an unfinished project, if you're looking at a quilt and you're thinking, right, actually, I do like the idea of having the back of my quilt completely, just all nice and neat. It looks just as nice at the back as it does on the front. Have a look underneath us and you'll find it. Now, do you know what I love about this? It's slightly lighter weight. It's got really lovely drape to it, which lends itself beautifully for dressmakers. Bag makers, it doesn't mean that you can't use it. Just think about what stabilisers you're using. Just think about what interfacings or, if you're using your H640, matching the weights up. Now, he does use sort of like a satiny finish to it, so that if you are having it on the back of the quilt and you're snuggling up underneath it on the sofa or on a bed, then it feels so luxurious. This is your palm leaves. It's Cave Facet Collective, and it is fabulous value for money. Once again, slightly more than some of the ones that we've been looking at today, I know, but for a designer print, that is brilliant. You're looking at more than double the amount of your regular width of fabric, and it's got that really lovely sort of slatey colour in the background. You've got your classic caves of pinks and oranges and corals. It looks fabulous. But I am thinking dressmakers, that is a lovely, lovely weight for your dressmaking. It's going to have really nice drape to it. It's more like a, it's not even like a poplin. I would say it's more like a lawn. It's absolutely gorgeous. Satinised cottons is what Hannah's saying he uses. It's beautiful. £14.99. Only problem is 10 metres left. Literally 10 metres on the nose left. So if you do want to get yourself a couple of units of this, stock up whilst you can. I know that we're always looking at different collections to be bringing you. So it's never something that we ever really get to reorder. Get it whilst you can. There's only 10 metres left. It's lovely. Now, we started with white on white earlier. It's worth watching back the show that Hannah and I did a couple of weeks ago. We didn't have any extra wide backing fabrics, so this is your chance to be able to get it. But those of you that were involved in my show with Stuart of that lovely V&A collection, this would be beautiful. It's so new that we haven't even got a picture on the website of it yet, so you're going to have to look at it via this picture. I thought because there's 20 of you who've got it in your basket, it's important that you see it again. It's only £13.99 a half metre, and it is your white on white. So it's still exactly the same width of everything else that we've seen this hour, which is 108 inches wide, 274 centimetres. Cut off the bolt for you, but it's got this beautiful vine detail, white on white, great for backgrounds, fabulous for your linings, lovely for backs of quilt, but also thinking of bridal makes, table runners, backgrounds on cushions. Use it in your patchwork. £13.99. You can't go wrong. Very, very, very useful. Very useful. Sue from Sunderland. Our pub music bingo has pickled egg prize. Pickled egg prize as a leaderboard for eating it in under 12 seconds. Oh my word. Susan Briscoe, are you one for a pickled egg? No. I like gherkins, I like pickled onions. I shouldn't knock it till I've tried it really, but it's, no, not for me. Fabulous fabrics, by the way. Thanks, Sue. Hannah says to me, we've got a really important message to end the hour with, so thank you, Sue. Update on the pickled egg situation. Now, Susan Briscoe is eagerly awaiting in the wings. We've got a really, really exciting launch to be able to bring to you. Those of you who are a collector of Sashiko books or books at all, then please stay tuned because Susan is going to be with me with the fabulous 20th anniversary edition of the Ultimate Sashiko Source book. Also, please keep shopping ahead for Indian Summer. I don't think I need to even remind you because we were all talking about it. The brand new Stuart Hillard, Lewis and Irene fabric collection is launching at 10 a.m. in an hour from now. So start having a look underneath us on the website where you can get the mega bundle and individual fabrics. Don't go anywhere though. Susan's going to be joining me right after this.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
In sewing, the term square up means trimming your fabric or block to ensure it has straight edges and perfect corners. Using a ruler and rotary cutter, trimming away any uneven edges. This step helps your pieces fit together neatly in your project. Square up is a quick way to keep everything perfectly aligned.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. And Susan, it is so good to have you back in the studio.
Thank you, it's nice to be here.
Do you know, I was thinking back of the last time that I will have worked with you, and it was actually pre-COVID.
It was years ago. It was in the really tiny studio, the really small one.
It was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that you then brought to us the ultimate Sashiko source book.
I did.
Because it's been one of our best-selling books, and it's been one of your best-selling books as well.
It has, yes.
And we're about to celebrate 20 years.
I can't believe it, actually. Yes. We suddenly realised that 24th of May would be the exact 20th anniversary because, it was published on my 40th birthday, and my 60th birthday was coming up. So there you go, everybody knows my age now. And we were down at my publisher's discussing the next book, which I'm working on at the moment. And I just happened to mention it. I said, you probably don't realise, because the team down there are not the same team that worked on the original book. So you probably don't realise, but we're coming up to the 20th anniversary. Why don't we do something a bit special? So we had this idea of, we'd take the book, we'd do like a deluxe version of it in a really nice binding. It's a lay flat binding, by the way, so when you open it, the book stays open.
And I love that because this isn't just a coffee table book. It looks
No, it's
really
not.
nice, but it's one that you're going to want to work from as well.
Absolutely.
And it literally lies flat.
It's got everything from the original book, but we've also put in an extra set of 12 different designs. They come towards, well, I'll find it where it is for you.
Brilliant.
They come towards the end of the
Right,
pattern
so
directory.
you've got basically 100 different designs in here.
You have now, yes.
Including 12
if you include the new ones, yeah.
Which is
brilliant. We've actually hit that point. So we thought I'll make a new little sampler, which we have here. We'll be showing it to everybody in a moment. The size of the squares is basically the same as most of those in the pattern directory. So you could, if you wanted to, say, I'm not just going to do the 12 new designs, I'm going to add some of the others as well, make a much bigger quilt. Or you could just stick with the new ones. What we've done, we've presented them in a different way. So they're actual size on the page.
Oh, fantastic.
So if you want to, you can just trace them off.
Brilliant.
Which we thought would be, you know, really good for people who are complete beginners.
Well, because everybody can do Sashiko. This is what I love about it. It's so inclusive. It's actually
not
if you
too
can
difficult.
Do a running stitch.
If you do a running stitch, you can learn to do Sashiko,
Yeah.
definitely. I mean, the stitching technique is a little bit different because you kind of hold the needle still and you're sort of pleating the fabric on the tip of the needle.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that's different, and that helps you to keep the rows of stitches nice and smooth, and you don't end up with stitches sort of going off here and off there and off there. They're all going in the same line.
Yeah.
So that bit is a little bit different.
Now, these are all new designs, and
They
these
are.
are still, what I love also, especially with your knowledge, is that they aren't just patterns for the sake of being patterns. They've all got different meanings, different names. In the world of Japanese stitching, they all have such meaning to them.
Well, the thing is, most of them are traditional patterns. Just realised we've opened a page here where there's this one that looks like little leaves.
Yeah.
That kind of isn't. It's sort of like a little variation. I made a cushion a few years ago, and the design of that was taken from a vintage kimono that I've got that was made in the 1960s. And so I took the pattern from that. I turned it into a quilt. And then when I was teaching Sashiko, some of my students, we started playing around with the templates. We produced this, and it's like a cross between the cushion design, which incidentally, if anybody wants that cushion, the pattern for it is on my website for the grand sum of 1p.
Oh, brilliant.
It would have been free. I would have put it on as a freebie, but for some reason the website won't let me do that, so it's got to be a penny to get this. And it's called kokage, and that cushion design is actually on there. But that is like a more regular design adapted from that. So that one isn't really traditional, but the others are.
Now, can I mention, because there's a lot of you who are already getting involved in this, as I'm guessing you are collectors, because this is a limited edition.
5,000 worldwide.
Worldwide.
Worldwide. It's not just the UK.
And the
a lot
official
have gone off to-
publication is, you say, next Saturday.
It is
So we're
actually
lucky to
officially
have-
next Saturday. We've got it pre-release kind of thing, yeah.
Which is brilliant. So for anybody who knows they definitely want to get their hands on it, today's the day to do it. But for
It is.
anybody who is newer to Sashiko, can you just give us a little bit of an overview of what Sashiko is and how you fell into this being your passion, really?
Yeah, I'm afraid it's a long story, but I'll keep it as short as I possibly can. Sashiko, it's a traditional stitching method that was used for making things like farmers' clothes in the north, fishermen's and farmers' clothes all over Japan, household goods. It isn't really a repair technique. I think now people confuse it a little bit with borrow. It's something that was done when the garment was made or the item was made. You were kind of building in extra warmth and extra strength by stitching it. You were sort of building it against future wear and tear. And then, of course, as things like these jackets, like the very old one here in the book, you know, as things like this were used and worn, they became patched and patched and patched. So actually on page 9, there's 2 jackets which now we would say are borrow.
Right.
But at the time they were made, they wouldn't have been. They would have been like a patchwork jacket with a load of Sashiko on it. And the one that's on the opposite page, because we've got the little history section in the book again, of course.
And I love that.
You see, this one's done with this wonderful square spiral design. So it was, it wasn't really, it wasn't really a repair technique per se. Although you will find pieces of borrow that have got Sashiko on them.
Yeah.
Because, of course, the Sashiko was done when it was made. and then afterwards you'll find maybe there's some crude stitches and patches and things going on as well. But nowadays people are sort of mixing them up a little bit.
So you've got that whole section in the book which is learning more
give you
about
the history
of it. And then what
Getting
sort of tools
started.
that you need. Now,
Yes.
what is brilliant is it's very portable. I know you do this on the road, don't
I
you?
do. I've got my little work bag with me. I've got a whole load of work in there at the moment. It is. You don't need very much at all. You need a piece of fabric that's got your pattern on it. You need needle, pair of scissors, thread. Off you go. You don't need a hoop or anything like that.
Yeah.
So it is portable. I sit and if I'm watching a DVD or something, I sit and stitch usually when I'm doing that. And I've always got a bit of work on the go. I've just started a little bit this morning, in fact, while I was waiting to come on air. Yeah. So. Yeah, it's very portable. And the book shows you how to mark your own patterns. This is the thing. How to mark them the size that you want.
Right.
To fit the project that you're doing too.
Because
That's all
this doesn't
covered in
need
here.
to just be for quilting, does it? I know that people have done this onto garments, onto bags.
Yeah, we see the thing is, Sashiko isn't strictly speaking quilting. Traditionally, it's done through 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, sometimes 4 layers. But you find that things that have got very fancy designs, like the Froshki wrapping cloths. I think we've got a few pictures of those earlier on in the book.
Yeah.
There's name to flip. You'll see them when you get your own copy. You're looking at that. Yeah, that big noshi panel there. No, the Froshki wrapping cloths. Woo, where are we? We have a detail of one of them somewhere in here. Oh, there you go. There's one.
Right.
There.
Okay.
And it's something that's used to wrap anything. And depending on the size, you can wrap anything from, your lunchbox right through to a futon mattress, anything with these things. It depends how big they are. Those tend to be the things where you find the fanciest kind of patterns on old pieces anyway.
Right.
And then that's sort of the next one sort of in the food chain, if you like, is work jackets.
Yeah.
But they were often done for really, not just for work, but also for festival wear, something really good to wear. And then by the time you're onto things like, I've got floor rugs that are done with it, and I've also got these things called, I'm trying to remember the name of them now. They're for a katatsu table. So the cover that go over the katatsu table that people sit around. It traditionally has a heating element underneath the table, and sometimes those were done with it as well. But the more layers you get, the less elaborate the stitching gets. So all the fancy stitching is done on 1 layer, or at the very most 2.
So it isn't just quilters that come to you to learn, Sashiko?
No, embroiderers,
yeah.
It really appeals to people to do that as well. And traditionally it does not have wadding in it.
Right, oh, okay.
So I've got to now show you something which is in that book. This was on the original book cover. I dug these 2 cushion covers out. On the original cover, we have the 2 cushions. And believe it or not, yes, I just said it isn't traditional, but as an experiment, I'll move it over a little bit. Oh, and turn it towards me. It doesn't really matter which way around it is, actually. It's got a big fan in the corner. And this fan design was actually taken from Froshki wrapping cloths. But as an experiment, I put a very, very thin cotton wadding in this. My friends in Uzumaki, the people who taught me...
Because did you actually learn it in Japan then?
Yeah, I did, because I was out there as an English teacher. And my ex-next-door neighbour is now the person who's the leader of the local Sashiko group. So this is how it all happened, you see. And around about 2000, she was experimenting with putting quilting wadding and Sashiko together, and because she's also a keen quilter, and trying to work out ways of how can we use Sashiko with patchwork and quilting. So she said to me, would I stitch some experiments putting wadding in? And I thought, well, I can get my hands on a bigger range of wadding than she can. Uzumaki is quite rural, really, and they don't have any craft shops there. So I put in a very, very thin cotton wadding. What I can tell you is it wasn't worth it. It made it harder to stitch, a lot harder to stitch. And if I was doing this again, I would just skip the wadding. But the pattern on here, this is taken off one of those Froshki cloths, the wrapping cloths I just mentioned. And this was on the original book cover, as was this one. I've still got all the things, but I thought, well, I'm not going to bring them all here because next Saturday we're actually having a book launch at Frodsham in Chester. We've got an event on called Sashiko Fest.
Right, oh, brilliant.
It has got its own website, which is sashikofest.co.uk.
And that's in Chester, you say, in Cheshire?
Frodsham. It's near Runcorn, just off the M56. It's a free event. I'm going to be there. Japan Crafts are going to be there. Textile traders who bring in indigo fabrics, which actually are produced in Thailand for the Japanese market. They're going to be there.
And you say that's the sort of official launch of the book.
That is our official, kind of like our launch party. And we've got people demonstrating Japanese embroidery, braid making, kimono dressing. You can come along, and we've got some little workshops. We've got all sorts happening.
Fantastic. This is a really good chance now to be able to get your book ahead.
You can get it ahead of that if you want. And I'm doing a talk on the Saturday morning about how we did the book. So you'll get to hear all that kind of bump then. But they were the two things that we put on the book cover. So I thought I'd bring them along just to kind of point out that I do still have everything that appeared in the book. And I use everything as well.
Yeah.
They've all stood the test of time pretty well, really.
What I love about it is it isn't just a coffee table book. It isn't just the history and inspiration. It also is a real workbook. And that's why you wanted to have it, but it lies flat that you can work from it. And it's really, really well spaced out with photographs and illustrations.
Yeah. We made a good job first time round.
Each of the patterns.
Oh, you do. You get the whole pattern directory, which is most of the quilts, well, everything in the pattern directory, apart from the piece I stitched on cream, which is a separate sampler that I've got, everything ended up in the big quilt behind me, which you said before, gosh, that's so big. It makes us look tiny.
It is absolutely huge.
It's actually a full-size single bed quilt, that one. So I put all the samples together in that, but in the book, we've got the diagram showing you how to mark it all, and then we've got the picture of the actual piece, and you've got a little bit of history about where the pattern comes from, or if there's some sort of historical links or story behind it or whatever. Then it tells you how to do it as well. So that is all in there.
I just think it's really lovely to pick out some that are very meaningful for you, for like the good fortunes, or the ones that are really.
Somebody once said to me, are there any unlucky Sashiko patterns? I said, well, if there was an unlucky pattern, do you think anybody would actually bother stitching it? But the amazing thing with Sashiko patterns really is that they appear elsewhere in Japanese design. You'll find paper with them on. You'll find architectural details. Yeah, you do. If you went out there, you would see it all over the place, all the different patterns. You go, oh yeah, I know that one. And I'm sure that is how a lot of these patterns actually were, evolved into Sashiko, because Sashiko's been around for a few hundred years at least.
Wow.
The earliest examples that still exist in museums are probably early 19th century. That's about as far back as they go. Because I guess, the stuff was used up and worn out and thrown away. And really the heyday of traditional Sashiko in the area where I was living was the early 20th century. And then it had a big revival, you see, in the 80s and 90s. And elsewhere in Japan, they were starting the revival in the 70s. So it's really come back. I think it's come back and it's evolved as well. So
I think it's important to keep these old sort of crafts
absolutely,
alive.
Yeah.
There was a lady who messaged in, Poonam, who said that she's always thought that Sashiko was complicated. I've always loved the idea of Sashiko, but I thought it was very complicated. I love this book. Does it have to be done on denim, she's asked? What sort of fabric is it that we use?
No, denim is actually quite difficult to work on. The thing about stitching it on denim, I know a lot of people do, and I think it's because everybody thinks indigo blue. It does look stunning.
Yeah,
and I've got friends.
That's the look of it.
And I've got friends in Japan who have done pairs of jeans.
Wow.
Their tip is, if you're going to do a pair of jeans, unpick the plain seam and flatten it out, and it's much easier to stitch. And don't do it on stretched denim either, because that's just virtually impossible. But denim is quite a tough. Well, everybody knows denim is tough fabric. And it's got that kind of three-dimensional weave to it. It has that twill weave. And that is the thing that makes it so strong. And it's also the thing that makes it really resistant to hand stitching. So if you are going to do something on denim, for goodness sake, pick something that's a fairly lightweight or pretty worn. I mean, I've promised my husband I'm going to do his denim jacket. But I did I did make sure it was nice and soft.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Well, this goes on to it again perfectly. Margaret says, I love Sashiko. Can you use any cotton or do I have to buy a specific kind of fabric?
Well, you need something you can get the thread and the needle through.
So a loose weave, ideally?
It needs to be a lower thread count than
okay.
normal patchwork fabric, generally. And I always think it's a kind of a good guide. If it frays easily, it's probably going to be good for Sashiko.
Right, okay.
The fabric that was stitched on was one that is actually produced in Japan specially for Sashiko. It's called Azamino cotton, and it's produced by Olympus, who do the threads that we've got.
Yeah.
But having said that, when I did the book, I've got a few things in there which are done on things like 50-50 linen cotton, you know, the kind of stuff you use for dressmaking, making trousers, that kind of thing. And there's even a bag earlier on in the book.
So are there actual projects as well as just star stitch charts?
We skipped past them.
So it goes from the history.
It goes from the history to all the information for getting started.
Yeah.
All the things you need to know about marking, stitching, all your materials. That's all covered in there. And then you see we've got this section here of projects, starting with easy little ones. So I did some greetings cards.
I love that.
I also found this wonderful picture frame, and I put some little panels in that as well. You know, it's amazing what you can find that you can kind of adapt to Sashiko. And then I did coasters, I did some placemats. Whoops, let's go on to the next bit. Oh, that's showing you the placemats in detail.
Oh, this is it. Look, it's all broken down
Yeah,
so
it shows you what to do. But the thing is, if you think, oh, well, I don't want to do that pattern, I want to pick a different one out of the pattern directory, you can.
Yeah.
You see, you can use that instead. And then I did some cushions.
I like how flexible it is.
It is, very, very, very. And then I did these bags. That one was done on checked fabric. I used the checks to line the pattern up. You see that sometimes in old Sashiko.
So it doesn't even necessarily need to be
It's not always on plain fabric. No.
Susan books are fab. I've just ordered the source book. I started with a clamshell and now I'm doing Mount Fuji.
There's all sorts.
And also
There
the
really
cloud
is.
panels as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we've got some great panels as well to bring you.
I'm
But
gonna
it
show
does talk you how
the-
to mark up on
Oh,
plain
it does. I mean,
fabric.
this is the whole idea, is you can draw your own stuff. And there's a little checked bag here. I don't know if you can see that in the book. That was actually 2 tea towels out of IKEA. So you need to sort of put your Sashiko fabric radar on and keep an eye on anything that sort of looks suitable, really. It needs, as I said, it needs to be a lower thread count. There's a lot of Indian cotton things that are great. I've bought tablecloths and all sorts of stuff.
I would think, oh, that's going to easily fray. I'll avoid that. But now I'm thinking, oh, I can use that.
That
So open up a whole new universe of fabrics that you've got in your stash, thinking that's going to fray.
I've bought things like ready-made napkins so many times, and just done a little Sashiko thing in the corner.
Yeah.
You know, and that's absolutely fine. I did a Norrin curtain. That's a very traditional sort of thing. I've actually got those hanging up in my house. It's a good thing to hang in front of the door of your sewing room. Oh, and the little drawstring bags. At the moment, that one's doing duty as my show cash bag. I use the things, you see, that I put in the books. And there's the 2 cushions that I just showed you, the 2 cushion covers. So there's all those projects in there. And a table runner. I think we're probably... Yeah, we're at the end of the projects now. And then you go into the pattern directory. And once you're in the pattern directory, it starts with the easy stuff. And then it works up, you see. It goes harder and harder and harder. More challenging.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you start at the beginning, by the time you're getting onto the things which are a little bit more complicated, you know how to do it. You've learned how to do it. So it progresses you through really nicely.
Donna says, I always take my Sashiko on holiday with me. It's really relaxing.
Well, we've got something else to show in a moment as well that kind of links to the idea of taking things on holiday. You know, we've got a section here where I looked at, you know, different motifs, family crest designs. We're actually going to be looking at the panels that have got the crests on as well in the second show.
Tracy says, I bought my first kit and booked for something to do when I was going for a hospital stay. And she says, I've been hooked ever since. It's so calming and it's simple.
It is.
Or as difficult as you want. Sometimes you probably want to, like you say, you can watch a film and do something. Or sometimes you think, actually, I want to really challenge myself and do something more complex.
Yeah, get it marked up and then, you know, you've got something you can take away. So I did a whole section there of motifs, and then we did a little bit about hitomizashi, which is, it looks a bit like blackwork, and this is the kind of Sashiko that was done very much in the town where I lived. And there's a lot of samples in here. It was stitched by my friends, actually.
Is this with 2 threads then? Or
That is actually done with 2 lines of stitching.
Okay.
But often in traditional Sashiko, people did use a doubled thread.
Okay.
And it makes the stitch kind of spread out a little bit. Having said that, it's because they were mostly using 4-ply or 3-ply Sashiko thread, which is thinner than the 6-ply that's the most popular today. But you can use the 6-ply doubled. I've got some bits that I've stitched that I'm going to show you in a moment, where I've used it double for a sort of really chunky effect. But you can use either. You can do it either way.
Could I do this on calico? Is calico quite?
You know, there's calico and calico, isn't there? I mean,
that is
this is one of the problems. You know, people often think, oh, I've got this calico, and it turns out it's upholsterer's calico, and it's really tough, really tightly woven. You can't use it for doing any hand sewing. Something like Osnaburg, do you know Osnaburg cloth?
Yeah.
That's about the kind of thing that you want.
Okay.
That is really good.
Lots of questions about fabrics. Now, also, talking about a fabric, it sort of leads me on to talking about our needles. So, is there a specialist Sashiko needle? Obviously, we're talking about thicker threads here.
There are quite a few different ones. They don't put sizes on them like we have, you know, a sharp number 10 or 9 or anything. They don't do that. But usually on the back of the packet, it's got the length and the width of it in millimetres. Yeah, like that one there. I'm actually using one of those at the moment, the Clover ones. It's a really handy, versatile pack. And
there's one in the centre, a really long needle.
But there's two. They're quite long. They're not massively long. So I've got one on the go at the moment. You can see it's not huge. It's just a nice needle when I'm doing designs that, you know, if they change in direction a lot, I tend to go for this pack. And then I think we've also got the pack of the 3, haven't we?
Yeah, we've got the pack of 3. That one's about to sell
out. The 3 really long ones, we'll show a picture of that in a moment, no doubt. And the really long needles are good for those hitomis, actually, the one-stitch Sashiko, because when you stitch those, you're doing a straight line going back and forth.
And is this where you say you almost gather your stitches onto your needle?
Yeah.
And it's $3.99.
Particularly when you're doing... Oh, that's really good. That's excellent. Anyway, back to the book. The new patterns, and I will show you this in just a moment. I think we actually have pictures of the designs.
Oh yes, these new designs. Yeah, we have got some of these available. We can show you as well.
And I stitched these in colours. This is something else in the book. I've done all the stitches where I've put a little bit of the pattern in colour, and it shows you where the lines go. Because when I was first learning, that was the bit I found difficult to understand.
Well, you look and you think, well, where has it started and where
does it start,
end?
where does it finish?
Yeah.
And there was one pattern in particular called Asanoha, which is hemp leaf, and that really confused me. It looks like 6-pointed stars all sort of locked together. I couldn't work out how you would stitch that at all. And then I saw a sample that was stitched by my Sashiko teacher's teacher. She'd used colour, and I thought, that is absolutely genius. So what I did when I did the whole book was I stitched all the samples and I put little bits of colour in them.
So would you recommend for someone who is starting out to get yourself different colours to, you know, plan your routes of where you're stitching?
You don't have to, but it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh, and that's great. Traditionally, we think about the indigo with the creams, but actually, I love your samples that you've got with these beautiful
There's
bright
loads
colours.
of coloured threads nowadays. It's really been a complete colour explosion. Mostly led by the Japanese thread manufacturers, actually. It's not something that they've sort of come up with because they think foreigners are going to like it. And the funny thing is, actually, abroad, the traditional white or cream or blue is the big seller.
Yeah.
At the moment in Japan, coloured threads on white or cream are really, really fashionable for making little cloths. I think we're going to come on to those in a minute.
This is a really great bundle, by the way.
Yeah,
brand
we
new
have got
bundle in.
that.
It's less than £20, and it is Olympus, which is
super quality, really.
Yeah. These are especially. This is not like our embroidery threads that we use for.
It's the Olympus thread. It's you don't split it.
Okay.
The thing I suppose
is it 6 strands still?
It is 6-ply, but you don't split it.
Right.
And in thickness, it's about the same sort of thickness as a number 8 perle.
Right.
It's pretty close to that, but you do not split it. You just use it as it is. And when you open it out, here's one I opened out earlier.
Variegated in there as well. They look lovely.
Well, I've got all sorts stashed
hidden
away in here.
In there too.
Right. This is one that I opened out earlier. I know it's a little bit messy at the moment. But when you open out your skein of thread, you'll find it's all tied together in one place. And so what I do with it is I cut through the bundle, and then I plait it. But I put the little band, the thread band, back on, I know this is looking very tatty. It's been in my work bag for ages. I put the band. It shows you in the book.
Yeah, I was going to say, you do talk about this,
actually,
don't
I think
you?
it's just over the page. Is it over the page? It is. It's somewhere in here. There it is. There it is. There. And I usually put the band back on because, particularly with the white and cream, once you started doing a lot of Sashiko and you've got a big thread collection, sometimes you get to the point you think, hang on, I've run out of thread. What was it? And then, especially with the white and the cream, it can be hard to tell which one it was.
Right, so
but if you've got the little label on, you see, I know if I need to reorder that, that is Sashiko thread 111. And I did put it into a little plait. I know it's looking a bit messy now. And then to pull the threads out of the plait, all I do is just do that, pull it from the loopy end.
Right.
And you're probably thinking, what are these little stringy bits round here? Well, if I've got a bit left over, I tend to just tie it round. I know, this is just my little way of parking a bit of thread. I just tie it round like that, and then if I need a shorter bit, I just go back to it and it's all together.
Yeah, good
Instead
idea.
of it being like a sort of bird's nest at the bottom of the
How
work
much
bag.
do you generally use in one, one go? Do you use an arm length of thread or to an elbow or?
Well, when you open out the skein, that and you cut through it, that is the length of thread that you will get, which is...
So you're ready to go?
It is about that, really. You're ready to go. Basically, you've got it cut for you. And the little bit that I'm stitching at the moment, I'm actually using it doubled on here. It's one of the panels that you've got over there, which
So that will give it
we will
that
get
more
to later in the
dense-
hour. Yeah, and so I'm using it doubled, and I thought it'd be just nice to do the outlines. So I've just started with a little knot on the back, and I'm just stitching it through. I don't know whether you'll actually get to see this.
You might need
very
to
well.
just come closer.
I might need to come closer,
Thank
put it over here, and then we do the overhead. Brilliant. And I'm just sort of pleating the stitches on the tip of the needle. You know, you can do this on a straight line or a gentle curve. And it's one of the, I don't want to sort of spill the beans, but they're over there, the panels that we've got. It's one of the panels that you're selling, because I have them in my shop too, and I thought, oh, I'll bring it in, do a little bit on it. Just pull that through. And then let it gather up and ease it out a little bit, hanging on to the place where it changed direction. I just don't want the gather to go back into that bit there.
So is your aim to get the stitches the same length?
Fairly even, but you know, if you've got a panel like this, follow what's printed.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might find that on the design, some of the stitches are a bit longer than others. Just go with what is on the printed panel, if that's the case. Otherwise, I aim for about 3 millimetres or 1/8 of an inch, and the gap in between about half that, and that seems to come out pretty good. But when you look at old Sashiko, some of it's got bigger stitches, some of it's got smaller stitches, so it does vary a little bit, you know. If you've got a piece that's printed with the design, follow the stitches on that, because that's what the designer's worked out will work for it. But, you know, if you're doing it yourself, you just got a straight line and you're just placing the stitches, well, yeah. You'll find you sort of settle down to your own little rhythm. It's a bit like with hand quilting. Yeah. Everybody's is very slightly different, very slightly different. So
just to remind you before we go on to the panels, because yes,
we
now
haven't
we've seen
shown you the
those.
sampler.
We've got the panels, we've got the card deck, we've got more threads to offer you, we have got your traditional cream, we've got all sorts.
I'll tell you what, should we jump on that card deck just very quickly? Because we explain
just to remind
what
you,
the card deck is.
Brand new book in today. It's literally hot off the press. There's 5,000 copies
worldwide,
printed, and it's not going to be reprinted.
It's not. We're not going to redo it like this. This is just because it's the anniversary of the book.
Yeah, definitely make
and
the
now,
most of it.
And now I will show you the little sampler. If we pop this out, this is all the new patterns, and I think I also did send most of these in, so you can see the other pictures as well.
I like the tie quilting as well.
Well, yeah, I wanted to do it in a really simple way, so that I'm going to tie this rather than actually quilting it. But if you wanted to, you could quilt it.
Wow.
And like I said before, you could use any of the other block patterns that are in the book. You know, any of the Sashiko designs will work.
Yeah, so you can keep going bigger and bigger.
Yeah,
and
you can
bigger
make
with
it
this
bigger and bigger. And you may have spotted in the book we used coloured threads again, you know, like we did in the original part. But on this, they're not coloured. On this, it's all in cream. Why? Well, because the blocks were sent back to me and I put them down. I dragged them around the country with me. Well, we were doing lots of shows in the autumn. Yeah. And I had the sewing machine and I had all the bits with me. And I kept thinking, I will get this put together in a hotel room. I didn't. And then I couldn't find where I had put the original blocks. And I was
no, so you've redone it all again.
we had a van full of stuff, we were doing shows. And I thought, how long is it going to take me to completely gut the van and go through absolutely everything? Where has it gone? Where has it gone? And I was just completely mystified. And in the end, I thought, hang on a minute, it's going to take me about 3 days to redo this lot. So I just went for it, and I restitched the whole lot. I thought, if I'm going to restitch them all, I'm going to do them all just in cream on blue, so you can see what it all looks like in the one colour. And that way you sort of get it done twice in the book. So that's the reason why on here. I know it's so funny, really. And of course, predictably, as soon as I got it finished, I found them. They were at the bottom of a box. I didn't expect them to be in with a load of other stuff.
But we wouldn't have. It's beautiful.
But,
It's good to see them both in colours and in also cream.
Yeah.
And these are all the 12 new editions that are brand new for the limited edition. This is brilliant. So within this book, I mean, it's one of the best-selling books that we've ever had at Sewing Street. That was published in 2005.
2005. It was a book that took quite a long time to do. We actually started work on that book in 2003. I think it's the longest time I've spent working on a book.
But it's really comprehensive,
I had to get a lot of help from my friends in Japan, and I mean a lot of help. I had friends in USA who were translating stuff that they found. They had some stuff from the local archives, where they'd interviewed Sashiko stitchers back in the 1980s, and it was all held in the local archives. And then, of course, I was using Japanese Sashiko books, and this is before you had clever things like Google Translate, which you can now put on your phone. You hover it over the Japanese, and it puts it into pretty good English, actually.
Yeah.
It was before that was invented, and I would get, because my Japanese reading is not great, I'd have my dictionary, I'd get completely stuck on the meaning of something, and I'd end up... I had friends, there used to be a company called Euro Japan Links, and Shiro from Euro Japan Links helped me a huge amount with translation as well. But as I said, my friends in Japan did too. So that's why it took so long to produce the book. We had so much input from Japanese Sashiko specialists that sort of fed through into me. And they were teaching me, and I was learning really as well while I was actually producing the book. And there is, in the back of the book, like an inspiration gallery of their work.
Oh, wow.
That's in the original book too.
Yeah.
And obviously we've kept it in this one. And by the way, when you kind of navigate this book, I don't know if you can sort of really see this.
There is a lot of work, so you can just go and access all this information.
Have you noticed this? The edges of the pages are coloured.
Oh, I love that.
Right. Well, it's not just to make it look pretty.
Okay.
It's so you can find your way through the book.
Chapters.
So the blue section, section is the bit where we've got their little inspiration gallery of things that they made, and these are all done. These were all by my friends from Uzamachi, who, after the book was published, they formed User Sashiko Guild. So they've now got. Well, they actually just call themselves User Sashiko, but when we translate it to English, we translate it to User Sashiko. It's exactly the same as in Japanese, but we stick the word guild after it, so people understand that it's a group who are stitching. They meet every Friday, and they're handing on the traditional patterns. And now we've even got to the stage, some textile tours go up there. And have lessons with them and go and visit them in their local community centre, and they put a day on for them. It's absolutely fantastic.
It's what is brilliant. And I know there's a lot of people out there who I talk about it all the time to lots of guests and demonstrators that come here that would love to go to Japan. I was only talking to Adam Brooks the other day. He's off to Japan later on. And there's so many of us that aspire, because it does have so much history in the crafts world as well.
Yes, there is.
And to have all that knowledge within a book, if you can't get to Japan or to a Sashiko Fest next weekend, there's so much knowledge, history, design, and comprehensive instructions as well. I just think it's a really lovely handbook, source book, to be able to pass down those traditions and techniques as well and learn them, especially the special edition. I know a lot of collectors that will be getting their limited edition. Can I ask, are you signing these?
They've all got signed book plates. I brought them in this morning, so do make sure they get stuck in the books, please.
Brilliant.
I was signing them all up last night, but they're all to go in. So
amazing. So it's going to be a signed edition as well.
We'll have a book plate. Not just signed, it has a little book plate thing for you. Can we show the card deck?
Let's do that.
Because that kind of works with this. The card deck. Sorry. My editors at David and Charles said to me, "We've got this idea for a card. Oh, you haven't opened it yet. We've got this. Can
on, open it.
Can I cut through those bits?
You can open it.
I've got a super spiky pair of scissors.
Now this card deck. It works in conjunction with the book. It doesn't have the 12 additional designs? Obviously,
No, it
that's the
doesn't, because it was done before.
This is the anniversary.
Before the limited edition. This is based on the original book.
But these are brilliant. Like you said, a lot
Yeah.
of people are messaging saying, I like to do my Sashiko on the move.
Well, that's it.
holidays."
This is where the card deck idea came. It wasn't my idea. My editor approached me about it. She said, we'd like to do a card deck based on your book, your Sashiko book. And well, my Sashiko 365 book had just come out. We're going to look at that in the second show. And I thought, 365 cards? No way, they're just crazy. She said, no. The first one you did, Ultimate Sashiko. I said, oh, right, it's doable. And at first they were only going to give me 50 cards. I said, well, hang on, you need 52. Then you've got one for every week of the year, haven't you?
Oh,
and you can do it that way.
amazing.
So we've got a little booklet. And what's in the booklet is all you need to be able to do what's in here.
Oh, you can challenge yourself like Gina once a week.
Exactly. What you could do one a week.
Gina's doing the 365-degree
right.
challenge.
Oh, the 365-day one, brilliant. You don't have
Did
to
I
do
say
what.
degree?
Yeah, you did. You don't have to do. You don't have to do one of those every day. You know, you can do more than one in a day and skip a few days. And no one's going to come round and check on you or anything. But I thought it would work nicely in that format of like one a week. So we put all the info that you needed from the Getting Started section into the little booklet, and then here are
How
the
handy
cards.
is this? They've done a great job on this. You must have been thrilled.
I was actually. I was kind of intrigued by the whole concept of the card deck, because what you can do then is you can say, well, actually, I'm going to work on this one this week. This one's Rhyme on the Lightning Spiral. There you go. You're going to work on this one. So you take the card, you mark your piece of fabric up, pop it in your work bag, and off you go. You're not having to cart the whole book around with you. So on the front of the card, you get the picture of what you're stitching. You get the little history bit on the front as well.
Brilliant.
Oh, and the name and the translation of it into English. Then you turn it over on the back, and you have got your diagram, and it tells you, like, mark a grid. The sample grid is 3 inches. Mark individual spirals with lines at 3/8 of an interval. From the top, following the red arrows, stitch the vertical lines, and you turn it over. You see all the different colours used on it, and you just follow the details.
And do you
of it.
have some of the favourites in here? You know, like the clamshells.
Yeah, they're all in
Seven
there.
Treasures.
Yeah, they're all in there. The thing with this was I think I had to whittle down something like 60 patterns into the 52 that I liked most.
Oh, so these are your faves. These are your picks then. Oh,
Well,
look, there's Link 7 Treasures. I
yeah,
love
yeah,
that. You see
yeah.
that a lot on, like you say, Japanese papers.
Shippo Tsunagi is so easy to do as well. And again, because it runs in the same order as the book.
Right.
So it goes from the easiest one to the harder ones. Yeah. So it's pretty good fun, really.
Brilliant.
Somebody said to me, could you play card games with it? And I said, well, not really, because you've got designs on the back, which would kind of give away what was on the front, wouldn't it? But it's also a thing you could share it with friends, or if you if you say had a group project.
Yeah, lovely resource.
You could give people the bit that they were stitching. And we realised when I went through it that most of the patterns I'd actually done them on a 6-inch area. You see, when I was working on the book originally, I looked at some of the designs and thought some of them needed to be a little bit bigger. So they did need to be a little bit bigger. And some of them are a little bit smaller because I felt they didn't need quite, we didn't have to show so many repeats on them. But most of them are 6 inches, or you could do them on a 6-inch square.
So again, you could do a sampler quilt. This could
course
be
you
on
could.
a cushion. This could be
Well,
on a coaster, on a placemat.
I know a few people who have. Last autumn, we toured a lot of the quilts out of my Sashiko books with Grosvenor shows, and I borrowed one from Jane Darley, and she's over near Doncaster, and she did an absolute stunner where she stitched all of the blocks and she used a shaded thread for them all, and they looked absolutely fab. So I have a Sashiko group on Facebook. It's just named after this book. It's just called Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook and Sashiko 365. And for the year, I did a different design every week. I showed it. I didn't show you the actual grid. What I did, I showed you the pattern, talked a bit about the pattern, showed you some other examples of it as well. Because I couldn't do the whole lot because my publisher would have had a fit. I'd sort of spilled, because there were still people buy the card deck. And she was stitching along, Jane, and I kept thinking, it suddenly dawned on me that actually she was quite a bit ahead of where I was in releasing the patterns. And yeah, she got it finished well before the end of the
wow.
year. But we borrowed that, and we had that on show, along with some other customer makes as well, which was really nice. You know,
if you struggle with a bit of inspiration, just pick a card out, pick a card and stitch it.
Yeah, you could
and
do it that way.
It's not like you're committing to even, starting a whole new quilt.
No.
Just half an hour. If you're the sort of person that think, oh, I haven't got time to do hand stitching, you're probably the sort of person that needs to do it, actually.
Yeah, you could do a little piece like this and border it with some other fabric and make it into anything you want.
Brilliant.
Really. And anything you could put a quilt block into, you can put a square of Sashiko into.
Yeah.
We're going to be looking at that anyhow in the second hour a little bit. But I think we have got some panels we wanted to very, very, very quickly look at. These are nothing to do with the book, by the way, but you had them in stock, so I said, why don't we do them on the show?
Everybody who has got the card deck, well done, because I love that concept of being able to take it on the move.
You can use it on its own, or you can use it with the book. If you only want to just buy the card deck, you can just get the card deck.
It's not a necessity that
no,
you
it's
get
not.
both, but they do work nicely in conjunction with
They
it
do.
together.
They're designed to work together.
For the projects.
Or they can work separately, whichever you like, really. I'll tell you what, we'll whisk that away so I'm not distracting you with it.
So I've got we're going to do the grid first. Now, this is the only kind of way this comes in, because we've got a few different panels. Now, I know how limited this is, so if you do want the grid, you can start marking up your own designs on it, I presume.
Can I borrow the book again? Yes.
This one's your edition, isn't it? It's your book.
Is this my book? Oh, yes.
I think that one is yours, yeah.
No, I've got mine on the trolley. The one that's personally mine. This was actually in the studio when I came in. Don't worry, it's one of yours. Right, there's a section in here.
Now, these are pre-printed panels, but they completely disappear when washed.
They do,
okay.
they do.
So the perfect fabric to be stitching on.
There's a section in this book called Hitomizashi. And in this section, you've got patterns which are stitched on a grid structure. And they're small, they're very small patterns. They look a bit like black work or something like that. So normally what you do is you mark a grid. But nowadays you can get fabric that's printed with a dot grid. Now this one is particularly clever because they alternate rows of dots with crosses.
Right.
So it's actually a little bit easier to use that than just one that's just got dots. And what you can do is either mark the pattern that you want to stitch on it, or you can just say, oh, I know that pattern, I'm just going to kind of go dot to dot to dot. But all of these would work on it.
Oh, brilliant.
And there's...
How big is the fabric that's included in here?
That is, the finished size of that as a cloth is 30 by 30 centimetres.
Right.
12 inches by 12 inches.
Oh, okay, so it's a good sized block.
Yeah, I'm going to say a little bit about that. I'm keeping an eye on the clock now because we've only got about 10 minutes left, haven't we? Yeah, you could use this, you see, to do any of the patterns in this section. It's rather clever. This did not exist when the book was first done, you know. When I first did the book, there weren't that many printed patterns available at all, or panels. So this kind of thing didn't exist. That's why I didn't cover it in the book.
Now you get instructions within here as well, don't you?
You do get instructions on how to use it. Yeah, there's like a little folded paper booklet inside.
But once again, very handy if you want to pick out some of your designs.
Yeah, if you're a Hitomizashi addict, and I know some of my customers certainly are, who do loads of it, then these are really good. They're really fun. And yeah, it's dot to dot. That's the only way to describe it, really.
Brilliant.
It's designed for doing these smaller patterns. You could, in theory, use it to mark the bigger ones as well. You'd have to be working metric, but that's no big deal. Most people do that, I think. But because it's a 5mm size of the grid.
We did have a lot of people who were messaging at the start of the show asking about the certain fabrics to use. This is a really good way to introduce yourself, to get going, to know the feel, to know what you feel comfortable with. It's quite a versatile craft.
It's very versatile, and this is a lovely fabric as well. It's produced by a company called QH, and they get them printed in Japan, ship them to Australia, and then distributed.
Oh, it's well travelled.
I know, it's very well travelled.
85% cotton and 15% linen.
That's what I was about to point out. This one's got a little bit of linen in it, which gives it a lovely texture, and it's that natural greyish colour. It's not bleached or dyed in any way. So it's got a really lovely soft shade to it. We've got a whole load more as well. And then I want to show them off those. But I'll tell you what I'll do first, just very, very quickly, if I may. I'll show you what these panels are actually made for, okay? Because what we call them Sashiko samplers usually.
Wow.
Now, I've got, on my little trolley,
patterns. They could make blocks on.
Well, precisely. What they actually are, there's a little cloth that people make in Japan called a hanafukin, and this is one of them. This one was made by my friend Reiko, and it's the same, similar kind of fabric to what's used in most of these, which is called sarashi. And sarashi is quite an absorbent fabric. It's a little bit loosely woven, and it's actually used for making the base layer of kimono clothing. You know, the base layer, the hadajuban as they call it. And that's the first layer you wear because it's super, super absorbent. So she's made a little cloth. She's marked this pattern herself, as you can see. She's marked it with something that didn't wash out properly, but it's still beautifully done. And she's actually done a little bit of a plique as well. So that's one that she did from scratch. And then I've got some here. Oh, it's done. It isn't stitched through 2 layers, this one. It's actually stitched through 1 layer. She's folded it over. Now, I've got one that I've done the very traditional way. This is actually one of the Olympus designs.
Nice.
You could get this in, actually. For the next time I come for a show, we could get this one in. And it's one that I have in my shop and online. So this pattern, it's based on it's 2 different traditional patterns, these little zigzag lines. And when you turn it over, you can see that I've actually stitched through 2 layers. But the back does not look the same as the front. That is not possible because the stitch length is a little bit longer on the front than on the back. So the back will always look slightly different to the front. I've stitched with 2 layers, and instead of starting and finishing with a knot, which is the way that I was originally taught, I've done this method. It's actually called kasane, it just means layered. And you start by stitching a little bit away from the beginning of the line. So I'd start about there. You bury the end in between the 2 layers. And of course, you are stitching from the front because the markings for this were on the front, not on the back. And you stitch back towards the start of the line. Then you turn around and you stitch down. So you can see, looking at these lines, the beginning is always a little bit thicker than the rest, which is something that personally I don't really like. So usually I don't make them up in this very, very trad way. Usually what I do is I stitch through 1 layer. This is actually out the same range as those, but I realised today it's a design that we haven't got. I stitched through 1 layer, like I've done there.
So this is how the cloths come, where they've got the pre-printed on the one side and then the reverse of it. So you can choose if you want to go through both layers. But if, like you prefer to just go through single, then yes, you can use it.
Yeah, you can. And the reason I've snipped that thread off, because it's gone very, very frayy there, that one.
Gorgeous. Let me spin it round.
Oh, spin it round, get the right way round. Sorry, this is
great to see all the different colours as well.
We have some of the others out of the range, but not this one. I'm realising.
Can we do this one? Because this one's we've got a good range of different designs.
Patterns,
I'm going to open this out so you can see, because this one has got a great range of some of the most, I would say,
and that's on the
popular.
That's 100% cotton, that one.
This is lovely. Once again, it finishes as a 12-inch. Cloth. Now you do get instructions, so hopefully you've got the book, but if you don't panic, because it does come with your little pamphlet which has got the instructions on.
I'll lay it out there like that. You see, the way I would approach this as well, personally, I would go round each circle first, and then I would do the filling in.
Do you start anywhere in particular?
I like to say I would just start by going right round the first circle, then going round the other circles, then filling in the rest of the design. And I actually, with this, if I was going to stitch through both layers, I'd probably put a line of tacking, going one way, then going the other way.
Right.
And then at the end, you fold the edges in all the way round, and you slip stitch it, which is what I did on that one back there.
But it is, as I say, you've got, if you do want to do it single,
if you want to do it single, that's fine. And at the weekend, I had a customer came to see me at Malvern, because we've just done the Malvern show.
Oh, brilliant.
And she'd done this fantastic bag, and she'd used one of these panels, she'd used that for the one side, and then the other side, on the blank bit, she'd used that for the other side of the bag, and she'd marked a design out of one of my books.
That's a good idea.
So it looked really, really nice the way she'd done it. And she put a little touch of colour in it. I mean, that's something else, just something like this. So this is another one that's on my to-do list. And I would have brought my one from my own stock in today and had a little go at it, except I've only got one left. It is very, very popular, this design. And my idea is I want to use the gold-coloured thread that we've got. We've got some of that over there as well. I want to use the gold-coloured thread Oh, no, the bright one I was going to use, actually.
Oh, you go for this one.
Yeah, well, I might use the two together. Use one on one side because it's got two lines on the circle, and then use the other one. But I would like to use both of them on that. And there is one there called Cumulus Cloud.
Oh, let's see if we can find that one.
Yeah, have a look, see if you can find it. I think we've got it. Yep, there, okay. Because I've actually started on this one.
Oh, you've got that one open, fabulous.
I've got this one opened out and I've started on it.
That looks great.
Now with yours, let's have a little look. Yeah,
Only £12.99 as well. What a great way to know that you've got the correct fabric, pre-printed designs. You're not having to do your own grids. Just get stitching.
Yeah,
Problem is, loads of these panels are selling out already on pre-order. I think when you spilled the beans earlier on, everybody headed to the web, which is fine. We love it. You found them already.
You are doing them on an incredibly low price as well, I have to say.
Are they?
Yes, they are.
£12.99.
Yes. Well, what I was about to say is the Cumulus Cloud. They've been producing these designs for the last few years, the company that make them, QH. And when they first did them, the little instruction leaflet, instead of making it as a leaflet, they printed it on the back of the fabric. So all this stuff washes...
And it's in English?
It's in
Not
English.
in Japanese?
Yeah, they do theirs in English. But this all washes out, okay? So you could get rid of that afterwards.
Okay, so some of them come with the ones with the little pamphlet like I've got here, in English.
Those are the designs that came out maybe the following year. This is one of the original ones they brought out a few years back.
But if I still wanted to do it like the lady, do your stitching first, then wash this, and this is still then perfectly good fabric to use.
Of course it is. It will all wash out.
That will wash out.
And when I say wash, it's just a case of, give it a rinse in cool water in a hand basin. You don't have to put it through a full wash, or use detergent or anything like that.
Yeah.
No, you just do it like that. So, so we've got quite a few of those.
That one's definitely going to sell out, by the way. I think, you've all spotted the pricing that we're doing. Now, I know that we are running out of time, so we're going to do one more, but what we'll do is we will obviously get everybody to head to the website, and we've got a whole other hour with you.
We have. I'm coming back.
So which shall we squeeze in?
Oh, let's have a little look.
There's one with animals ending in
yes, get one.
Told.
There's 4 Seasons, and there's also Good News. Is it those
4
two
Seasons, I believe, sold out. It's this one.
Oh, has it? Oh, Aranami, it's got rabbits on it. It's really cute. Yeah, it relates to...
It's a bit more of a modern take on...
Well, this actually relates to a very old Japanese legend about a rabbit running over the waves. I can't remember the exact story. But, there's all got... In the ranges that they do, QH, if they do it in the dark blue, it tends to relate a bit more to traditional stuff. And the ones that they put on the greys tend to be the slightly more modern ones, actually. But that's a really delightful one. There's
only 5 of those remaining.
Is there?
Yeah, only 5. Everything has been flying out. All the panels are going. We do have more panels when Susan's back in an hour. But remember, this book, limited edition, the 20th anniversary limited edition of the Ultimate Sashiko.
And they're all signed with the book plate.
Hundreds have already gone. Those of you that want it, please be aware that once our stock is sold out, we can't get any more.
No, you can't.
So today's the day definitely to make the most of it. It's a really, really busy day, and I'm so thrilled that everybody's making the most of it. It's not just, the same with a new hardcover as the Ultimate Sashiko Sourcebook. It's now got an additional 12 Sashiko designs and instructions for beautiful quilted wall hangings. Is everyone all right back there? Anyway, thank you so much, Susan.
Thank you.
We'll see you
Thanks.
in an hour.
We'll see you in a bit,
Now, the excitement continues because Stuart has literally been eagerly awaiting on the edge of his seats to launch the most amazing fabric collection. I'm so excited for you. You've already found it on pre-order. It's Indian Summer with Stuart Hillard coming up after this.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. Although apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello, welcome back. Oh my gosh, I am sorry that we are 10 minutes late, because I know how many people have been waiting for this. And well done on already getting involved on pre-order, because it is the day that we are finally, a collection that we've all been talking about for so long with Stuart, behind the scenes. I know that he's been talking about it across the social media and to you at home. So everybody who has been after the brand new Stuart Hillard Indian Summer collection, it has finally landed. It is here. And we've got options galore. I said to Stuart, I don't know how we're going to get all this in an hour, because this is options. We've got mega bundles. We've got quilt bundles in different colourways. We've got individual fabrics by the half a metre. But for me, best way of getting this today is in your mega bundle. We've also got new patterns. We've got projects galore. So everybody who wants to get their hands on the mega bundle, think about the amount of projects you're going to be able to make. It is 7.5 metres, 15 individual fabrics, which we're going to ooh and ah have a good look through all of them with the designer himself. And we have a fabulous selection of examples of what you're going to be able to make, from bags to cushions to dresses, home furnishings, obviously quilts as well. And we do have, for the launch, a brand new quilt pattern. So, without further ado, let's meet the designer. Hello.
Hello.
Firstly, massive congratulations, because it's always an exciting day when we have a new fabric launch, and it's been a while since we've seen a...
Yep, Had You Made was the last one with
yeah.
Lewis Irene. So I've worked with Lewis Irene again to create this sort of essential summer collection.
And it takes a long time, doesn't it, to develop.
And it takes a lot of time and a lot of thought, a lot of planning, a lot of heart, and lots of kind of backwards and forwards. But I'm really happy with how the range has turned out.
Yes.
It's pretty, it's soft, it's summery, and you've got 3 different colourways that you can use either on their own or mix them together.
Yeah, I mean, the mega bundle is mega. I mean, you are getting everything, all of them. Now, we weren't sure, actually. I was saying, in the mega bundle, are you going to get all the prints? And you do. Because we've put together some fabulous quilt kits for you. So we did want to make sure that, you know, you do get as much, well, hopefully as many opportunities to get it. But if you do want the whole shebang, this is the way to do it. And I believe you're also getting a whole metre for free today.
You do.
So this is the first time that we've seen it on TV, isn't it?
Yes, it is. This is the first time out.
Oh,
yep.
Fabulous.
Yep.
That is your price on the screen with your meter for free. And I can't see on screen now that it's dropping down with the split pay option, but as you check out, you can see a split pay option. Don't panic. It makes it £51.93 if you want it on two-way split pay. So talk me through Indian Summer.
Sure. Well, so first of all, the inspiration initially was Indian hand block printed fabrics.
Right.
Which I absolutely adore. And so what I did was, in each of the colourways, I designed this initial print.
Right, so this was your original print.
This was the starting
I don't
point.
like to use the word hero print because a lot of designers sort of say there is sort of a hero print.
Yeah, no, that's a good way of describing it. It's that focus print.
Okay.
Or hero print, I think, is a good way of describing it. So it was this beautiful kind of layered floral with a kind of almost like Jacobean styling to it, this fantasy vine with leaves. And I actually started with this red and blue colourway.
And it is a lovely blue in the background, isn't it?
It's really soft, almost like chalky kind of blue. And then I developed the pink and green, which, of course, we've got the dress made out of as well, which again just is this gorgeous summery vibe. So maybe you're thinking quilting, bag making, perfect, or you know, home decor. So many different ways you can use the fabric. And when I'm designing a range, Vix, I'm always thinking not just of the quilters, but also the bag makers and the home decor and the dressmakers. And then this is the sort of most singular colourway, if you like. This is the gold and the mustards. And I'm just...
Is that an off-white background? Is it a white or is it more of an ivory?
It is a little bit ivory, yeah, absolutely. And, you know, made this bag, you know, just to show off how you can just very simply use that hero print, a little bit of a stripe round the top, the little bit of the tonal in the bottom, and then, of course... a gorgeous, gorgeous lining.
Stunning.
So Joan made this one, and
when you're designing, you've got to think about the different scales of print, haven't you? But if you are cutting this up for patchwork, you've always got interest at every few millimetres almost.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's true. And I think the thing is, I hope, well, I try certainly, to come at fabric design almost by reverse engineering. Right. So I start by thinking, what am I going to make with this? And then what would be my perfect fabric if I had everything that I want in a fabric range and that I know works easily? Because I'm all about easy to use fabrics as well. I'm not somebody who's ever going to throw something that's such a curveball that you think, how on earth? You know? And so you've got your three colourways. And then, of course...
Stripe.
I had to have a stripe.
Love a stripe. It's not a stripe, though, is it? It's not just any old stripe.
It's not any old stripe.
So much more than a stripe.
Yeah, I mean, my lovely friend Bernadette made the children's dresses, and this one I just had to have.
That is
absolutely
stunning, isn't it? The ochre. Is it an ochre? Is it a gold? What sort of colour would you?
I would call it an ochre.
Yeah.
I would call it an ochre, definitely.
Oh, how pretty is this?
I know, it's cute, isn't it? And the little collar and the little detail on the buttons, you know, just lovely. And I think an adult dress in that style would look beautiful as well. I could imagine one of your girls in that.
All three of them.
All three of them.
They're gorgeous.
So stripes are so useful in a fabric collection for bindings. You know, if you don't mind grabbing the cushion as well, please. And here we use that binding, that stripe for the binding. And you can see how it adds such a gorgeous element around the edge of a project.
Yeah. Absolutely gorgeous. These are all, I mean, your designs, your collection, working with Lewis and Irene. I know Lewis and Irene, they produce fantastic quality.
They do.
Cotton fabric as well.
Absolutely. The substrate is absolute premium quality. But also the other thing that Lewis and Irene do with all their fabrics is they do a final finish, which is kind of burnished into the fabric.
Oh, okay.
Which is a special process, and most fabrics don't have it, but Lewis and Irene's do. And what it does is it creates that cotton that feels like silk.
Yeah.
You might have noticed this with Lewis Irene fabric. It always feels so silky. And that process doesn't last until you wash it or the first 5 times. It lasts for the lifetime of the fabric.
Wow.
So you are always going to have that cotton that feels like silk.
Right, and it's a process that it's been through. It's not a coating on the, sort of the top of it.
No, it's something that's applied to the fabric, but then it's burnished in.
Yeah, yeah.
And it stays in permanently in the fabric, and it gives it this glorious feel.
love that.
So the next print I had to do was, again, very much inspired by Indian woodblock designs that have this sort of almost kind of like relief. I'm obsessed with this print. Absolutely.
That is beautiful.
Love it.
I love the line detail on this as well. This is really gorgeous. So many people messaging in. I don't really buy yellow fabric, but in that stripe, the dress is gorgeous. Straight from the prairie. Love Stuart's design.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's not a yellow, is it really?
No, it's a kind of mustardy, ochre-y.
Yeah.
It's really funny, actually, Kate, that you should say that, because I don't use a lot of yellow fabric in my designs either. But I really wanted to put a golden yellow colourway because summer, it's that, you know, that golden hour at the end of the day when the sun just kind of hits you right. It's that golden warmth that I wanted to inject into the collection. Then you've got like a ditzy floral. Again, you need those kind of contrast prints. You need those smaller prints that can actually show up other prints.
Oh, now you haven't gone for the obvious pink with this one. This
No.
is the only one that's that lovely green in their collection, isn't it?
Yeah, because also as well, I wanted there to be colours that you could use for a plique.
Right.
Because I thought this collection would lend it so well. Leaves, flowers, flower centres.
Yeah.
At its most basic, you know?
Yeah.
And then last of all, an all-over floral that kind of brings everything together, but in a smaller scale.
Like you said, when you're getting this mega bundle home, by the way, you are getting a metre for free and you can get it still on split pay when you're checking out. There are 3 obvious colourways that you can section out into 3 different projects, but they all work together really well. So you could put this with one of the lighter colours, or you can mix and match it.
So easily, because of course, you know, in the blue, red floral, you've got those gold elements that you can pull out. You could add that little bit of green and so on.
I know this is really strange, but our website isn't liking the fact that it's... sorry, not the web. The graphics aren't liking the fact that it's... we're taking a penny off. We're taking a penny off. I'm trying to explain this, but basically, split pay won't come visible unless... we've crashed a penny. There you go! It's there!
Hurrah!
Oh, technology. It's like Susan Briscoe saying earlier on about she needed to put something at a penny because her system didn't like it. Our system didn't like it. There you go. We put it on split pay still. There you go.
And that's for 15 half metres.
Wow.
You know, it's a lot of fabric there, and you're getting a metre for free, right?
Yeah, 2 of those units for free at a penny.
Yes. So many options. I'm just going to grab the other couple of bags.
Oh, just so you know, once everybody's checked out, we've obviously put together as many mega bundles as we possibly can. There'll be less than 20. There are loads of you who have got this already. We do have these fabrics available by the half metre, but I'm not going to have a chance to show them today because we've got loads to focus on, so they'll be individually underneath us. So if there are any of these prints that you want to make the most of on their own, go to the web. If you want the mega bundle, now is the time to be checking out. This is stunning.
Cute, isn't it? So Joan made a couple of bags, these 2, and then I made this one. So just wanted to show you how, if you've got the mega bundle, or you've got some fabrics left over once you've made your quilt, even making a simple bag, and this is really just a front and a back, just split into 3 panels and just shows off the designs beautifully.
So he says, beautiful designs, Stuart. I've bought the mega bundle. Carroll.
Thank you, Sue.
Let us know what you're thinking of making. I'm instantly
Yes.
seeing like home decor. This
Yep.
just looks like the most beautiful. You know, if you're setting up a spare bedroom and I want like a striped bolster cushion, and
Totally
it's
with
reminding me of lovely wallpaper, very fresh,
Exactly.
ditzy prints.
Exactly. Because the thing is, I think so often when a new fabric collection comes out, we're like, oh, I love it. It's gorgeous. I want to make it. But where will it go in my house?
Yeah.
How will it fit in my house?
Yeah.
And I like to look and think, well, look, if you were to then do maybe some curtains or some light drapes or cushions or maybe a dust ruffle around the bed, something like that, and you can tie it all together. You know, things like the stripe, actually my initial start with this was mattress ticking.
Right,
You know, that
yeah.
lovely,
Yeah.
really traditional
Yeah.
fine stripe that
Yeah.
you get on old mattresses. And that was the original idea. And then we kind of pulled it apart, added in a little floral element in between, a few little dots, and suddenly it was refreshed, you know? Because I love traditional textiles very much, and I love world textiles, but I also like to give them a modern twist or a different twist that just makes them individual, unique.
Once again, about a minute on from my last stock update. Once everyone's checked out, it's gone. The mega bundle will have sold out. We have got less than 30 mega bundles remaining, more in basket, so please do not wait. There is more people there than we have availability. Now, I must also mention that it's coming up. If you are shopping for the mega bundle, get your pattern. We've got the quilt pattern in bundles, but also the pattern is available on its own. And that is a really versatile pattern.
It
We'll
is.
do this before the bundles shortly because, in fact, we'll do it now. Because this pattern, as always, you like to give a lot of bang for
A
your
lot of value, a lot of bang for the buck. Exactly right.
And this
yes.
is brilliant. Brand new in today.
Yes, brand new.
Love
it's
it.
my Indian Summer quilt pattern. Now, this is going to be your scrappy best friend. Let's start off by saying that. You know, I can't make anything without it being good for scraps as well.
Yeah.
So you might have loads of Tilda scraps, you might have loads of indigo scraps, you might have a real eclectic mix. But this is going to take you through. So within the pattern, you get the pattern for the quilt. That's the one that's hanging behind me. 4 blocks, piece sashing and cornerstones. Now you could so easily make that into a 3x3 9 blocks or a 3x4 12 blocks. 4x4 16 square quilt, king size bed, done and dusted. You could do 1 block with borders as a wall hanging. So lots and lots of options. So you've got your quilt. Then you've also got your companion cushion. However, the cushion isn't just make 1 block and put borders around it.
Oh, it's
it
actually
is
smaller.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's totally resized. So if I hold this up against, you can see that the scale, we've shrunk the scale down. So perfect for a cushion.
So I'm not having to do the maths.
This is a 21-inch square cushion. This is much bigger. So, for example, what you could do is you could use this larger block, make 1 cushion. That's going to be a big floor cushion.
Love that.
You could do this scale in a quilt, and then it would be daintier. So particularly if you were doing something like a scrap quilt, the smaller you cut that fabric, the less the individual fabric matters. So if you've got really ugly fabric or fabric you really don't like, cut it small. So use this scale. So you can mix and match.
Yeah, that's so good, isn't it? I do like the fact because it is just normally a cushion is one of the blocks and showing you, how to do it. Whereas here, you're getting all of those different options, so versatile. And I love the fact that you could do this as 1 big cushion, 1 big floor cushion for the garden.
Yeah.
Or, like you say, the more ditzy, the more smaller pieces, you could make that even bigger.
You could. Well, also with this one, for example, if I just grab this fabric, I didn't put a border on, but what you could do is up to this stage, and then you could put a border all the way round.
Wow.
And then a binding.
That would look lovely.
And then probably you're going to take that up to, well, in fact, in the pattern, I have given you a why not add a border option.
Right.
And I've given you the dimensions to add a border to make a 70-inch square quilt.
Beautiful collection, Stuart. Lewis and Irene fabric is very strokeable. Oh, it is. It's that, like you said.
It's the finish.
I never knew that they had this sort of. Did you say it's like it's burnished in
It
within
is.
it?
It is. So you know, so my dad always used to talk about burnishing things with a hot metal spoon.
Yeah.
And don't ask. No, what he used to do.
They're like, what context?
No, I'll tell you the context. He told me he used to do it with suede when there was a real fashion for suede shoes and suede boots.
Right.
But then they would become scuffed and ruined, and he would then burnish them with a hot metal spoon and turn them into kind of basically leather.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Oh, there you go.
But that burnishing basically takes off any surface fluff, if you like, or fuzziness, and creates an ultra smooth and silky finish.
So soft. I think the lady said she was going to make a dress. Oh, amazing,
Yeah.
amazing. Remember, if you do want multiple units by the half metre, go to underneath us on the website, and there you can see them all individually. Good morning, Stuart and Vicki. Can you see this message from
I
Miss Carr?
can.
Have you got your contact lenses in?
I have.
Oh, well done. I was thinking, my eyesight's getting really bad.
Oh, if it was here, I wouldn't be able to read it, but over there it's fine.
Oh, no, I'm going to need to go get
there.
my
You'll
eyes
get there.
tested. I had to sit on my hands.
For a full minute,
Go on.
couldn't resist this fabulous collection.
Thank
Are
you.
you impressed?
Thank you very much. I'm very impressed doing an eye test. Also, there is a bit of foundation paper piecing in this. Should I be daunted?
No, not at all. Listen, if you don't like foundation piecing, it's only this. It's what we call an economy, or a square in a square in a square.
You get your papers.
This little bit here, and you've got them at the points, the cornerstones. Okay. You could, if you wanted to, just do a square of a patterned fabric or a plain fabric there. And I actually suggest in the pattern, if you've got less time, do this. If you've got more time, do that. So I've created some other options. But this is so easy. Look, this is, now I give you dimensions to pre-cut your patches. So I say cut some squares, cut them in half on one diagonal, so you've got lots of half square triangles. And I mean, if we've got time, I'm going to piece one of these and I'll show you. But in all of my quilting books, there's always a tutorial on how to do foundation piecing, and we include a simple block that anyone can, and it's this block.
Brilliant.
Because it's one of the easiest
And there's a
foundation
great YouTube
piece.
video, which I always tell people to head to find you.
Stop.
With
Stop.
Stuart.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stuart Hillard. I'm going to show... Terrible. Terrible.
You have really relaxed, I think, since then on the camera. But it's a great one because it does give you all the fundamentals.
Yeah,
to get started with.
find that on YouTube.
Now, this is the pattern on its own. Now, we have got so many options that I just want to run them through, but we will make sure we get into some demo and we're going to be talking more about things. But before, there's people who've got the mega bundle in their baskets, but potentially hovering to wait to see what's going on at the front of the desk here.
Yep.
We have put together with the team, with Stuart and the team, exactly the same bundle as the one on the wall.
That's right. Plus a little extra option within there, because when I was coordinating the Macawa linen textures, I've actually added an extra one or two that tone so beautifully, so that if you want to change it up a little bit, you can.
Right, now, in your bundle, you are getting the instructions for free, might I add.
Yes, for free.
You do get those for free, so you don't need to add them separately. You're getting them for free, which means you're getting a £10 saving on your quilt bundle. Now, is this to make the size on the wall?
Correct.
With a bit extra.
That's correct.
You're getting 3 metres of your background fabric.
To be fair, you'll make the quilt and a cushion.
Oh, nice.
You might need to add a bit or piece the back in for the envelope back. But yeah, you'll have enough to make a cushion as well.
And like you said, you've been very particular in picking out the lovely Macawa linen texture fabrics to go with, and you're getting all of those beautiful brand new Indian Summer from Stuart Hillard, those gorgeous brand new prints in there as well.
Yeah, so you get a ½ metre of each of these fabrics, and then you're also getting 4 ½ meters of the linen texture. You've got that lovely duck egg blue, that denim, rose, and that really sort of deep, almost like raspberry. And then you get a big old chunk, 3 meters, I think,
Brilliant.
of ivory solid, which is your background.
So that makes a 50-inch
50-inch square quilt. And you'll also have enough to make a cushion as well, which is 21 inches square. So a huge value for 87.85. I mean, that is £10 less than it should be because you get your pattern for free.
Brilliant. 87.85. So that's the one that's on the wall. But you have also put together a couple of other colourways. So we've got the lovely gold version. This is what the cushion looks like. So if you imagine this, obviously your larger scale print if you want, or you can make it as a smaller one. Now you get your pattern for free again.
You do. And then also within here, so you've got half a metre of each of the 5 fabrics.
They're beautifully put together.
Thank you.
Because you haven't, these aren't just solids, are they? They're
No,
like
these are linen textures from Makawa. So you've got your 2 shades. You've got goldfinch and you've got straw. So picking out those lovely shades. But then you've also got a soft grey, which picks out the soft grey here. And also you've got this beautiful warm brown, which again picks out that colour. So think about if you've got leftovers and you don't want to make a cushion, make yourself a bag. And then you've got your 3 metres.
Be my colourway, my go-to colourway.
Sure.
But I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah. And with these solids laid out in there, that really works, doesn't
Well, same here. Same here. But I mean, when you see, I love to challenge myself to use different fabrics. Now, you know, the dress, now I absolutely adore yellows and golds and, you know, I mean, I love those colours, but they're colours I'm not used to working with within quilting. But when you see them made up, especially with the ivory background, they're so fresh.
They are gorgeous,
So
aren't
fresh.
they? And like you said, it is that golden hour. It is that real, it's not yellow, it's not mustard or ochre. It's really difficult to put your finger on because it is just such a warm gold. Well, it's Indian summer, isn't it?
It is.
Beautiful. Is what it says on the tin. £87 and 85 pence means that you are getting £10 off and oodles of fabric, enough to be able to make the same size quilt as the one on the wall behind me, which is 50 inches square, and a cushion. Might need to do a little bit of jiggery pokery or piece the back of your cushion, but you'll have plenty of fabric in your stash. You've put loads in there. Then the pink.
Yeah, the pink and green. So I've got the cushion here.
Love that.
So you can go really soft as we have on the front there, but you see then we've used that deeper raspberry on the back. But of course you can put that into your piecing. So what you've got to do is you've got to think this, but as a quilt. You've got those 2 soft pinks, you've got that beautiful raspberry, and then you've also got that fabulous leafy green there.
Nice.
So a serving suggestion. Remember, you are getting the pattern for free. So if you're looking at this and thinking, actually, I'd really like to make a Galleria quilt, or I'd like to make a garden maze quilt, both of those would be lovely in this range.
Oh, my bag maker.
Lovely. Yeah,
Great
you're a
stash.
bag maker. Yeah, this is linings for all your bags and piecing. This is all your fabrics.
Yeah.
And, you know, so much fun to use, easy to use and beautiful results.
Love it. £87.85. Don't forget you are getting your pattern for free with the kits. So if you are getting the pattern on its own or if you're getting the mega bundle, grab that. But you do get the pattern included today. And today only, I think, with the kits. I say that though, everything is selling very, very fast. I'm struggling to keep up with availability. So we'll whiz back through the availability of things. If you've got any questions, of course, get them in. Norma's asked a question. She says, loving the new range of fabric and the quilt. Stuart, how big is the quilt?
Right, so this quilt is 50 inches square.
Yeah.
Okay. But within the pattern, I've also put an option for how to make it into a 70-inch square quilt. Wow. Now, you would need some extra fabric, and I would suggest perhaps one of the larger scale prints or the stripe you could use. And I've put in the instructions, I think, to get maybe a metre and a half, something like that, of that one.
But like you said, because it's got the sashing in between, it's actually easy to be able to make it versatile for what size you want to make. So if you want to do 3 across, and 2, or if you want to do 3 by 3 or 4 by 3, you can keep going and going and going with this one if you've got the fabric.
Exactly.
Instructions are a really great resource to have. Even if you're not getting the bundle, think about your Tilda scraps. Like you said, this is going to be a great scrap buster pattern to have in your stash.
Oh, completely.
Hundreds of these have already gone, by the way.
Can you imagine making this, say, for example, in all Tilda creating memories with lovely maybe calico background? Or you could use, if you've got loads of batiks and solids and maybe digital prints in all bright colours, and do it with a black background and make an absolute firecracker of a quilt. There's so many ways that you could create a quilt with this pattern.
How is this broken down as well? Do you do it in sections of a block? How is it that you're piecing this?
Sure. So you're going to make the block.
Yeah.
Here's the block. And within your pattern, you've got a colouring sheet, but you've also got a full layout diagram to show you the direction. This is still beginner level.
Okay, brilliant.
This is a confident beginner can easily make this quilt. So you're going to make your block. For the quilt, you're going to make 4 of them. Then you're going to make sashing units, okay, which are easy flying geese. We use my stitch and flip technique, which ensures that everyone is accurate and you get perfect results. And then your cornerstones are foundation paper pieced, but it is the easiest FPP you'll ever do, and it creates a beautifully accurate result. And then you're literally sewing. It is sashing, block, sashing, block, sashing, and then you've got, you know, cornerstone, sashing, cornerstone, and you just sew it into rows and then sew the rows together.
Amazing.
So it's very easy. There's no border on this quilt, but if you wanted to add a border,
I'd go with one of those hero prints. I'd go with one of those original prints that we talked about.
Yeah, and I'd get maybe a metre. If you want to do that, get a metre of the fabric that you want to use for the border.
Yeah.
And possibly I would get an extra ½ metre of whatever you want to bind it. Because by the time it's 70 inches square, you've got more fabric, you need more fabric to go round.
Can we revisit Mega Bundle very quickly to see stock availability? Because, in fact, what I'll do is I'll let you set up and I'm going to recap, because we are going to show you those FPP blocks on the quilt with Stuart. Just for anybody who's thinking, oh, it's the first time I've done FPP, don't panic. You are absolutely going to achieve it. Now, in the Mega Bundle, you are getting every single one of those fabrics that we saw in, in the bundle. I'm just going to move my very tall mannequin, my very tall little girl down.
That's the shortest you'd go.
It's on 2-way split pay. We're oversubscribed, so this is your final call. I say this is your final call, please. If you are like me, that's a little bit last minute to things, this is your last chance to be able to get it. And do you know what? For the launch, we thought, right, we might have a week of this. We might be able to have enough to be able to ooh and ah over the next week or so. And I think it's all going to sell out today. So you've got all of your lovely pink and greens. You've got your beautiful, I'm calling golden hour. It's not a yellow, it's not a mustard, it's not a gold. It's just the most beautiful warm mix. And you're also getting your blue and burgundy, that stunning, fresh, vibrant colours, but yet they're suitable for all of your home decor, your patchwork and quilting. As we've seen, they look great in bag making as well. I just want to warn you, there will be people missing out. You're getting a whole metre for free in this bundle. We've managed to get it on 2-way split pay, and you're getting all 15 ½ meters. Stuart, every sort of 6 months that you've done, this is the second collaboration that you've done now, isn't it?
Yes, that's right.
Irene? We've had Hajime as well before, and this is now Indian Summer. And those of you that experienced Lewis and Irene fabrics before, you know exactly what we're talking about when we say that sort of silk-like finish to the touch of it. So if you are making projects like your garments, or if you are snuggling up under a quilt, you know that you are going to get fabulous results with your quilting weight cottons. They wash well, they sew beautifully, they press really well, and it's that attention to detail with Lewis and Irene that you're getting. I just want to show you as well, you are getting all 3 colourways in this beautiful print, which was one of Stuart's favourites, in all 3 colourways. And it does have this very sort of Liberty-esque feel with the outline drawing. It's just gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. That, along with the stripe, I think is going to make fabulous bags. I mean, Stuart's been very indulgent and use them within the linings as well. But they do make beautiful bags.
I think you've got to, Vix, on the lining. When you go in the bag, you want to see something beautiful.
Yeah, that's so true. That is so true. I know a lot of people go, oh no, I'll just use, a plain or a calico or something in the lining. But actually, when you are making a handmade bag, it is those finishing details, isn't it, that make it so special?
I think so.
Now, massively oversubscribed, Hannah's saying. It's not just a little bit, it is massively oversubscribed now. So if you do want that mega bundle, do make the most of it during Stuart's demo. Don't forget, pattern available on its own at £9.99. Super versatile. Not only are you getting the block for the quilt, you're also getting the scaled down version for the cushion. Also, Hannah is trying her best to schedule the solid macawers, the linen textures that we use within the quilt bundles, as separates. So if you do want to add any of those, for, the backings of cushions or, along with any of your projects, I know not all of them are available, but what we do have, we'll try and get scheduled onto the show before the hour is out. A couple of people are asking, because they are lovely and they do work very, very well with that collection. I hope you don't mind that, Stuart.
Oh, no, not at all. No, I mean, I thought I like a bit of cross-pollination.
Yeah.
And the linen textures just worked so perfectly. They are absolutely gorgeous in the bundles, aren't they?
Lovely in the bundles. Now, Stuart, you are
Yeah.
going to be using the mustard colourway, am I right?
I am, just for this quick demo, I am going to use that bundle. And it just works so well. Like I say, I don't usually use these colours in my quilting, but I couldn't resist.
Yes,
I
gorgeous.
just couldn't resist.
So when you're getting this home, your papers are already obviously there. Do I just need to photocopy these out? How does it work?
Yeah, that's right. All you need to do is photocopy them. Now, on the foundation itself, there is a little 1 centimetre square. So when you print it off, make sure that you do it without scaling, without sizing to fit your paper. Just print it full size and then check. I mean, there's also a little line that shows you the size that it should be. So measure it with your ruler, make sure it's the same measurement that it's supposed to be, the correct measurement, and you're in business. But don't just print them off and start piecing before you've checked. So here we go. Shall we do foundation piecing?
Let's go for it. Your instructions are live on their own.
Okay, so for example, now you've got 2 different sizes of economy block in your pattern. Now this is a quilt in itself.
That's it. Yeah.
This is a scrappy quilt in itself.
Keep making that block.
Yeah, so 9 of these together, you've got a cushion.
Yeah.
If you put them with sashing, I mean, there's so much. So there's a lot of value in every pattern. Right, so what I've done is I've printed it out, regular copy of paper. We've got patch number 1, and that's where we're going to start. Now, this is the bit that if anything's going to feel a little bit weird, it's the fact that you're actually putting the fabric on the blank side.
Okay.
So this side up for sewing and this side for fabric.
Okay.
And what you're going to do is you're going to put your first piece of fabric pretty side facing you, and you just need to hold it up to the light and make sure that every seam line is covered. Okay. And I'm going to jab a pin through. So I'm holding it up to the light, and I've got a good ½ inch sticking out on all sides.
Right, round number 1.
Round number 1. So there's extra fabric all the way around. Now, my first seam is between 1 and 2. So I've got a bit of birthday card, and I'm going to put that on the first seam line, fold my fabric back and crease it, and that exposes the seam allowance. Now, at the moment, it's a ½ inch. I'm going to trim it back to a ¼ inch. Okay. And then I can put my first piece of fabric, this colour, first piece of fabric on that line.
Do you give us the sizes to cut?
I do.
Yeah.
I do. So you can pre-cut your patches, and that's the most economical way. So right sides together, as we do with any piecing.
Now, am I sewing on the line or 1/4 of an inch away from the line?
You're sewing on the line.
Oh, brilliant.
And so this is what makes it so accurate. And we're going to use a shorter than normal stitch length. I'm going to go 1.6 on my Brother FS250. I'm starting a couple of stitches before the line. And
do I need to use any particular needle when I'm sewing through paper?
Just make sure you've popped a fresh needle in. And you're going to change your needle every 6 hours when you're foundation piecing, every 6 hours of sewing time. So I've sewn that first patch, I'm going to flip it back and I'm going to finger crease it. There's no need to do anything else.
So that's now covering number 2.
That's 1 and 2. And, you know, hold it up to the light, check, but I've designed this so that it's very generous.
Yeah.
So when you do your second block, you might cut your shapes slightly less generously to conserve more fabric, and that's fine. But don't ever be so skimpy that you make it problematic for yourself.
Wow, you don't want to try and unpick this, do you, if you can help it?
No, if you do need to unpick, I can show you an easy way to unpick. So I've put those two together, right sides together, flip it back. I'm always sewing on the printed side.
Now, you're not pinning this. At home, would I be pinning or not?
Well, I don't.
No.
You could do if you want to, but with something like foundation piecing, personally, I think pins get in the way.
Is it easier to do the larger economy block or the smaller one? Do you think that the smaller ones...
To be fair, the smaller one's easier.
Okay.
Yeah, because big foundations in your hand can feel slightly unwieldy. I mean, this isn't a big foundation by any means, but... So I've done 1 and 2 and just press that back. So now I've done 1, 2 and 3, so I'm on to number 4. Ooh, all my birthday messages. Now, look what's happened. I did a few stitches over the edge. So what it means is that this is kind of, so what I do is fold it back, hold on and pull back. The stitches are so short, it's just going to tear through that paper and lay flat.
You're trimming that at 1/4 of an inch.
Trimming at 1/4.
Yeah. Yeah.
And once you get into it, what you can do, because you're adding on opposite sides, is you can actually trim 2 opposite sides while you're at it.
So you're pulling that back again.
And that'll speed the process up a little bit. So I'm trimming both sides now, which means that my last 2 triangles are going to go 1 on there and 1 on there.
Right.
So I'll do that bit next. So right sides together. And as I say, if you want to, you can stick a pin in. Just make sure it's not near your seam allowance, otherwise, because it's on the underside, you see.
Now, am I stitching literally from that corner or am I sewing beyond the line?
No, you want to go a couple of stitches beyond the line.
Okay. Oh, morning, Stuart, Vicki. I'm so excited. I've just ordered the mega bundle and looking forward to making various projects. That's the thing, isn't it?
Thank you.
Is that if you are getting the mega bundle, think of all the possibilities. Get the instructions as well if you're getting the mega bundle, because it'll get you going, making yourself a cushion, maybe.
Yeah, absolutely. Or make yourself a little bag to start with. I mean, that was the very first thing I made once I got the Indian Summer collection.
This has asked a question. What a fabulous collection. I just couldn't resist. I love the bag as well. Can I get a pattern for the bag, please?
Well, you can. Is that Chris?
Yeah.
You can, Chris, but you are just going to have to wait just a short while.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because that pattern is from my brand new book, Make 100 Bags.
Oh, I love the scoopy bit.
Which will be launching on my 4th birthday anniversary, my 4th anniversary in August. So you'll be able to get that. If you want it slightly before that, I will have some copies at Festival of Quilts. I've done 1 round. I'm going to give it a quick press. I just want to show you. Doesn't that look a dog's dinner? Look at that. Look.
Right,
It looks all
trust the
skew-wet.
process. Trust the process.
You've done this before. You're absolutely right. So we've done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So my next one is 6. So what I'm going to do now is move on to the next round. Again, my stitches have gone over the line. So this is slightly tucked up. So I'm just going to pull that flat, grab my ruler, and I'm going to trim. If you've got an add a quarter ruler, they're useful. You can use that here, but if not, you can just use your regular rotary ruler. And I'm going to trim 2 opposite sides, which is just going to speed the process up a little bit. But you can see there, you know, I've designed the size of the patches to be generous enough that it's not going to create problems, but not so generous that you feel like you're trimming loads of your fabric away. So we'll stitch the next line. But this really is probably the easiest foundation ever.
And it is that light bulb moment, isn't it? If you've nailed this, then you can probably do, you know, most foundation piecing projects there.
Completely. It's just more of the same. It might be that you're joining multiple foundations to make one thing, you know, but you're right. At the end of the day, it's just repeat, repeat.
So you are getting a lot for your money there, where you're getting that masterclass on how to do your FPP, which is, like you said, a block in itself that you are then going to be able to make loads of these if you want, because you've got your paper there that you can just photocopy.
Yep,
to
that's
keep
right.
going and make that into a quilt.
And you've got it in 2 different sizes
Yeah,
as well.
brilliant.
So if you've got particularly horrible fabric that you need to use up, use a smaller size block, and then you can hide all sorts of horrors. You really can. Or if you've got fabric which is sort of, you know, snowmen or something weird and wonderful, you can hide it away in a small piece.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great scrap buster, this is.
Yeah, so you really are getting a lot of value in the pattern. So I've done those 2 opposite sides. Now I'm going to do patch 8 and 9. So it's the same process. Fold your fabric back or your foundation back on the next seam line. Expose the seam allowance. Trim it down to 1/4 inch. And now you're not guessing where to put your next patch. It's obvious. You just line it up. Okay. And the apex of your triangle, if you keep that more or less in line with the apex of the previous triangles, then you'll be absolutely fine.
The bundle that Stuart's using, sorry to interrupt, this is the quilt kit, by the way, but there are so many different options with it, and I know that people are buying them for all sorts. But if you love this particular colourway, it's with Stuart's new fabric in that gorgeous golden colour. There's also extra macawers in there, so you've got that lovely linen texture and loads of your solid as well. So you're getting all your background 3 meters of this included and free instructions. So you do get your pattern included as well. £87.85, which is 7.5 meters of fabric. Yeah. Loads of fabric. The main mega bundle that at the moment is the main quilt that's behind Stuart that's already been made up was in the reds and the blues, and that's this kit here, which features your main hero print, your stripe, your lovely ditzy floral. All of these. Now, there's over 20 of you who have got this in your basket. Just be aware that, this is, I know, the first launch, but there's a lot of people who have been waiting for this. You're also getting, of course, your pattern, free pattern. £87.85, and that's the one that's on the wall, 50-inch square quilt, and you're getting your additional pattern to be able to do the cushion for free.
You know, Vix, we actually, VE Day, we had that quilt out in the garden.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, sort of part of the celebrations, because it's got a little bit of a patriotic look as well, hasn't it?
It does.
In the sort of red, white and blue.
Love that.
Yeah.
That's in the red and the blue, but it's a really lovely, soft, chalky blue. You'll love that. Then we've got one other colourway, which is the pink and green. My favourite, my absolute favourite.
Do you like that one?
Yeah, that's my one. Love it. There's so many in baskets. This one comes with you 3 meters of cream, ½ meter of each of Stuart's brand new fabrics in the lovely pinks and greens, and your Macawa linen textures as well. But look, I know that Stuart has handpicked himself the perfect coordinating colours for you, so you know that you can rest assured, instead of looking at thumbnails or having a look on you know, your stash, you know that you've got those here. You're getting your free pattern, but do you know what, I'm calling out to anybody now, even if you're not a quilter, if you're a bag maker, if you make toys, if you make soft furnishing, this is going to be perfect for your stash. Now, there is a free pattern that comes with each of these quilt kits, but there is also an option of just getting this brilliant brand new pattern on its own. The only option of getting it today is the physical option. It's £9.99. It'll be sent out to you, and it's got all of your instructions of your cutting, your 50-inch square lap quilt but also you then have, look, photographs, step-by-step instructions, layout diagram, and your 21-inch cushion included. Plus, you've got your foundation pieces, the small and the large version, and you're also getting colouring grids, which is great for the cushion and the quilt. So if you're doing it in your own scrappy fabrics, have a play, see what colours work, see the different patterns that you can create. I love it. Somebody else, you know, that you're making it for, colour it in of their colourways that they would like. Looks beautiful though, doesn't it? Absolutely beautiful. £9.99, absolutely flying out. Everybody who's got the quilt instructions on their own, I think they're real good skill builder, staple instructions to have in your stash. Last few top tips.
So, I said earlier on, if you go wrong and you have to unpick, most people say, oh, we can't unpick foundation piecing. Well,
yeah.
you absolutely can. You absolutely can. You have to be careful, but let me show you. And this was taught to me by Carroll Doak, who is the undisputed queen of foundation paper piecing.
She's on the paper.
She's the lady on the paper. She is. She is. And actually, I think it's fair to say that Carroll Doak educated a whole generation of quilters and turned a whole generation of quilters onto foundation piecing. And I met her, and she actually taught me how to unpick, and this is what you do.
Oh, no, you've got a rotary.
I've got a rotary cutter.
Really?
I have. Look, this is what you do. So when you've gone wrong, you lift up the fabric, okay, like this, to expose. Now, you might have something like a little scalpel blade or something like that. You expose the blade, and what you're going to do then is you're just going to press that blade against the tiny stitches. So you're not sawing back and forth. You are literally just pressing it and cutting through just the stitches, just a couple of stitches. And if you hold it at tension, like this. Oh, Carroll Doak's an absolute scream. You know the bit where there, and it's off.
Oh my gosh,
See?
that's brilliant.
It's off. And then what you can do is, if you've got a bit of Scotch tape, you can put a little bit of Scotch tape over the paper just to seal the holes up, so that when you sew it again, you're not absolutely perforating your paper.
Oh gosh, so it isn't the be-all and end-all. I don't need to, you know, get rid of that piece and get rid of the papers.
Not at all. The funniest thing that Carroll Doak used to say, well, I'm sure she still does, was, you know, when you're doing that kind of folding back and you've got that little bit of fabric that's held to the paper, she'd say, and don't worry about that, I just say, I am woman, hear me scream, ah! And she'd pull it back.
Brilliant.
Oh, she sounds hilarious.
Love it.
You know, it's no big deal. So, yeah, that is it. And you're literally just going to do the last round in exactly the same way. Big triangles this time. Stitch and flip. And then once the whole thing's sewn, you've got a solid line Your solid lines are always your stitching lines, so don't cut on solid lines. But you've got a dotted line that runs around the outside, and that's your seam allowance. So what you'll do when the whole thing's finished is put your rotary, I'm obsessed with cutting this ribbon off, aren't I? Put your ruler against that, cut all the way around, and you will have your perfect size, perfectly trimmed block ready to go. Last thing, of course, is just to remove the papers before you sew that into your block.
Stuart,
it's as simple as that.
Massive congratulations on another fabulous collection.
Thank you.
We've loved it.
Thank you to everyone who's bought it.
And a brilliant pattern as well. Anybody who hasn't already got the pattern, the graphics are live, they're £9.99. Definitely get yourself a pattern. Now, I just wanted to let you know, the mega bundle, how many of the mega bundles are left? Right, there are triple the amount in baskets than we have availability. So that will sell out, I'm confident, over the next few minutes. It's there if you want it. Mega bundle. Now, for everybody who's been asking about the Makawa solids that Stuart picked out to complement this collection, I will run through what we have. I've done them into 3 bundles so you can see which ones Stuart put with which colourways, basically. So the one that was on the wall behind Stuart, the ones that we have available from that collection are Old Rose. We have this one, which is the darker colour that Stuart put in. So if you got any of these beautiful blue and reds, you can
Or the
see
pink
how well.
green.
Or
It
the
goes
pink
with
green.
the pink green as well.
There you go, it's there. £5.99 half metre. It's worth getting as a mixer. So that's the one that I'm talking about. That gorgeous Old Rose. I've not seen any of these individually before. I've never done a show with them individually.
No.
This is great. This is actually a brand new colour that you've picked out, Stuart.
Yeah.
I've got a feeling that this was saved for another show.
Oh,
But it's
really?
fine. It's there. Go for it. It's £5.99 a half metre. Looks beautiful with this, doesn't it? And because it's got this linen texture, adds, you know, that beauty to the eye. I don't know whether we have this one available. It's BYWU84. Yes, there's a couple we haven't got, but we do have this one. So this one, again, is going to go with all 3 colourways, to be fair, isn't it? But
Yeah.
it's going to go really nicely with the pink and green and really nicely with the blue and red. It's 100% cotton. Don't be confused by the word linen in the graphics there. It's just made to look like a linen. It's 100% cotton, and it works so well with Stuart's new range of Indian Summer. We couldn't not mention it. So if you want to do it with your bags or for linings, go for it. Make your collection go further.
Yes.
£5.99 a half metre. It's fantastic. Now, the 2 different blues that are in here, there's the darker blue, which is LRWU41. The lighter blue isn't available, I can tell you that. It's been maxed out a part of the quilt bundles. But we do have availability on the darker blue, which again goes beautifully with this one. Great with the pink and greens as well. It will look lovely with all. But complementing perfectly with that lovely chalky blue. Then, that one's the main bundles, the main colours that come in the quilt bundle. Now, we also have, I'm trying to do this really nicely for our Becky. Now, this one, which goes with our golden hour. So, just to bring forward, these colours work very, very well.
Thank you.
Very well. Do we have the brown? It is 0HWU47.
Mocha.
Mocha. So I always think I never tend to pick out a brown. And actually, look how well that works with your hero print.
Now, it might be that you do something like a little folded flange border, you know, a little folded flap inside. It might be that you do something like covered buttons or a binding, something like that. Little details can really elevate a project and help to give definition.
Nice. Yes, that's gorgeous. Then the deeper gold is OJWU67. We have got that one. On the web, it looks a little bit greeny, but it's not at all greeny. It's really lovely and More gold.
Oh, that's one of my favourite colours.
That's the one you've backed the cushion with.
Yes, right there.
Goldfinch, this one's called.
Lovely, isn't it?
First time I've seen any of these. I didn't even know that we had
I
these
didn't
linen
even know that we
textures.
were selling Macau linen textures.
No.
And as soon as I found out that we were, I couldn't wait to start using them.
Get them involved.
Gorgeous
They're
fabric.
gorgeous. We've got that lovely charcoal. Was this one called School Grey? It's KPWU78. Steel grey. Steel grey. This again goes with all colourways.
It does.
All three. Definitely get yourself half a metre of this. Include it within your patchwork. You've used this in the quilt bundle to make the golden yellow version. Yes. We're at $5.99 a half metre for your linen texturing grey.
A great price as well, aren't they?
Fantastic, and they're really lovely. Macau is great quality, isn't it?
Beautiful, beautiful. First fabric company I ever worked with as a designer.
Wow. This is PYWU97. We've got it available. It's on your screen right now. It looks lovely. This actually sort of... It's slightly more muted.
Yeah, but it works so well when you see it in the piecing.
Yes.
In these little units here, it works so well.
Yeah.
It really does.
Sometimes it's nice to, let your collection go even further, but also let these hero prints really sing. That goes fabulously well with those. Okay, now, this next colour bundle, we again have, I think this is the same one that we had earlier, BYWU84. Right, this is the Blossom colourway, and these go really nicely with your pinks and greens. Obviously, these are the colours that Stuart picked out to go in your quilt kit, along with green and pink. That pink we don't have. That pink we don't have individually. I can tell you that got maxed out in the quilt bundle. But BYU84, that's there on your screen. It's £5.99 a half metre. Love it. Old Rose was in earlier on. Once again, complements really well with the pink and green. And then, that's a brand new colour to us. Just
We're
so
seeing
you
a lot
know.
more of that.
Love it.
That's me.
And then, Sage. Love Sage. That is really nice again with the pinks and greens, with the blues, with the golds. That's a nice colour, isn't it?
Isn't that a lovely colour? And if you want to just put a little bit more green into that colourway, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's lovely. Thank you for highlighting those as well. Very nice.
Pleasure.
Well done, Hannah, grabbing those for us. If you want them for backs of cushions, if you want them for linings, that's the chance to do it, just to give a little nod. Okay, now, main mega bundle, 15 metres. I am leaving you during the break to check out. Do not miss that whole metre for free. 15 units, 15 half metres pre-cut on two-way split pay. And there are single figures, less than 10, but we're oversubscribed by triple the amount. So even if we had triple the amount, we still wouldn't probably have enough to go around. So please do be quick on checking out on that one. It's the brand new Stuart Hillard range Indian Summer, teamed up with Lewis and Irene to give you the most gorgeous plush collection of quilting weight cottons. Right, Susan is eagerly waiting in the wings again with her fabulous panels. We've got some more books to show you as well. We'll recap our anniversary edition, and we've got some of your very own designs this time, Susan. Super exciting on the panels. So stay where you are, don't go anywhere. Check out any mega bundles, and we'll see you after this.
Please don't forget about the notches when you're cutting out your pattern pieces. Every notch on one piece will match up with a notch on another piece of your garment, and they'll make the whole thing go together so much more easily. This is how you do it. Your notches might be a small little line or a double line, or they might be a triangle. When you cut them out, I recommend that you cut a small triangle outwards rather than cutting into your seam allowance. Notches on sleeves are particularly important for helping you to get them into the right place. So take your time to cut them out carefully. 2 notches means it's the back of your garment. 1 notch means it's the front.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back and I'm going to have a quilt.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways. And they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Susan, it's so good to have you here. And of course, she's here with her brand new book. This is the 20th anniversary edition. Does it feel like 20 years ago that you brought this out? It's scary, isn't it?
It is when I sort of think about it. It's very strange and...
but still very passionate about Sashiko.
Absolutely. And the thing is, when I first brought that book out, it's hard to believe now, but my publisher took a lot of convincing that they should do a Sashiko book. They didn't know what it was.
Oh, yeah.
And I remember them coming to see me at, it was National Quilting Championships at Sandown Park, and I had a display of, my work and some stuff from my teacher in Japan. And, it's this, They were just amazed, really.
Yeah.
And at the time, I did quite a few magazine projects as well for Popular Patchwork. And I think that managed to convince them that, yes, it was a good idea to do a really nice book in English, you know. But yeah, I can't believe it's 20 years. I think, God, where's it gone? But then, on the other hand, I've done so many things in between.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is now the limited edition copy. When I say limited edition, literally 5,000 copies have been printed worldwide. So you really are getting yourself, if you're a collector, if you want not only a lovely coffee table book to get lots of inspiration and learn a lot from. It's also a source book, it's a workbook, it's something that lies flat, even though it's a hard cover book, it does lie flat without the pages closing. But I love that it goes through right from the history to the things you need, to how to get started, to then loads of projects, to then an inspirational gallery and 100 different designs within the book. So it is a great gift for somebody or treat yourself. We love this. We talked in depth about it in the first hour, and anybody who missed it, I really urge you to go back to watch that hour because, I mean, we've known you for,
long time.
A long time now.
Too long.
And you are really like a fountain of knowledge. So to get it all into a book is quite a challenge, but you've done it with this.
When I brought that book out, there were very few pre-printed panels. I'm trying to think now just how many there were. Olympus had maybe 20 panels out, something like that. Just small ones. There wasn't anything much. So you absolutely had to mark in your own fabric. But of course, marking the designs in your own fabric means then that you've got more choice over the colours and how large you're going to make the patterns, what you're going to make. It's a good starting point. And of course, it's got the new small wall hanging in it as well.
Absolutely. So you're getting those...
And the 12 new patterns.
12 new patterns.
Yeah.
That fabulous...
They all work with the old ones as well. This is the thing. I thought, well, I'll do them in the same colourway and you could kind of mix and match them, between what was already in the book. But the funny thing is there's quite a lot of people I know who had the original book and have had it for years. And of course, it's become really tatty and dog-eared.
That's it.
Used and used and used. And they've bought this one as well.
That's it. And anybody who knows that it does come with a bit of an addiction warning. Honestly, the amount of people who I know have started Sashiko and then are completely
It is a major distraction. I have to confess that my poor sewing machine, it hasn't actually made a patchwork quilt for about, I don't know how many years it's a patchwork top. I just seem to use it for edging pieces of Sashiko and putting bits of Sashiko together. It's amazing, really,
You'll love it. Get yourself the book if you haven't already, because we've got a limited amount that we're able to access here. The official publication is launched next Saturday.
It's launched on Saturday, and we're doing an event called Sashiko Fest, which is at Frodsham Community Centre. Frodsham is near Chester, near Runcorn and Chester, it's the A56. We have got a website.
Brilliant.
It's just called sashikofest.co.uk. And we've got all sorts. We've got demonstrations, we've got workshops, we've got talks, we've got traders, and of course a pop-up cafe.
And also,
free parking.
I must mention,
And it's
since
free.
we last saw you,
Yeah.
you've also got a shop, a premise
the shop,
as well,
we were
haven't
just talking
you?
about it, weren't we?
Yeah, brilliant. And that's
was,
a new. That's a new. You said it was kind of overtaking your house. That you were either going to need to get a unit, warehouse, or a shop.
It had got to the point that with all the mail order stuff that I was doing, off my website, which is susanbriscoe.com, it had taken the place over. And the van was almost constantly packed for doing shows, and there was fabric stashed all over the house. And I kept getting people saying, "Have you got a shop? Have you got a shop?" No. It's all at the house. Well, can we come to the house then? Well, no, because it's under the bed and halfway up the stairs. And literally, we had fabric. We had a couple of bolts of fabric standing on every stair as you went up the stairs. And the guest bedroom no longer has a bed in it. It's just all all fabric storage, things like that. So we just
where
wanted,
is the shop?
It's in Cooper Angus.
Okay.
Which is in Perthshire. It is not Cooper Fife. That's a different place. A lot of people, when they hear the word Cooper, oh yeah, Cooper. No, it's Cooper Fife. This is Cooper Angus, and the shop is right in the middle of town. There's a little pedestrian area. Apparently, it's the shortest high street in the UK, and I'm number 2, opposite the Indian restaurant, more or less, which my husband absolutely loves. And as you drive up through the town, it's between Perth and Forfar in Scotland. So as you drive up the A94...
You're giving us
I'm getting all the
directions.
details now, all the directions, yes.
Brilliant.
There's a sort of a bypass. As you get to Cooper Angus, the road goes on the old railway line, where the railway station was. It takes you on. And as you drive up that road, my little shop is just... And you can just, as a passenger in a vehicle, you can see it. And if you come from Dundee, you see the end wall of it. It's a really sweet place. It's an old shop. It was all modernised about 8 years ago when it was a community shop for a short time. Unfortunately, when COVID came along, that went by the by. And I was taking a shortcut through the middle of town one day on foot, and I just saw this to let sign in the window. So immediately my nose was pressed against the window, having a look and taking photos to it. Contacted the agent, and they said yes, and. So we've got it. So we've got it. It's wonderful, and
you're still going to do all the shows and things, though, aren't you?
We're still doing quite a lot of shows.
Yeah.
We are cutting back a little bit, but we're still going to do the big ones, bigger ones, and of course it means I've got somewhere that people can come to.
Brilliant.
But at the moment we're open 2 days a week mostly at the moment, and it's on my website all of the opening times and dates.
Go and see Susan.
Because obviously I took it on. And I'd already committed to a lot of shows this year. And in May, we've had this situation where every Saturday in May, I've had an event on.
Yeah.
So I've actually got a friend looking after it all the Saturdays. She's coping very well.
Brilliant.
She had a big group of embroiderers come down from Aberdeen last Saturday.
Fantastic.
And they all managed okay. But we're still in the process of sort of fitting the shop out and tweaking it. And we need to put up some racks for all the threads to go on. It's amazing how much more time it takes. You think...
Oh, yeah.
You think, I can go in, we can go in and we can set up a show in like 6 hours. It's just going to be like that.
Yeah.
We'll just go in, build some shelves, put the things in, there it is. No, I mean, we had to redecorate it and all sorts. And we're gradually working our way upstairs because we've got the upper floor as well.
Oh, so you're going to be doing workshops and things?
Well,
there,
that is
hopefully.
the
That's
idea. Is I'm going to do some small hand sewing workshops, some Sashiko classes and things to make the upstairs room into like the plain fabrics room, if you like, the Sashiko fabrics room. Have a big table in there so we can do workshops of maybe 5 or 6 people tops. We're also very lucky because we've got an organisation in town called Men's Shed, which is like a national thing, and they are at the moment they're doing up the old granary, which is just about 100 yards from where we are, and the upper floor of that they're turning into a studio that can be used for textile stuff.
Fantastic.
So occasionally I may hire that, and we're looking at all kinds of things. There are many ideas we've got. And
so go to your social media or website.
Yeah,
and
go on my social media.
The
and you'll find
updates.
there's links to all of that. The top of my website, the header is enormous on the website because there's so many links to social media and different events and stuff like that.
So you can find
You
it
can
all
find it all
on
on the
there.
website.
Lots
It's very
going
easy.
on.
Just my name.
You're entering
.com.
into a great community as well, which is what I love. When you're getting the Ultimate Sashiko Saucebrooke, there's not just a new skill, but it's actually, you know,
Well, we have a
whole new
Facebook
avenue.
group as well for that book, and we also have a Facebook group for my book of Borrow and my Kogan book as well.
Brilliant.
There's 3 that I'm running.
Now, so,
Anyway,
sorry.
yes, okay.
Panels. Now, you
panels, yes.
have designed some fabulous panels.
Yeah.
Is there anyone in particular you want to start with, Hannah? Whichever way you want to go. So shall we start with, is there one in particular that you want to start with, Susan?
Yeah, let's start with this one. This one here. Well, actually, we've got this in the blue as well.
That's VZ9941.
And we've got the blue version of it here.
Fabulous.
There we go. Is it the blue version?
Is it
Oh,
black?
no, it's the black one. Wow, you've got the black one. I thought...
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
let's
is,
start
it's
with
a
the black one.
Well, that's a bit of a stunner.
Right, so this one is NH9913. Now, the panel itself is like a sort of wall hanging size,
is.
actually, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is a big panel.
Here's one I stitched earlier.
Fabulous.
That's why I said start with this. This particular one, it's the red version. We've got that here as well.
Yeah.
And
Same prints, though.
it's exactly the same prints, yes.
Oh,
yeah,
see,
as the
I've
black
seen
one.
people who have cut these and made coasters and table mats or
But you see,
runners.
this is the idea. You can make different things out of them. When I got chatting with Olympus about doing a panel, I said, I don't really want to do one where we can only make one thing out of the panel. I want it so we can make more than one thing.
Wow.
So we came up with this idea that we do these blocks, and they're pretty much the right size to use with my blocks from Japanese quilt blocks to mix and match, if you've got that book. You know, they're roughly 9 inches. I think you might have to put a little extra border on them, but not much. It was a squeeze to get it all into the panel. And this is the maximum size they could print, which is 60 by the full width.
Oh,
110. So we managed to fit in 8 full-size panels, and then we've run 8 small ones down the middle.
So I could do it as one big project, or I could
Yes,
do it as
yeah.
lots of smaller projects if I wish.
Exactly. You can do whichever you like with it. This time I thought, because I've made, we'll get onto those in a moment, I've stitched them several times over for putting into sampler quilts and things. And I have to confess, I've got these sets of blocks at home awaiting being made into sampler quilts because I get so absorbed in the Sashiko, and then when it comes to patchwork, I just want to do some more Sashiko.
Yeah.
And so they're sitting there with the coordinating fabric just waiting for me to get on the machine and actually get them put together. So this one I am going to keep as a complete piece.
And will you stitch these lines in between or not?
Well, this is a very good point. I've been debating this. Am I going to do those or am I not going to do those? Because, you know, all the lines wash out. So if I don't do them and then, you know, I rinse all the lines out later, they will disappear and it'll look like the pattern's just kind of floating on the background, which would look very nice. But on the other hand, I could leave them in place and I could actually treat those as quilting lines. I know this is a big area not to have any quilting in it, but I think for a wall hanger you can get away with it, really. It's not the same thing as a bed quilt.
Yeah.
You know, if I was doing this and it was going to be washed and used a lot, I would add some extra quilting, you know, either just following along the lines. God, this has been done through one layer. You know, I'd maybe just follow some of the lines in the pattern, just pick certain lines out, you know, and not do others. Like in this one, I might just say, you know, do that zigzag line going across there, like that, or here, just sort of, you know, follow maybe every other wiggly line or something, you know, in the misty pattern there. So
this just shows you again doing it in that lovely different shades as well, how well it works.
I've used 3 colours. We had these 3 colours before, the 20 metres actually.
Now that's the red one that's about to sell out. This is the black. Black is available. It's exactly the same patterns that you're seeing made up, stitched in the red, but this time
the black.
black.
The black really brings out all the colours that you use on it.
What colours would you recommend using on there?
I sort of want to go full rainbow, I think, on that actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would look really nice. You see, on this one, I've used 3 different shades. I've used a cream, I used the yellow ochre, and I've used a golden yellow.
We had an amazing bundle of threads earlier.
Yeah, we
on,
did,
actually,
we did.
Didn't we?
And you know, I was talking about stitching with the thread doubled and stitching with it single.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, but some bits of this are done with it double, some are done with it single.
Right.
So here I've done a double row and then done a single row of the same colour.
And that just adds again dimension and texture,
It does,
doesn't it?
it does. It makes it look interesting. And I've put my colours on this and the different thicknesses of stitching so you can kind of see how the patterns go together.
Do they come with instructions, or am I best to be getting the book alongside this?
The book would be good alongside it, actually.
Okay.
Yes, it would really be good. I think most of them, you might stitch yourself into a corner a few times if you didn't have that. But no, most of them are sort of fairly self-explanatory, really. And there are some patterns on here. This is the one I'm looking at in particular at the moment.
Yes, love
which
that.
is it's the grasses pattern, Noaki. And you see, normally for that, you stitch it by going up the short bit of grass and then going down the long bit of grass and then going over the top. Yes, it is in that book.
Yeah, I've seen this. I'm going to find it.
And going across the pattern in rows. But the other way you can stitch it is going, like I've done here, up the short bit of grass, down the long bit of grass, halfway across the semicircle of the clamshell shape, and then go up to the next bit of short grass and sort of progress up it diagonally.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
And then I filled in the remaining parts of the pattern going diagonally the other way with a single thread. And it just gives that different sort of look, that different appearance.
There you go. There
it is in the book, yeah. There it is there.
So once again, it gives you, this is why we say it's good to actually have the book, because it will complement. There's probably not actually a block that you'll see on these panels that aren't included in the source book.
All of these are in the source book. I think every single one is.
Brilliant.
The designs running down the middle as well, they're actually touched on towards the end. There's a section in the book called Motifs. And these designs come from an old jacket in the museum in Sakata City.
Wow.
I saw them there, and I thought they're really amazing.
See, I love that. Everything has a history.
It does. And then some of them I've seen, friends have stitched them as well.
Now, this one, am I right in thinking that this is to do with sort of family...
Yes, they're family crests. Yeah.
Have you stitched one of these up?
Yes,
now, we've got it in red.
And I have one here I stitched in red too.
Oh, can we open this one up?
You've really got lucky today, because I've got some of the same colours. Well,
she stitched it.
Well, I have to confess. Oh, something I should have shown people with this one before we put it away is the edging.
Oh, you've done a blanket stitch.
A fake overlock edging on it.
Yeah,
because I'm going to keep that as one piece. These, the intention is to cut them up, and I didn't bother edging them. It's just that you will see immediately how quickly the edge tends to fray.
Right, so are you best to do that first, really, when you get it home?
Really. Otherwise, you will end up with a fray edge on them. The actual edge of the panel really starts at the dotted line. Gosh, on that side it really has frayed away. But this one, whoops, if I can get it, come on. I need longer arms, don't I, to actually get the whole thing out. This particular one.
I love these family crests. These are awesome.
Well, it's one of 6 that I've stitched with the idea of turning them into a sampler quilt. Each block.
Oh, yeah.
Is done in a different combination, you see, of colours. So I had 6 colours of this panel and 6 colours of the previous Camel Crest panel, and I've just kept changing the colours around and changing the thread thicknesses around. I've got here's another one in the same pattern, but you can see straight away I've done different colours, different shades for the irises. Sometimes I've used them. Oh, I missed a bit out there. Better go back and do that. Sometimes I'll use a double thread. Sometimes I use a single thread. So that's the way I've done the iris pattern on here. I'm trying not to open this out completely. That's how I've done.
Oh, look at that with the pink.
That's the plum blossom pattern there. Yeah. And I've done it in hot pink.
Wow.
On that one. Just see if I can find another one without opening it out completely, because it's so...
I do like the fact on this one as well, you're getting those grids
that
we talked about in the first
Those
hour.
are Hitomizashi designs. And the bit that runs down the middle with the kanji characters on it says spring, summer, autumn, winter.
Oh, fantastic.
So we use sort of a theme of the seasons, really, for this set that we do.
Like you said, what an amazing sampler this would be, because you could use those as cut lines, you could use them as stitch lines, you can stitch over them all, you could... wash these out and they will completely disappear. Yeah. Imagine doing borders around these and they could all be individual cushions or wall hangings.
I'm going to show you. I've got a cushion top there that I've started using one of the panels. But you see here, I've done this with the sheaves of rice, inaho. I've done that here as though the rice is just ripening, and here I've done it more sort of completely ripened, a little bit of orange colour. And for the sort of twine going around it here, I alternated red and white. So that's actually that line's been stitched twice.
Right.
I did alternate stitches in red and in white. It's to try and make it look like a red and white cord.
Twine. Yeah, it does.
In Japan, red and white are like colours of celebration. So you see them at festivals and things. I thought, oh yes, I think I'll have that. I'll have it as a cord on that.
But
So,
it looks completely different. It really
does,
makes
it
it
gives
stand out
gives it a
when you're
different
seeing
appearance,
red and
doesn't it?
white cord running through.
Yeah.
I got into Sashiko when I saw you on Sewing Street a few years ago, Susan, and she said, I'm doing a big panel for my cushion on my rocking chair, your books and panels. Love them. That's from Lucy.
Oh, that's really good.
Love it.
Excellent.
We've honestly got such a community here. You must have a lot of
Yeah.
people that come to you in the show who have seen you.
We do have a lot of a community. And the other thing as well, when I do all of the shows and things, I'm always saying to people, on my website, which is just susanbriscoe.com, it's pretty easy to find, there's a page called TV and Free Stuff. And you go to that page and there are links to all the shows that I've ever done with Sewing Street and Sewing Quarter, and also with my publisher, because I did a couple of demo things with them.
Yeah.
And there's links to all of them. It tells a little description of what's on each show. Like,
that's
you know,
really
go
handy.
to the second hour, go to the fourth hour if you want to see this. So you can view them all there. Yeah, yeah. You probably see me getting older as well. You know, if you start with the first one and just keep working through them. Yeah, so you see how the studio's changed as well.
I know, yes.
You know, with all the different studios that we've been in. Yeah, it's really rather good. Hang on a minute. I'll that one back to you.
Then this is the...
That was the red.
Right, that was the
version of
red.
it.
Do we have the family crest in another colourway?
Yes,
I don't think...
we do. We do that one there.
Oh, we do,
This
in
one
that
is.
lovely... Now, this is a lovely colour, this green, isn't it? Is that the same, similar?
Is it green? No, that is the...
XQ997.
It's like a sort of a taupe colour. They call it light grey.
Yeah, 70.
It's not a million miles away from that one. It's very close. The interesting thing, you know, with this fabric, it's called Kofu Samugi, and they actually make it now in about well over 20 colours, and you can actually sort of shade right through the range. So
they complement each other. So if
they
you've got
do.
another one
They
as
do.
well,
They look great.
you could add them together.
So you see that green actually goes very well. I know we haven't got this out of the packet, but it goes very well.
They all go well together. The blue, the light grey, the burgundy.
It's woven with a coloured warp and a black weft. So
Right.
it's a yarn dye. And I think it's the fact that it's got the black warp. It doesn't matter which two colours you put together, they work. So, you know, you could take two of these panels and mix them up. Well, or more than that. Like I said, I'm actually doing a quilt, and I've stitched the camel crest design now 6 times. I know. I didn't get... The funny thing is, I didn't get bored. You know, by the time I'm stitching it, you know, I've got 2 different designs, because this was the first one that we did, this panel here. We've had this on the show before. And it's got a different selection of crests. I'll just open it.
But like you said, I like the idea that you can mix and match them. There's only 3 of those ones left in light grey.
And I changed them, you know, I changed them around. And I didn't get bored stitching them. And I've used lots of different coloured threads.
Oh, yeah, this is the great bundle of coloured threads. You're getting all
I've
10.
used all manner in there. So it was just been fun. It's just playing with the colour, really.
There's your variegated,
lovely.
there's cream in there, there's blues, there's golds,
There's all sorts
purples,
in there. You know,
beautiful
the whole-
colours, and they're all Olympus threads as
The
well.
whole business of Sashiko, originally being, you know, indigo and white, was they used to have sumptuary laws during the Edo period, you know, before 1868, strictly speaking. And it was to stop rich merchants, really, turning their wives out wearing clothing that was just as good as samurai class, you know, aristocratic women. So they started introducing all these sumptuary laws. And in the area that I lived, the Shonai Han used to have a law which said that farmers could only wear things dyed with indigo, and they could only have patterns that were no bigger than a grain of rice.
Right.
And they couldn't have stripes that were any wider than the width of a straw.
So that's exactly where it all sort of originated, rice stitches.
There were slightly different laws in different parts of the country, yes, but that's where that kind of thing originates. And you see on this panel, you've got 4 of the Hitomizashi designs, and these are the ones that are, you know, no bigger than a grain of rice. It's fascinating, really.
It is.
Yeah.
It all ties
Yeah.
in together. Now,
Yeah,
that's
so we've got
the family crest ones.
And I think we've got another geometric.
If you want it in the red,
yeah.
that's the only way to get that now. £21.99. Great value for money. Think about
They are.
how many projects you've
Yeah.
got there, how much time
Yeah.
you're going to be able to spend stitching, as you say, if you're going on a holiday or if you're just wanting to sit outside. Like you said, this, I don't think it will make your sewing machine completely redundant, but we all have a
know.
time and a place that we think, well, it has for you. But if you do think, there is a time that I'm wanting to sit outside and do a bit of hand stitching or sociable stitching
I think it's
of an
because
evening.
it's because I've been on the move so much the last few years, really.
Yeah.
You know, that I've ended up doing an awful lot of Sashiko on the go, really.
Are you back down for Festival of Quilts as well?
I'm not doing Festival of Quilts. We're still in the process of clearing up my mum's old house, actually. So that is the big job for the summer.
Right.
We've really got to get it done now. So I might be popping in, possibly on the Saturday, just to visit her.
Yeah.
But I'm not ruling it out for another year. But, you know, Festival of Quilts, I don't know if people really appreciate it, but for the traders who go, it is a huge amount of work, really. Very, very intensive work. It's hard work setting it all up. Obviously, it costs a lot of money to put on a show like that as well. So it costs the traders quite a lot of money too. And just getting your stand ready and stock and bringing it all in. You know how big the halls are. Well, imagine... The loading is at the back of the halls. So if you're towards the front of the halls, by the time you've actually brought everything in on trolleys and things, you've walked miles, miles. And then you've got 4 days of a very long show to do. So it's a bit of a stamina, a bit of an endurance test for the for the exhibitors. So, you know, if you go as a visitor and you think it's hard being a visitor, think about what it's like for the exhibitors and be nice to them. But it's a fantastic show. So,
it is.
I think I'll probably just come down and check it out as a visitor this year.
Now, we've had so many people message about the quilt that's obviously behind us.
365, yeah.
This is absolutely huge, and there is a book to go with.
There's a book to go with
Stitch
this.
a new Sashiko pattern every day of the year. I love the concept of this. So, there 365 different...
Yes, there are.
This must have taken you forever to, you know, design and work the book.
It's a book that's sort of been in the making for quite a while, really.
Wow.
Because I taught Sashiko courses around Scotland and in the north of England for quite a long time. You know, where we were doing like an 8-session course. So every month, roughly, I would go and teach. And I think it was when I was at the one in Edinburgh that I taught there. And somebody said, you know, I wonder if there are enough different patterns for every day of the year. And I said, well, there probably are. And so I did have to dig a bit deep. But the thing is, I've got to the point now, I could probably do the whole book over again with different patterns.
Wow.
But it would have a lot of hitomizashi in it if I did.
Now, this also has written instructions for every pattern.
Yes, it does. Absolutely, every single pattern in it.
How brilliant is this?
It's based on the course that I did. So you start at the beginning of the book.
Yeah.
It doesn't give you history, this one. You just get straight into it. Okay?
Yeah.
You just getting started. How to prep all your materials, because it does take 5 metres of normal standard width patchwork width, you know, 43-inch wide fabric to do it. I stitched on a fabric from Olympus, which is the 4500 Sashiko fabric, and it is a top-of-the-range embroidery fabric. It's not cheap. But there again, you're not using tons of other fabrics on it. And for the sashing, that was actually Lewis and Irene.
Right.
You had a wide width rainbow one this morning.
we
you were
did,
doing this
that
morning.
ombre.
And when that came up, I thought, hang on, you could actually use that to do the sashing on this. But that was a Lewis and Irene one called Over the Rainbow, and it's been out of production for a few years now, unfortunately. But you could get exactly the same effect with a stack of solid pastels, shading all the way through. Because once it was cut up, you had to really look pretty close to see which end of the strip was which. There wasn't a lot in it.
Yeah.
You know, you honestly could have done it just with graded fat quarters. And it is 96 inches square. I do have to admit to that. It is a king-size quilt, but you don't have to do all of them.
96 inches square, but I don't need to commit to doing a 96-inch square
No, you don't
quilt,
have
do I?
to. You could skip some of them and make it smaller.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
But to have the directory of all of these,
you have.
even just to be able to put together, as I say, your own sampler quilt or smaller projects, you have
I've seen all sorts done out of it. So it takes you through, you know, your tools and materials, as we usually do, how to get started, how to prepare your fabrics as well, because I found it was very useful. You know, I edged all of the pieces with that faux lock stitch that it's one of these things that goes two steps to the front and 2 steps to the side and back again. I'm not quite sure what it's really for on a machine. I use it all the time for edging
Yeah,
Sashiko,
yeah.
and it's just brilliant. So I started out by just cutting the strips of fabric going across the fabric width, edged it, and then I cut them into squares, and I changed the colour of the top thread at that stage. So I knew which was the top and which was the bottom of the fabric, which I thought was kind of handy, really.
Yeah, really handy.
Especially, although I used a fabric where it was dyed as the piece, so the difference between the width and the warp and the weft is pretty minimal. Of course, if you use something like this Kofu Samugi that the panels are printed on, you do need to know which way up it is, because it's like a shot cotton.
Right.
You've got black threads going one way, coloured threads going the other way, and if you turn it on its side, you can see it looks different, looks slightly differently coloured. So for that reason, I put that bit in there, and then it shows you how to mark all of the grids, because they're all on different grids.
Oh, they're all on different. Of course they are.
Yeah. There's various different grids in here. Oh, and at the back of the book, just to be sort of extra handy for people who didn't have a cutting mat, we did include 2 pages that you could cut out and keep, that have grids on them.
Oh, brilliant.
So that one's divided into a 3/8 inch grid.
Right, so this is if you don't have a ruler, ruler.
Or a mat. Because
Okay.
the way I draw it normally, I put the square down on top of a small quilting mat, and I basically link the lines upon the mat.
What
And I just
material should be used for using Sashiko templates to make your own patterns?
Oh, you don't need the grids if you do that, if you're using templates.
Right, okay.
No.
Does that make sense? Hang on. I think
So
she
say-
means what fabric... Do you think she means what fabric do we sew on?
Well, again, the fabric, it's more like, you know, the kind of cotton linen blends that you get for dressmaking. It's similar to that, really.
Yeah.
Except that's 100% cotton.
Yeah.
It needs to be something a little bit looser than a patchwork cotton, really.
Yeah.
To get the thicker threads through.
We were talking about this in the first
we
hour,
did,
if you
didn't
missed
we?
it.
Yeah.
It was more so, you've got to think about the fabrics that are going more likely to fray.
Yeah, they're almost certainly going to fray. That's why you've got to edge them. And of course, the edging, the little zigzaggy edging or sort of little sort of overlocky effect or whatever I put on, that disappears at the seam allowance. You don't see it. But it means that you don't end up with a load of squares that are frayed away. I know some people who think, oh, you know, well, what I'll do, I'll make my squares bigger and then I'll trim them down. Oh, think of all the fabric waste of doing that, or that fabric you're putting in the bin. I can't bear it. So that is something I would never do. I would always find a way of stopping the edge fraying.
Yeah.
I hate the idea.
Oh
of
yeah, most of our machines have now
trimming
got those
to size.
overcast stitches. You don't.
Yeah,
need
they
to
have. Most
fancy
machines
overlapping.
have them, you know, so it's okay.
Or even pinky shears.
And if your machine doesn't have them, you know, you just do a zigzag.
Yeah.
And go over the edge.
Yeah.
You know, make sure you go over the edge. So on this page, you've got a 1/4 inch and an 1/8 inch grid. So depending on, you know, if you're using, if the pattern says, you know, you need to draw, you know, a 1/4 inch grid, or you need to draw a 1/2 inch grid or a 1 inch grid, you would turn to that one. If you need to do a 3/8 inch grid, you would use that one. You put your piece of fabric down there, and you link the lines up, and then you do it that way. It shows you how in the beginning. We did actually do a show about that ages
Oh,
ago.
great.
And of
Once
course,
again, it'll be on your website.
It's on YouTube. It's on
Yeah.
your YouTube.
Yeah,
you see,
you've got all the list of dates on your website.
but
haven't
you can find it easier by going through my website than you can do by going through YouTube generally. So, you know, we've got that at the back. And of course, how to make the quilt is at the back too. Whoops.
Oh, so once you've made all of your squares...
If you want to make that quilt up, that's how to do it.
Wow.
And you don't have to put the squares in the same arrangement that I did. Because when I was doing it, I thought, you know, do I do them in the sequence that I've stitched them? Or do I do some other sequence? And I thought, well, actually, I do want to use this on a king-size bed at some point. So I wanted all the pieces that had a sense of direction to be the right way up.
Right, yeah.
So they're in the middle.
Yeah.
And all the ones that it doesn't matter if they're on their side, they're on the sides.
Do you
And
construct them in rows?
Yeah. I put them together as rows. Well, it shows you all this in the assembly, actually.
Brilliant.
There's a big assembly diagram there, putting it together. Yeah, so it shows you how to do that. So the actual patterns were all based on the courses that I used to teach. So we start out the same way. I used to start everybody off with the simplest of the hitomezashi patterns, where we're working on a grid. And with these, the first page, you're just stitching, and then you're weaving threads through them.
I love that you do that, because that means that I mean, this is tried and tested with people who may have never done Sashiko before.
Yeah,
You know
it
the
is.
questions.
Yeah.
A lot of us ask probably the similar questions, and
people do, because the same things crop up again and again and again. So you find yourself sort of saying the same things.
well, something you might overlook as a very experienced Sashiko sewer.
I try to put myself sort of back in the head of somebody who's doing it for the first time. Really, every time I do things. So we start out with the easy stuff, you see. It looks, actually, the funny thing is these ones look really complicated,
They
but they're
do.
not.
But that's what I love about Sashiko is that it always does look, you're not looking at a beginner embroidery project that looks quite babyish.
No,
You've got a real fab end result.
It looks
It's very
fantastic.
difficult.
It looks more difficult than it is. Here, you've got a grid that you've drawn, and basically you're using the size of that grid to dictate the length of your stitches.
Yeah.
So it controls it all. And after a little while, we then start making the grid a little bit bigger, and we have some more, simple patterns, really simple divisions. But the other thing is, later on in the book, it's going to refer you back to these pages. It's going to say things like, mark pattern 26, then do this. It'll work that way. And there's a little bit of sort of little nugget of information about the different patterns on that spread each time as well.
Wow.
So we're just working through, and it's great. You just keep building up the pattern, and you're constantly building on what you've learnt before.
Yeah.
So it is best to work through it in that order, really. Unless you have done quite a bit of Sashiko before, in which case, yes, you just jump into whatever, go, oh, I'll do that one, I'll do that one. But if you're a beginner or a relative beginner, I would say start at the beginning. And even if you didn't stitch all of them, at least, read how they're all done. Have a go at least maybe at one stitch pattern out of each page, each spread is the word I was looking for. And, here, they're starting to get more complicated. We're building them up.
And you can always see how to stitch the patterns
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
In which
I give
direction
an
to do the
arrow.
stitches.
I've
says, I've got it, I recommend it. It's a
thank
fantastic
you,
resource for
thank you.
designs and how to stitch them.
I've used a rainbow colour scheme throughout. So you basically start usually with the pink, and it tells you in the instructions. Occasionally it says, stitch something in white. But usually you're starting with the pink, then you're going, pink to sort of peachy colour, I think it says peach, and yellow, and then green, and then you're into blue, and you're into lilac. So you're working through that particular set of colours. There's very little rainbow thread used in it. There's a tiny bit used at the beginning. Because when I did this book, they hadn't brought out the rainbow thread colours that are now available. There's 6 available now, that some of them came out just at the beginning of this year. Originally there was one, then there was another one, then there was another 4.
Is that the variegated ones or the?
Yeah, I've actually got some in here. Oh, it's a bit naughty showing this because we haven't actually had it on the show. Have I got it in here? Oh no, I left it on the table.
Well, you did some stitching in the last hour.
Yeah, I left it. I have left it on the table. I was pottering about doing a bit of stitching, and now you can actually get a rainbow thread that goes through all these colours.
Nice.
So if you wanted the rainbow effect, and you don't want to keep changing your thread colour like I did, just get the rainbow thread and stitch it all in that, or stitch it all in white, or stitch it all in a different colour. I know at least one customer who's stitching it on green. I think a couple of them are doing it on green fabric actually, with sort of autumnal colours. And,
I love that you keep up to date, because there is a Facebook page, isn't there?
Well, people tell me what they're doing. I do. I've got a Facebook page for it, and I'm seeing the things that people are making now. And of course, now it's getting to the point that customers are starting to finish them off.
Well, look, this is the great thing. This isn't a project that you're going to finish overnight, but I like the fact that you can dip your toe in
keep going with
and
it.
literally do 20 minutes of stitching a day. Like, you don't have to commit.
No, you could do whatever you want.
Yeah, love it. Now, we're going to move on to the coaster panels, if that's okay. I've got part 1, part 2 and part 3.
Yeah.
Would you recommend doing these are they in an order for a reason?
I don't think they are actually, to be honest. I haven't stitched these, but I had a little peek at the patterns on them. And quite a few of them have got Hitomizashi patterns, actually.
So this one is part 1 in red, and then we also have the light
sort of
grey as
taupe
well.
colour, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a sort of a warm grey.
These are all the prints you're getting, which are more of your geometric prints.
Just looking at them, my guess is that they probably have done them with the idea that you do part 1 first, then part 2, then part 3. But on the other hand, the company who make them, you know, they bring new designs out each year. It may be that they release those two in the first year, those two in the second, something like that. But it would make sense to probably, you know, work through them in that way.
On the picture there, you can see. I'm not going to open this up because we've got less than 20 of these. There's a lot of people who've been shopping on pre-order.
Right.
You're getting these really lovely sized blocks with the cutting line in between, and then you do also have that strip as well that runs the full length, ready for you to stitch here. Now, even though these are coasters, it says on there, but you could use them as smaller blocks. They could build up to make a bag with the strap. Or, I mean, there's so many different ways of being.
Yeah, it's interesting they give that
panels.
little piece, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's different ways you could use it, really. I would be almost tempted to combine them all into a little wall hanging or something, because they are lovely.
Now, we also have the different colourway, the same geometric patterns as well, this in the sort of taupe colour, as we say. When you've got the book, though, apply the knowledge and the skills that you have into working with these pre-printed panels. And they are, again, with the water-soluble ink. So
there's a little instruction leaflet in with them as well.
Fantastic. You get little instructions as well.
They're very good.
That one's on slate. It says you're getting the all 6 of those designs, but then bonus because you also do get that.
Yeah, you get that.
They've obviously thought, what can we do
What
with the extra?
Yes, what can we do with the extra bit, and how can we present it so people can use it for something else?
Yeah.
The thing with these is that sort of grey taupe, I think you're calling it slate, but I would call it taupe kind of colour. If you've got some very minimal, you know, very modern interior where it's all neutrals, that goes really, really well.
Yes, absolutely.
But I love the red. I absolutely love that.
Now, the red, I want to just open one of them up so you can see the sort of size of the panel that you're getting as well. This
yeah,
one.
we have some hands in for scale, can't we?
This is part 2, is that right? Yes.
That's part 2.
This, once again, is a a big panel, like you
lines
said.
wash out one.
It comes with your instructions. It
Yeah.
does come with instructions, and it's another big panel with 6 different designs on there, and of course that strip as well, bonus strip. But in fact, actually, getting to
The ink used on this print is water soluble. Doesn't use a steam iron or water spray.
Oh yeah, don't wash these, pre-wash them or anything. Like all of the panels that we've had today, don't pre-wash them or spray
and they're
them or
also
anything.
recommending to zigzag the edges of the cloth before you do anything with them.
Which again, we were talking about the fraying.
Again, a good idea, really. That's the backing piece.
Yeah,
for
get
them.
backing
So
as
they'll
well.
Get backing with those, yeah. Yeah, they're all hitomizashi patterns, all one-stitch Sashiko. So these are all stitched by going back and forth, you know, different directions. You're not going around each flower, is what I'm saying. So first of all, go for, if you've only got one set that's going sort of with the grain, you know, the horizontal, go do that one first. If you've got 2 that are going with the grain, like, you know, you go back and forth and then up and down.
Right.
And then you do your diagonals, your 2 different diagonals. And in the case of this, you're just going, you know, back and forth and then up and down, going that way. And the stitch patterns just seem to appear as if by magic. And once, when you first start it, you think, just looks like a load of running stitch, really.
I was going to say, so you would pick out the lines running forward like this, yeah? Because when I look at that, I think that looks really daunting. Where on earth do I create these stars?
Yeah.
But actually, just look at it
all.
in straight lines, horizontal lines and straight lines and diagonal lines.
When you look at this pattern here, just sort of be aware that bit there, it looks a little bit like one big continuous stitch, it isn't? It's 2 stitches. Can you see a tiny gap in the middle, and you've got a little tiny gap there where the stitch lines cross over as well.
Right.
It's a lovely panel, that one. Really nice.
This one also comes in the grey. It's exactly the same prints as you're seeing here for part 2. They all complement each other, though, so if you do want to make it part of a larger sampler pack, this one ends in 02, Hannah. And it does also have, did this one have the strip? It didn't, did it? It's 6 designs on it with your plain backing fabric as well, which matches in perfectly. Lovely designs. $19.99 alongside your source book as well. Good time to get it. This does come with the strip down the side. There you go.
It does, yeah.
Fantastic.
It's got a little bit as well, yeah. I'm sort of wondering what they were planning with that bit. Possibly bag handles. Anyway, this one's a bit more pictorial.
Now this one in red.
Handle in it as well. Oh, it has. It's gone. Oh well.
That one's gone.
So we've still got it in the taupe.
Yeah, that lovely. It's called slate. I agree with you. It's more of a warm grey.
Yes, it is really.
Isn't it?
Yeah,
Like you say,
yeah.
for home decor, that's lovely.
Yeah, very contemporary for home decor.
Whether it be any of these panels today or the book, make sure you have a go at some Sashiko. I must say, the amount of people who have said it is fantastic. It's a really great mindful
You can
project.
do all sorts with it. I'm just very quickly as well going to show you a few things I brought, because I think we had 2 more panels of this we haven't shown, have we? I think we did. This one.
Yeah, I believe that they are virtually sold out.
Oh,
Have a look on the web.
Oh,
we'll
never mind.
We'll put them through so you can find them underneath us on the website. But there are 2 more panels.
Okay.
Did you say this is what you started making them?
This is something that I've made out of a square from one of these panels, you see. It's cushion front. And then, quite simply, you can stick it...
Oh, in fact, actually, we've got stock available of this one.
Oh, you have?
Yes.
Marvellous,
Of the
right.
red. And this has got... So even if you're not using them as a full sampler like this...
No,
like
cut it up.
Cut it up.
The middle piece of this came out of one of these.
Brilliant.
And I sort of varied the stitching on it as well for this pattern, because it's the Asanoha pattern, the hemp leaf pattern, and you can leave bits of it out. And then when you wash it, those lines will disappear. And it gives you like a kind of floating version. And then to turn it into a cushion, so I've just got a strip at the top and the bottom on that. Then I just put on a little envelope back. It's a very scant envelope back on that. A lot of my cushions have very, very small envelope backs. Not just because I'm a bit mean with the fabric. It's not because of that. It's because I take them on and off the cushions a lot for different things. And then, of course, whoops. And here I have one, another one I prepared. This isn't actually off one of the panels, but it's just, again, it's just showing you. You don't have to use stripe. You can use a floral fabric or something to edge it with. And it's a very quick way to make a cushion, believe me, that.
And like you say, think about how you're using these blocks. They're not too small to then put with a border.
No, they're nice.
And that could be
really
a block
nice.
in a quilt. That could be a block on a
It
cushion.
could be.
A bag. Like you say, you've seen people who have different bags.
Yeah, you can do different things with them. It's great.
Love this one. And this has got lots of very, very popular patterns that I think, again, all occur in the Ultimate Sashiko Source book.
They do, actually, all of those. That's the panel that this was off.
Yes.
So this was the black version, of course.
So if you did manage to get the panels, get the book as well, and you will get even more information a fabulous resource.
Yeah.
Just get that whilst it's in stock, because it's only going to be printed, but it's been printed. That's it.
It has been printed, and that's it. They're not going to reprint, you know. And if you can get along on Saturday to Frodsham, to the community centre, do to Sashiko Fest, because it's going to be a great event. It's free.
Brilliant.
The small charge for doing the make and take workshops, a small charge at the top. Apart from that, the whole event's free.
And you'll be there?
I'll be there. I'll be there. Probably run off our feet, actually.
Come and see us again soon, because it's been a fabulous.
Oh, I'm hoping to. I've just been talking to Ian about the idea of coming in June.
Oh,
so we'll see about that. We'll work something out.
Thank you so much for today, and thank you for bringing us the book.
Thanks.
Good luck with the official launch on Saturday.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your company as well, and stay exactly where you are, because Stuart Hillard is going to be joining me, and he's got brand new fabulous projects from Stylecraft. So don't go anywhere. We're back right after this.
So many more quilts I want to make now. I'm going to have to live to 200.
It's just been one of the best festivals I've ever been to in my whole life.
I will definitely be back, and I'm going to have a quilt.
Turning tools are one of my favourite tools. They are perfect for turning tubes of fabric the right way round. So maybe you're making bag handles or straps, or you're doing small rouleau loops. Absolutely perfect. So if you've got a piece of fabric here, I've sewed it in half, right sides facing. Turning it right sides out takes quite a long time. So what you need is a turning tool. If you take the tube of fabric, tack it together across the end, it just holds it together using the longer stitch, and then you just get the plastic tube, put it to the end, get your stick and push it in, and then it turns your tube right sides out really, really quickly. It's genius. Simplest thing, but absolute genius. Now, in these turning tool sets, you get different sizes. So that's the big one. So if you were using a narrower tube, then use the next size down. Now when it's a short tube, I don't tend to tack the end. You can just fold the end in and push it through like this, and that will turn that right sides out. Look how quick it is. And if you're doing really small loops like this one here, there's even a smaller one as well. So if you just slide the smaller tube inside, then the smallest one comes with a little metal stick instead of a wooden one. But look how quick and easy that is to turn right sides out. Saves you loads of time. When you get your set of turning tubes, do make yourself a little bag, just a little drawstring bag to put them in, because otherwise they get separated, and it keeps them all nice and neat and saves you so much time.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Join us live on Facebook for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know, apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram. On the Sewing Street pages, we're going to have exclusive products and deals, competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information, and we'll see you there for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
It's Flower Show Week. Join us for 4 days of all things flowers, plus an amazing chance to get your hands on a free badge that you will not want to miss. So tune in this Tuesday through to Friday for Flower Show Week, here on Sewing Street.
Sewing Street's designer block competition is back. Use the fabric on our bespoke panel to make your very own quilt block masterpiece. 12 lucky winners will be announced on Friday the 20th of June. Each winner will receive a £100 credit to your Sewing Street account. Your block will be proudly exhibited at the Festival of Quilts 2025. Sewing Street's designer block competition.
Hello, welcome back. I don't know where today's gone. It's already 12 o'clock. Thank you so much for joining us. It's been a really, really exciting day, and the excitement doesn't stop now. Right, Hannah's keen bean. She's already got the graphics live. So, while Stuart was off, we had a really exciting launch with Sam Sabido of some fantastic Knit Pro interchangeable crochet hooks. And from past experience of Stuart and I bringing on the interchangeable Knit Pro knitting needles, I went upstairs and I said, we need to talk to Stuart about these because I know how excited he will be, and we have been waiting. Are you ready with your excitement, Stuart? No, I told you how excited he'll be.
I'm excited.
So I said,
No,
please, can we bring them back and talk about these with Stuart? Because I know that you actually said the words to me. Knit Pro, Stuart, is like the Rolls Royce.
Oh.
When it comes to tools
Completely.
for knitters and crochet.
I discovered them about 10 years ago, and I've really never looked elsewhere. They're glorious, and interchangeable is the way to go.
Okay.
Can we just have a better look at this?
I love that blanket.
Gorgeous
It's so soft.
chenille yarn. It is so beautiful. It's squeezy from Stylecraft.
Oh.
Amazing. Anyway, look, I'll move that out of the way, but
yeah,
I
we're
couldn't...
talking about that in a little bit because you've got some fabulous kits
I just
today
couldn't
from
resist
Stylecraft.
flashing that. But yeah, this interchangeable kit is beautiful. And you know, knitters have their sets of interchangeable needles, but it's high time that we had something for the crocheters.
And I do think, as a knitter or crocheter, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't tend to buy too many luxury indulgent purchases.
No, I mean, that's...
You know, as a sewer, you might buy a fancy upgraded sewing machine or an overlocker, or there's all the tools and all the kit. And as a crocheter, you generally have your hook.
That's right. It's a very low-tech, low-cost hobby to get into. But I think almost every knitter, every crocheter, after a while, wants to kind of upgrade so that whatever tools they do have are beautiful, handle beautifully, feel lovely, because actually those things are important, that if it feels lovely in your hand and comfortable, then most of us would agree we can crochet or knit for longer, in more comfort, we like the results, the whole feel. So here is the Knit Pro crochet set. It comes in this beautiful sort of flock wallet, really smart.
Oh, that is nice with the
gorgeous
rose gold.
styling, bit of rose gold, and the theme is rose gold. So in your set, what you get is you get this beautiful rose gold tape measure, retractable tape measure.
Brilliant.
You get a pair of beautiful, super sharp rose gold scissors. You get stitch markers. You get your base handle. And then you've got a set of 7 interchangeable hooks. Now these go 2, 2.5, 3, 3.5, 4, 4.5, and 5.
Right.
So we can go everything from kind of 3-ply sport weight, 4-ply, that kind of thing, right through to Aran. Okay, but you've also got those interchangeable sizes. If your tension's a little too tight, you can go up a size. If it's a little bit loose, you can go down a size. You've also got this little thing here. Don't think this is a fancy label. I'll show you
No,
what
isn't
this
that
is
to
for.
tighten it or something? Is it?
It is. So all you do is you screw. That was my big reveal. I'm never.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
I'm never telling a joke when you're around, Vix. There's the punchline. Now, what it's for is you use it then to tighten or untighten the hook.
Right, oh, that is handle. It looks very professional.
Well,
It
there's
does
your
look very
gorgeous rose gold hook. So I'm all set up now.
Is there a hook size that you generally tend to use as a crochet?
Well, look, if you do double knit yarn,
Yeah.
then you're going to be using the 4mm,
Yeah.
probably. But if your tension's a bit loose, then you'll use the 3.5 instead. If it's a bit tight, you'll use the 4.5.
So is it good to have a selection?
Well, it is, absolutely, because, and also the other thing is, if you're, say, crocheting with cotton yarn, even a cotton DK is much thinner than most DK yarns. So you might well go to a 3.5 or even a 3 mil hook for a DK cotton. This Squeeze Me yarn is a really bulky chenille. Now, it is a double knit, and I've got on absolutely perfectly with a 4 mil hook, but you might want to use a 4.5.
Right, okay.
And you've got them all in your set.
They're all there, to hand if you are on the move crochet, because I know it's a very portable hobby, isn't it?
It is.
So to make sure that you've always got the correct crochet hook, or to have it by the side of the sofa without going through a big bag of things.
Well, that's right. You keep all your hooks together, and then you know where they are. All of them have the size printed on them. So you can always reference that, so it's easy to reference what size they are. And as you say, you keep them all together so they're always on hand. And I just think crocheters deserve a bit of luxury and something classy and beautiful to work their beautiful crochet projects
with that in mind, already, like with the knitting pins that we had, already loads have gone. And the best thing about it is we're going to go lower today. We did look elsewhere, and we actually found the Long River had reduced them. So we said they were supposed to be $47.87, so we were quite happy with our price, but they'd reduced them. So we've decided we're going to go lower too. There's 10p or something difference, isn't there? But we're going to do everything we can to make, fingers crossed, this accessible for everybody as a gift. Treat yourself. That is now so good.
That's fab. No, I thought we might go 40.
No.
That's fab. The thing is, Vix, the knitting needle sets, the Knit Pro knitting needle sets, you're talking around about 90 to £120 for those. So the crochet hooks are already, well, I suppose you use one, not two.
Yeah.
So you would expect them to be less. I don't know. But $37.99, that's fabulous.
And like you say, when you're talking about a brand like Knit Pro,
yeah,
you can be confident in the quality. You're not going to have to be replacing these next week.
No.
This is the great thing when you've got your tools. Great gift for somebody who's either wanting to get into crochet or who, like you said, is now jumping into that next level of crochet.
Well, it's quite hard to treat yourself when you're a knitter or a crocheter. It's true, because there's very limited things. You could buy, gorgeous yarn, but the thing is, lots of us feel a bit guilty when we buy yarn because it's like, well, I still haven't done that.
Yeah.
But with your hooks, then you can think, well, that is something I'm going to use for every project. It's going to feel better. It's going to be a more enjoyable process. And I think that's why a lot of us do upgrade our tools as we get into something. We might buy the most affordable hooks or needles first when we start out. But if we get into a hobby, we are going to go for the better quality tools.
Yeah, love that. $37.99. Now it's absolutely a no-brainer when we've discounted it as well. That is, I think, the best price point that we've found, this selection of Knit Pro interchangeable crochet hooks anywhere. That's why Hannah said, I don't just want to beat it by a little bit. I want to make it an absolute no-brainer for everybody to get involved. And if you've already opened your order, which hundreds and hundreds of you have this morning, if you've already got involved in any of Stuart's shows, or if you've already been involved today, then you're only paying £1 postage and packaging. And if you haven't got involved today and you've opened your order on this, we're talking crochet for the whole hour, aren't we today?
This is 100% crochet.
Stuart, is this a little bit out of your comfort zone?
I mean, on the face of it, yes.
Okay, have you enjoyed it?
I loved it, absolutely loved it. Well, the thing is, I think the projects that we've got today are based around granny squares.
Love a granny square.
Love a granny square. And actually, of all the crochet that you could ask me to do, the granny square is something I'm comfortable with. Now, what actually we've got today, this fabulous blanket, uses a few different stitches. So although it has a granny square look to it, you've actually got in there, you've got trebles, so tick, fine, happy with that. You've also got puff stitch. I'm going to show you how to do puff stitch.
Yeah.
That's going to make me feel very proud of myself. Look at me teaching crochet. I don't think so.
Love it.
Anyway, but we've also got some, let me reference the pattern. We've got some double trebles.
Okay.
And we've got some treble clusters.
Okay, well, no pressure, but Hannah and I are following along and we're going to learn along with you today. I want you to do a crochet along. Can I show you the biggest bundle of Squeeze Me yarn? And this is enough to be able to make the huge blanket, the 2 cushions as well, which I've got here. I mean, it's just an amazing stash buster, and love the cushions. I love that one.
The pink and orange is amazing. I love it.
Gorgeous. Hannah's like, right, that is going to disappear after the show. It's going on my sofa. That is
I know,
gorgeous.
it's beautiful, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
And the yarn itself is gorgeous. It's like a chenille yarn.
Right, okay. I've never seen yarn
feels like velvet.
This. It looks so velvety.
Yep.
It's double knit.
Yep.
So did you say you worked with a 4mm crochet
4mm crochet hook, but there is it's 52 inches by 62 inches.
Gosh, so it's a massive blanket.
It's a really big blanket.
And you don't have to choose a cushion. You do get both cushions, both patterns.
It's...
Oh,
look,
I love
it. Look. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? I think, you know, if you've got a little cosy nook, you know, or...
We'll have somewhere where I know that will go, don't we?
I'm thinking camper van, caravan, taking it when you go away.
Gosh, I'm now going to have to buy a camper van because I love that. I want it. I want to go to Glastonbury with it.
Look, we were talking about golden hour, you know, and then you're sitting there in your chair, maybe you've got a little something to drink, a cup of tea perhaps, or something else, and then it starts to drop a little bit chilly, and this comes out, and you snuggle around your shoulders.
Love it.
I know, it's lovely, isn't it?
Now, how many, Hannah, break it down for me. How many yarn, how many have we got here? How many of these chenille yarns?
How many balls?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, discreetly. How many balls we're getting? Right, in the blanket, you've got 1 ball of scarlet, 1 ball of fuchsia, 1 ball of chestnut, 2 balls of carrot, 2 balls of golden yellow, 2 balls of cobalt, 2 balls of apple, and 8 of the black. So you are getting so much. Whether it be you love this project, you're getting your free pattern as well, you're getting your pattern for the blanket and for the instructions. 19 in the blanket, but this bundle does not stop here. You've then got 5 for the square cushion. And you're also getting 4 for the strip.
Because you've actually got 4 balls of the yellow and 4 balls of the blue in total.
Right.
You've got 2 for the blanket and then 2 for the cushion.
It's all included in there, isn't it?
All
it's a
included.
massive kit.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge.
Now, I know you work with Stylecraft, don't you?
A lot.
Yeah, and they
I'm
are
thinking
fab.
you could turn this into a poncho.
Yes, I love it. By the way, we want it on split pay again. Split pay won't come up unless we crash a penny off, so we're going to do it. So don't ask how. But yeah, there you go. You are now going to get another penny off, obviously, but it means that you've now got it on split pay. Our computer doesn't like it unless we do a price crash. So we, do want to offer you on split pay because I understand it is more of a considered purchase. Split pay is on £113.98, which makes it just $56.99. And here you're getting all of this velvety soft, amazing yarn. Everybody who's got it in their basket, go for it. Because it's so achievable, isn't it? It looks...
Oh, completely. Absolutely, completely. I mean, I've got a little grouping of four squares here, thinking about making that gorgeous cushion with it. They're almost like 4 sunflowers, aren't they? And then you've got borders in blue, that fabulous blue. Let me grab
that cobalt blue is lovely.
That fabulous blue that goes around. And literally all you're going to do to make this cushion is you're starting off with chain that you form into a ring. You work trebles around that. I'll show you some of these skills in a second. You're going to work puff stitch around that. This is your puff stitch. Then you're going to work around that, and this is where you're going to do your treble clusters, 3 treble clusters working around. Then you've got this final row in green where you're going to be working double trebles into the stitches, and then finally trebles round the outside. So this very centre and this outside, nothing outside of a regular granny square. The puff stitch and the treble clusters, I'm going to show you. But if I, as a non-crocheter, can do it, you can do it.
Brilliant. Is this UK terminology?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it
Brilliant.
is. It is.
So yeah, I know that you actually consider yourself obviously more of a knitter, don't you? So
Yeah,
if you
I'm
as
a non-crocheter.
Yeah.
I can do this.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So you can do it too. But if you're an experienced crocheter, I mean, goodness me, this is just going to be great fun. If you've never crocheted with a chenille type yarn before either, you're in for a treat. It's lush.
Oh, nice. Anything to be aware of? I suppose it's because it's chunky, it's going to actually come together quite quickly, actually.
Yeah, I mean, if you've crocheted with double knit cotton, that's a much slower process. The chenille is bulkier, does have more of a bulk to it. So yeah, and the resulting fabric, the blanket, is thick, it's snuggly, it's super soft, but it feels light as well.
I mean, that is a massive project.
Yeah.
And 2 of the cushions,
Yeah.
your pattern, and all of the yarn. I mean, you do not need to go out trying to raid your stash.
No.
And this is probably yarn that you might not already have in your stash.
I agree with you. Yeah, absolutely. The finished result is so velvety. You've got almost that sort of flock and those colour variations. It's gorgeous. And then, you know, if you're making the blue cushion, all you're going to do once you sew the squares together. Now, just one point here. You are going to need some smooth yarn, just a black DK yarn, to sew the blanket up.
Right.
And you'll sew it up together. And then all you're going to do is work, I think they're trebles, in straight lines, just back and forth, back and forth. So much like we would add borders on a quilt, we're going to add a border to the top. We're going to add a border to the bottom, and then we're going to do long rows of trebles back and forth to create the borders. So it really is totally beginner friendly.
And I suppose you don't have to make it as big as they have here.
No.
And like you said, I know a lot of crocheters who may have got different, you know, books or different patterns. Like you said, make it into a poncho if you want.
You
that
can make
yarn
it into a poncho really
would look
easily.
lovely.
Or you could say, well, I'm not going to make the cushions. I'm going to make 2 smaller versions of this, so I've got a kind of his and hers, or I've got one each for the grandchildren, or something like that, you know, one for each of the cats or the dogs.
Yeah.
I know how much we spoil our pets.
Yeah.
Crochet them a special blanket.
So it is gorgeous, isn't it? Every single person who's got it in their basket, just be aware that, can I come over and hold it up with you? Because it's absolutely huge, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that is a showstopper. If you had this over the back of a sofa or in your garden, it's weighty as well, isn't it? It's going to keep you warm.
Yeah, I think
Got a lovely weight to it.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about weighted blankets, weren't there, and about how comforting they are.
Yeah.
And this has got a lovely weight to it when it's on. It's glorious, isn't it?
Yeah.
Absolutely glorious.
Oh, I always like a blanket that's got a bit of weight to it.
Yeah.
It just makes you feel more secure.
It does, but also crochet blankets are lovely because they allow the air to circulate in a way that, say, like a woven woolen blanket doesn't.
Yeah.
You're a bit trapped by that.
Yeah.
Whereas this, of course, has all the air holes allowing you to stay warm, but also comfortable.
Yeah, I suppose all year round then, this is brilliant. I love it. So, and also, I suppose, am I just making up all of these squares? So I can just make up a square while I'm sitting waiting at a doctor's appointment. I can make up a square while I'm waiting for the girls to come out of nursery. It's very transportable. You're not just making a huge quilt.
Yeah, and if you want to keep on top of the making up, you could sew them into rows, or you could sew them into groups of 4, like a patchworker would. Do them in groups of 4, and then you can join the 4s together.
I was just looking, is there a right or wrong way with it? That's what I love about crochet.
Only in terms of the joins.
Okay.
So I like the ridge as the right side, but I think most people would say that was
That's
the
the
wrong
back,
side. But I actually like the ridge on the front.
Right. Oh, they're lovely colour combinations as well, aren't they? Look
Yeah,
at this
it's gorgeous.
beautiful hot pink and the sort of oranges and corals and reds and blues. It's a lovely combination.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And I think that black chenille that you use in every block that creates that frame really does kind of pull the whole thing together.
Yes, so many of you getting it. I'm so thrilled you love it as much as we do. Don't forget, you don't need to choose. You also get the stripy cushion and the colourways to do it, and also the sunflower one as well, and the colours to do it. Maybe start with a cushion.
Yeah, there's something quite nostalgic about this project, I think, but it's been brought bang up to date.
Yeah,
with
it's everywhere.
I mean, it's a brand new yarn for Stylecraft.
Right.
Squeeze Me. I think they just introduced it this year, or possibly tail end of last year.
And it's a double knit, isn't it?
It's a double knit. It's been a huge hit. It's so snuggly. It's absolutely brilliant for, excuse me, crocheted project. Really nice for toy making as well.
Oh, yeah, that'd be lovely.
Imagine something like a teddy bear or a rabbit or something like that in this gorgeous Squeeze Me yarn. So sort of try it out with a nice, simple granny square style blanket and then spread your wings.
Brilliant. Don't forget to get your crochet hooks as well alongside it. If you can afford to do it today, they are also on offer. Now, we're going to park this to the side for a moment. We will come back to it in a little bit. But if you've noticed already, the 2 cardigans that we're wearing. Now, am I right in saying you launched these last year?
Yeah, we did these last summer. They completely sold out. They were a huge hit.
Brilliant.
And I know for a lot of people, they were a favourite summer make. They're absolutely just right for right through the summer and into the autumn.
Are we talking granny squares again here?
Well, this is such a clever construction. Yes, there are granny squares, absolutely.
Yeah.
So totally beginner level this. And if you have a look at the back of the cardigan as well, you'll see that there's a line of granny squares that run down the back. They extend and widen the garment. And then you've also got 3 rows of granny squares below. But what's really clever about this is it starts life as a rather misshapen granny square. So look, this is how it starts. Now, everyone was laughing at me earlier on saying, was that supposed to be square?
Was it supposed to be a flat
And I was like, oh, I think that'll block out, won't it? That'll block out. But actually, this is what you're making to start with. So you are just working treble clusters round and around, but I will show you how in a bit.
Now, we have got 2 options. We've got both colourways in the short version, which I am wearing, like this, the smaller version, or the long line version. Now, we're going to start with the green, which is this beautiful colour, the ones that you were just saying there with Stuart. And this is size small to medium in that long length. So, $53.99. Obviously, you can make it shorter if you wanted, Stuart.
Yeah, you could. You could do the short version with the long kit.
Now, this one, you get your pattern, and you have all of the yarn. Now, the sizing is on screen there, so size small to medium, which is 32 to 42 inches.
Yeah,
and
the first 3 sizes.
It also comes with this beautiful variegated, which they call the batik. It's absolutely gorgeous, isn't it?
It is beautiful. Now, earlier on in the year, I did some shawls using this batik yarn, and I think we all fell in love with the effect. It's gorgeous.
Just look at that.
Yeah, it's lovely. And you can see the effect in the front facing of the cardigan and the cuff as well, which has just worked, I think, in double crochets, but very, very easy to work. But you see that lovely variation in colour.
Yeah.
And then it's been teamed with a solid colour DK, which creates the contrast then. So you're just working 1 round in batik, 1 round in plain.
You're getting all of those, all of the yarns that are included, you can see here. So 4 of those beautiful earth batiks, and then you're getting 5 of the mint colour, which just ties together perfectly with the contrast, doesn't it? Yeah. You get your pattern included. Remember, this is the size small to medium in the long line cardi, so it's enough to be able to do the long line cardi, but you can also, if you prefer, make it shorter like the one that I'm wearing.
But the other thing as well, Vix, is that the way it's lengthened is to have you know, you can have 1, 2 or 3 rows of granny squares around the bottom.
Yes.
So if you want to make it somewhere between the short and the long, you can do 2 rows instead.
I'm
So
with
it's
you.
Very easy to adapt.
Fabulous. This is what is fantastic about taking your, well, whenever I go to, you know, M&S, Zara, everywhere is crocheted garments.
Oh, for sure.
It's so, and I don't like to talk about, you know, trend-led, because I actually think that it's something that you'll wear all the time and you'd like to come back and wear it year after year after year. But it is bang on trend as well at the moment. You can see there, so you've got the 1, 2, 3 rows to make the long line cardigan. But if you wanted to make it slightly shorter or even shorter, then you can. It's really easy to adapt. Okay. Loads in baskets. Let's show you the next option, which is the other size. So this one you get more yarn. And it's 44 to 54 inches in size, Stuart.
Yeah, that's your bust measurement.
Okay.
44, so you've got 44 right up to a 54 chest measurement, bust measurement. And lengthwise, that's 32 inches centre back.
I mean, I'm not wearing it sort of done up shut, am I? So it depends on how you want it to wear it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have buttonholes and buttons, but you could add them in if you wanted to. But it's the kind of thing that's just meant to slip on when the sun goes in, or maybe on those cooler days.
Well, I've just put it on because I was a little bit cold, and I said, I'm just going to slip this on. It's lovely. And look,
By the way, it looks gorgeous.
this cuff, slightly different to this one, because this one, they've added granny square panel on here.
Yes, so you've got a shorter sleeve on the green and a longer sleeve on the peachy pink. So again, you can adapt this pattern, can't you? You can modify it, and it's very, very easy to do that.
Looks gorgeous. So this is, again, the green colourway. When I say green, we've got the mint colour and those beautiful earth batiks, which, as you say, Stuart, we've all fallen in love with. To get a whole stash of these is brilliant. $86.99, and that is for your long cardi in the larger size, so 44 to 52 inches around the bust. Now, all of the pink ones are shorter. Is that correct? So all of the shorter ones, all the pink ones are shorter. You're getting less yarn, but I'm sure, you know.
And I think we've got 3 options in the pink, haven't
That's
we?
correct.
Size options.
So we've got small to medium, which is this one. I've got 3 here. I've got small to medium, option A. Oh, yeah, 2 options.
Oh,
2 options.
Okay,
2 options. They've just sent me two versions of it. You can have that one if you want.
lovely, thank you.
There you go.
I
You want that one?
Thanks.
This one's small to medium, so your size are 32 to 42 inches, small to medium. We're getting your 4 of your lovely acrylic and wool mix, so 80% premium acrylic and 20% wool. And then you're getting your cream extras. So that's the colourway that I'm wearing. And can you see how beautiful this colour is?
That colour's gorgeous.
Isn't it?
Yeah, it's stunning.
I
Absolutely stunning.
love that.
Yeah, yeah.
$39.99. And when we're talking about a short version, please don't think that it's completely sort of cropped. But if you've got this with a dress on or with your jeans, it looks lovely. It's more like, all the colours look really nice, don't they? And let me show you the back. If you've got a summer dress on and just this over the top.
Gorgeous, isn't it? Yeah.
I really love this.
And as well, I think if you're quite petite, height-wise as well, you know, it's not going to be super short. You probably despair of how long everything is.
That's it.
On the high street.
Yeah.
So actually, this is lovely. But also, you've got the option, if you're like, oh, I would love this if it was just short, longer. Well, why not go? If, say, for example, you're one of the small, if you're, say, up to a 40, maybe 40, 42 bust, then you could go for the larger version and then do yourself an extra row of granny squares and just lengthen it just slightly, not as long as the green, but one more.
Good idea. Good idea. Don't miss out because you're thinking, oh, it might be too short for me. Don't worry, because it's so easy to adapt by putting one more row of granny squares on the bottom of that. Love it. Now, there is also another option, which is then your large. This is large to XL. You're getting your pattern. You're getting a full pattern in there as well. If you want to make it longer, you're getting the extra yarn in here. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you are. That's
if
what I
you want to
say.
make the small size,
Yes.
that's what you were explaining.
Yes.
Get this one because you have the extra yarn.
Exactly. Or you could even just do some extra rows. There isn't a band along the bottom as there is down the front facing.
No, I'll show you along here.
But there's no reason why you couldn't do
that.
a few rows of double crochets or trebles along the bottom to actually create almost like a ribbing that might add an extra inch or two that might be just enough for you.
Yeah. Don't miss out on that colourway though. This is beautiful. This is in shade Fire. And then you're getting all of your cream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the cream yarns as well from Stylecraft. Beautiful quality, great pattern, and a lovely cardi. Like you said, I think you're going to be wearing, I would wear this all the time.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's really easy care as well. So they're machine washable yarns.
Which is good to know, isn't it?
Yeah, always wash them on cool.
Yeah.
I'm just going to check. You can tumble dry on low as well. Just checking. Yeah, you can tumble dry on low. And
Really soft. It's not itchy because it's got 20% wool content, but it's not scratchy at all.
No.
It's super soft against your skin. I love this.
I mean, Stylecraft make the UK's best loved premium acrylic yarns, and they do beautiful acrylic yarns. That bit of wool in there is lovely, but you get that super softness and that lovely drape with the acrylic, and it makes it so easy care as well. So this is your staple wardrobe, isn't it? On and off all the time, right through to autumn.
Brilliant. Right. So what are you able to show us today, Stuart?
Okay. Well, I'm just going to show you a little bit about that cardigan while we're talking about that cardigan. Just to talk you through the principle, and huge thanks to the deputy, Joan, for helping me with the sample making. So what you're going to start with for this garment is you're going to start with chain that you form into a ring, and then you're going to work treble clusters. Now, normally you would do 4 treble clusters to start a granny square, but we need a hexagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think, sided. So what we're doing is we're working 6 treble clusters. Okay, and then our next round is 12 treble clusters, and then 18. And so we're working out, so what it forms is this rather crinkly looking thing. However, trust the process, keep going, keep following the pattern, and then what you do is you fold. It will naturally fold to create this L shape.
Oh, how clever's that?
Yeah. And so, look, what you've got here is you've got a sleeve, little hand poking out, and you've got a front opening. Here's your bottom hem. So it looks at the moment like a little doll or a baby cardigan. You would sew across the top. Yeah. And then you've got half of a cardigan. And basically, you're going to make 2 of those, and then you're going to add granny squares down the back, which widen the garment, and then granny squares across the bottom, and a cuff and a front facing, and you're done. So when I say this is a beginner project, it truly is. And if you've never done anything beyond a granny square and you're thinking, I'd love to make a garment, but where would I start? This is the garment to start with. Because it's taking that skill and it's making something which I remember when they launched this and I saw it and I said, of every garment I've ever seen that's used a granny square, this to me has taken it to the highest point. It's really sophisticated.
Yeah.
It's so simple.
It really is. And I mean, both use that method of granny squares, don't they?
Absolutely. The only thing I would say to be careful of when you fold this is it's possible to fold it. Wait a minute, let me get it right. You can fold it. Oh, here we go. You can also fold it wrong. You can also fold it like that and think, hang on, that doesn't look right. And you haven't crocheted anything wrong.
Oh, gosh,
it's just the way you're folding it.
Right.
So just try again. And before you know it, you'll have made that L shape or that sort of half a T kind of shape.
I'm with you.
That right angle.
Right, so this is double crochet, is that right?
These are treble.
Trebles.
These are treble clusters. So I can show you how to do. I can show you how to do a treble. Oh, yes, I can. Yes.
Now you're you're interchangeable crochet hooks as well from Knit Pro. If you were thinking about them, take the plunge, go for it, because they're supposed to be $44.99 here at Sewing Street today. We've dropped the price to $37.99, which we've absolutely, smashed Amazon out of the water.
Absolutely. Again.
We don't normally, bang on about prices here, and I must say, when we do something that is a lot lower than anywhere else I've found, we do like to let you know.
Absolutely.
Because that's a really good price.
Absolutely. So, total beginners then. You're going to get your yarn, okay, first yarn. I'm going to use this mint because you'll be able to see really clearly. And you're going to form a little...
Slip knot.
Okay. Onto the hook and tighten it up, but not too tight. And then you're going to have your working yarn, and we're just going to work chains. So yarn across the hook and pull it through. That's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay.
Yeah.
And then you're just going to go into the first chain and pull the yarn through both loops to create a little ring. Okay,
Yeah.
it just creates a little ring. Okay, then we're going to work treble clusters. So to start with, now actually on this, we are using 3 chain. I thought it was a standing treble, but we're going to use 3 chain. So we're going to work 3 chain. There's 1, 2, and 3 chain. That counts as our first treble. And then let's work the treble properly. So yarn over hook into the center of the ring, pull the yarn through 3. Oh, I haven't gone through the center of the ring. I've gone through a stitch. Let's just pull that out a little bit better. So yarn over hook right in the center of the ring, pull that through 3 loops on the hook and then through them all. Oh no, through 2 and then round and through again. Sorry, I'll do that again. So it's talking and crocheting. This is the one thing I can't do at the same time.
No, just, we can put the subtitles on.
There we go. You see, this is why my mum taught me to knit, so that I couldn't talk. You see, that lasted about 6 months.
And you learn to knit and talk at the same time.
Exactly, exactly. So I've done my 3 chain, 3 trebles, or 3 chain and 2 trebles. That's my first cluster. Then I'm going to work 2 chain, and then I'm going to work another treble cluster. So yarn around the hook into the center of the ring, pull the yarn through 3 on the hook, round the hook through 2, round the hook through 2.
Yes.
So that's 1 treble. Let's work another. And you can see here that I'm actually working these trebles over the starting yarn, and that's going to kind of lock it into place so that I don't have to sew it in at the end. So I'm just working my trebles over the tail of yarn at the start. Okay, so I've done 2 treble clusters now, so I'm going to work 2 chain. And then same again, 3 trebles rather, to make a cluster. There's 1, 2, and 3. Apologies to crocheters everywhere, by the way.
You're amazing. I'm in awe of you, honestly. This looks so good. Even Lisa Horton has stopped in her tracks to watch this demo. She went, I want to know how to do this.
Are you absolutely horrified?
No, this is brilliant. You've followed this, yeah?
Okay, you can do this. You can do this. So one more
It's
treble
so good
plus,
sometimes to see it a little bit slower. Sometimes I see crocheters that are like,
is
I
it
have
slow?
no idea. This isn't slow. I'm not saying you're being slow, but I just mean it's good to break it down.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with you. And then just to finish off, work 2 chain, and then you're going to go into the top of the 3rd chain, where you started, and pull your yarn through. Pull your yarn through both. okay? And that's the start of your granny square. The difference, or a standard granny square. Now, the difference with this one is that rather than 4, which would be a standard granny square, you're going to work 6, which will feel rather packed in. And that's the point, because when you look at the original, they're really packed in, which is what distorts. Right. We don't want a square. We want...
Yes.
our L shape.
Oh,
right?
amazing.
When it folds up. So just trust the and you're just going to keep repeating that. But what you're going to do each time you go round is you're going to change the yarn. So you're going to start with the batik, do a round, then go to the mint, or it might be fire and cream to make the other colourway. So it's very simple.
It is all in your pattern. And follow the step-by-step instructions. It's absolutely gorgeous. Is it the same applies with your flowers in the centre of your blanket or your cushions? Oh, and I know you wanted to show us how to do the puff stitch as well.
Gosh, yes.
Because that's a new one to me. Is that the one that's where the sort of sunflower leaves are? So you do your magic ring in the centre.
The brown, that's your centre of your sunflower. And then that first round of yellow, those are your puff stitches.
Right. Oh, I love this.
So I'll show you them here.
Okay, now, anything that we need to be aware of when we're working with the chenille yarns?
All I would say is, if you're used to working with yarn that's quite elastic, chenille yarn, the Squeeze Me yarn, is very stable, so it doesn't have a lot of elasticity with it. So I would say keep a nice relaxed tension. There is instructions in the pattern for doing a tension sample.
Okay.
And I would strongly recommend you do that. Now, you might think, well, it's a blanket, Stuart. It's not going to fit me. But you do have to have enough yarn to complete the project.
Yeah.
And you want the project to be the finished size that you really, I would say.
Yeah, and I suppose then it's easy to alter with your crochet hook.
Well, if you get you into interchangeable, if you find that you're crocheting and it's too small, too tight, literally all you've got to do is unscrew the hook, go one size up.
So to a
4.5, 4.5, and then tighten it, and you're good to go.
So if it's too tight, if you're finding that you're battling with your yarn, go up a size.
Bigger hook.
Okay.
And if it's too loose, too big, go down a size. Yeah. So you would go down to a 3.5.
Nice. Okay.
It's so easy, really. And the thing is, it's the same with knitting. And yet we've all made the garment, put weeks of work, months of work, and then it's too small or too big because we didn't spend half an hour doing the tension square.
Yeah.
And we all know we should, but I still balk at the idea, why would I spend half an hour? Well, that's why.
Is this a new stitch to you, by the way?
Yeah.
Is this a new one?
Yeah.
You've done your granny squares, your basic granny squares where you see your doubles and your trebles?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've not seen puff stitch, you said.
This is new. This is new. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull that back. So actually, forgive me, I'm going to put an extra row of puff stitches into my sunflower. So this isn't quite... But look, here's a really simple way to introduce a new colour. Just pull that through, okay? And then my tail of yarn, I'm going to keep on top so that as I go in to work my stitches, I'm actually covering that tail of yarn. I'm working it into the square. So it means I haven't got to stitch it in at the end. So you're doing 2 jobs for the price of 1. Do we like that?
I love that.
Love that. Right then, so to do the puff stitch, this is what we're going to do. Let me get my yarn over this side. And this is all explained in your pattern, all right? You've got full instructions as well for any special stitches, but let's show you how to work the puff stitch. So what you're going to do is you're going to take the yarn over the hook. So you've already got a loop on the hook anyway.
I like that you can see this yarn really clearly.
It's really clear, isn't it?
Yeah, that's great.
Yarn over the hook, okay, and then you're going to insert the hook into the stitch, and you're going to pull the yarn back through. Now watch this. This is what you must do. You're going to pull it out.
Okay. Yeah.
Quite high. So you're going to go 1, yarn round the hook, pull it through, 2, but look, I'm pulling it quite a distance.
Yeah.
Yarn round the hook, into the stitch, and pull it through 3 times.
Into that same stitch?
Into that same stitch.
Okay.
Now, at this stage, you should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 loops on the hook.
Right.
Yarn round the hook and pull that through all 7 loops.
Yeah.
And then work 1 chain. That is puff stitch.
Right.
Shall I show it you again?
Yeah.
So yarn round the hook, into the next stitch, pull it through 1. Round the hook, pull it through 2. Round the hook, into the stitch 3, pulling it up each time.
Yeah.
Yarn round the hook and pull it through all 7 loops
Then
and
a
do a
chain.
chain to lock it.
Okay.
And that's puff stitch.
Oh, and you just go round the
And
whole
you just
circumference
go
of the
round
flower.
the whole perimeter. 1,
And that's the only, I'm going to say
2,
really, loosely that's the most difficult
3.
stitch or one that you might not be familiar with.
Yep.
I
And the
do that.
thing is, the top tip I can give you, now, left to my own devices, I'd do it like this. I'll show you. I'd go like this. It'd be like that. It'd be really tight, and I'd be going round again, really tight,
Yeah.
going round really tight,
So pull it
and
really
then trying to
through.
pull,
Oh, yeah.
right? So the
Just to make
tip I
it
saw for puff stitch was this drawing the hook backwards.
Yeah, yeah.
So watch again. So round the hook, into the stitch, and pull it up.
Okay.
So you're actually pulling it to the height of the previous stitch. So pull it out. So it looks like at least twice as long as the initial stitch.
Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
see?
yeah.
Or maybe even 3 times as long. Round, in, pull it through, long. Again, because the yarn doesn't have that elasticity, you've got to be quite loose with your tension, and then
Yeah.
and then it pulls through like a dream.
That
And then a
looks,
little, no,
that looks great, doesn't it? And actually really, really, really achievable.
yeah.
Hopefully, I mean, I think you've
And
inspired
you've got
us
that
all.
lovely puff.
You have inspired us all. The team at Hobby Maker are literally like your studio audience. Well done, Stuart. Well done. Round of applause, because I know that you don't normally crochet, but you're like...
I don't crochet. I can't crochet. I can't crochet. But
I know! So good. Amazing. Right, so hopefully that's inspired everybody to pick up your crochet hook, your new interchangeable ones preferably. Fingers crossed you get those. And have a go at these fabulous Granny Square blankets and cushions or garments, whichever one you choose to go for. Thank you so much, Stuart.
total pleasure. And I didn't even break sweat.
No, you didn't. Can I also just say, congratulations on your fabric launch. It's
thank
underneath
you
us
so
on the web.
much.
Mega bundles are now so limited. If you want the mega bundle, have a look underneath us on the web. But tomorrow, we've got Bex here with Amber Makes Bee Kits. We've got Delphine Brooks here as well. We've got Kerry Lord here with Toft, Tula Pink quilts. There's a new bee cushion. There's all sorts coming up. And Stuart's back with you on Sunday.
I'm back on Friday.
Friday.
Yep.
Oh, it's Bee Day tomorrow. Love Bee Day. There'll be lots of Bee Day. We love Bee Day. Love Bee Day. And then we've got our flower shows, haven't we, starting? Super excited. Thank you so much for your company today. Don't forget to check out on all of your Indian summer collection that's underneath us on the web, including the mega bundle, the quilt kits, the pattern, everything that you need underneath us on the web. Now, stay tuned for more crafting from fabulous Hobby Maker team. Sherilyn and Elise Horton are going to be taking you through your lunchtime show, and I will see you on Wednesday. Until then, enjoy the rest of your day.